Chapter 82. 8 days later. Zhenjin and the others came to the boundary between the desert and the forest. This time, they were finally heading in the right direction. They successfully walked out of the desert and returned to the forest area. Taking a step forward, there was a dense forest landscape. Behind them, there was an endless yellow-brown desert. Towering trees rose straight into the sky. The continuous greenery converged into a wall that extended out of sight. The wall isolated the desert from the wind and sand, and the wall contained vitality. Kang Shu let out a breath of turbid air and took out a sheepskin map from his bosom. He took out a charcoal pen and began to draw lines on the map. Although this place is not the same as the place where I entered the forest last time, the distance between the two should not be far. Lord Zhenjin, I suggest that we don't rush into the forest. Instead, we explore along this boundary until we find the previous place. Kang Shu suggested while drawing the map with his head down. Zhenjin's eyes flashed as he carefully considered Kang Shu's suggestion. According to the time calculation, there was still plenty of time before the next teleportation. If they were unlucky enough to be teleported to the desert again, then the more complete the map, the more help it could provide. Indeed, it is necessary to spend some time exploring and perfecting the map. However, I have stayed in the desert for long enough. Let's go into the forest first, Zhenjin said. As soon as he finished speaking, someone beside him cheered. It was like a hunting dog that had been locked up for a long time and suddenly came to the wilderness. It broke free from its reins and ran into the forest in front of them. Ah, ah, ah. The young man who rushed into the forest exclaimed in enjoyment. He raised his head, opened his arms, and breathed in the forest air. He shouted with a hoarse voice, "This is the smell of the forest. How sweet." Then, he knelt on the ground and reached out to touch the grass as if he was stroking the hair of his beloved girl. How soft, how dense. He suddenly stood up and threw himself on a tree. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and kissed the bark with his thick black lips. This is where I should be. This young man was Bai Ya. Bai Ya was originally the son of a hunter. He grew up in a mountain village and was very familiar with the forest. He had narrowly escaped death and came to the forest from the desert. He felt as if he had returned home. Compared to when he was in the forest, he had changed a lot. His lips had become thicker, like two fish intestines, and his lips were very dark. His voice also became hoarse and unpleasant. These changes were because he had sucked the black poisonous blood from Lan Zhao's wound with his mouth in the oasis. Zhenjin had also sucked Zdi's wound before, but the young knight's physique was very strong, so nothing happened. Bai Ya, on the other hand, was just an ordinary person. Although he had taken the light blue potion in advance, there were still very strong after effects. Bai Ya's change was not only reflected in his appearance, but also in his temperament. After going through a life and death experience, Bai Ya seemed to have opened the door to his heart. He was originally reserved, but now he was open and had transformed into a chatterbox. It was as if he did not say everything he wanted to say, he would feel very uncomfortable and regretful. Bai Ya, this guy. Everyone laughed. They all understood how Bai Ya felt. Only Lan Zhao was expressionless. He was at the back of the group, carrying a large number of water bags. Most of these water bags were made from the stomach pouches of the acid green lizards. Only a few of them were clay pots. Perhaps there was a problem with the soil in the oasis, but Kang Shu's clay pots kept failing. Only a few of them were finished. However, with the combined efforts of the fat ball flying fish and Zhenjin, the green lizards left many corpses in the oasis. When the fat ball flying fish returned to the depths of the lake, Zhenjin brought people to deal with the green lizards. Their flesh was cut into pieces, and their skin was made into leather clothes. The stomach pouches were taken out, cleaned, and sewed into simple water bags. Thanks to Bai Ya's risk and Zdi's potion, Lan Zhao's life was saved. This middle-aged man, who was originally calm and strong, had also undergone a huge change. He became taciturn, unable to say a single word for a day. It gave people the illusion that he had lost the ability to speak. He would only lower his head when responding to Zhenjin's orders. "Yes, master." "Understood, master." "As you command, my master." ZDI's expression suddenly changed. She took a few steps forward, grabbed Bai Ya's shoulder, and pulled him back. Bai Ya was pressing his cheek against the tree trunk. He turned around and looked at ZDI with a puzzled expression. Master ZDI? ZDI pointed at the tree trunk. You're poisoned. Bai Ya was stunned and dumbfounded. What? Zhenjin looked at the tree trunk and saw a thin layer of green moss. Isn't this the green-spotted moss that poisoned me before? Zhenjin suddenly understood. Even now, he could still mutate this kind of poisonous moss through his heart core. After that, ZDI collected the moss and made the potion to cure Bai Ya's poison. Although we return to the forest from the desert, don't forget that we are still on this dangerous and strange island. We can't be careless. Kang Shu reminded Bai Ya. Bai Ya's encounter calmed everyone down. The dense trees were like giant umbrellas. They were rooted deep in the ground, and the branches and leaves that grew without restraint blocked the scorching sun. The temperature in the forest was much lower than in the desert. At noon, Zhenjin and the others did not dare to walk casually in the desert. Most of the time, they hid behind the sand dunes and gasped for breath. But in the forest, they could still travel at noon. This greatly increased the team's exploration efficiency. Zhenjin walked at the front of the team. 3 iron-feathered birds suddenly descended from the sky. These birds were also the creation of the island's owner. They were only the size of an adult's fist and liked to climb trees. They would jump down from the high treetops and use gravity to charge forward and peck at other creatures. The iron-feathered bird's speed was comparable to an arrow shot from a crossbow. 2 iron-feathered birds rushed toward Zhenjin, while the last one rushed toward ZDI. ZDI raised her head. Before she could exclaim, she heard a sharp whoosh. Then, the iron-feathered bird that was rushing toward her was hit by a wooden dart and flew away in a straight line. With a bang, the dart was deeply embedded in the trunk of a tree. The iron-feathered bird was like meat on a skewer. Its body was pressed against the tree trunk, motionless. Almost at the same time that the iron-feathered bird died, Zhenjin held the wooden spear tightly in his left hand. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, he nimbly tapped twice in succession. The 2 iron-feathered birds that were rushing toward Zhenjin were struck by the spear tip. Their momentum immediately disappeared, and their lifeless bodies fell to the ground powerlessly. The crisis suddenly descended, but was perfectly resolved by Zhenjin in an instant. Lan Zhao's hand had just touched the hilt of his saber. Bai Ya's hair stood on end, and his muscles tensed up. Everything returned to normal. Wow, wow, wow. Lord Zhenjin, you are really too powerful. How many times have the iron-feathered birds attacked us? You saved us once again. Your martial arts are simply. Bai Ya shouted, looking at Zhenjin with shining eyes. Admiration and love overflowed from the bottom of his heart. Concise and refined, simple and unadorned, but always resolute in killing, and outstanding in battle. Kang Shu continued Bai Ya's words. Yes, these are the words. Bai Ya looked at Kang Shu again. Sir Scholar, you can always say what I want to say the most. Sir. ZDI smiled at Zhenjin. Lan Zhao was still silent, but his eyes were not calm as he looked at Zhenjin. After the 5 of them entered the forest, Zhenjin took the lead and perfectly dealt with many attacks by himself. Originally, everyone was worried that this kind of exploration was too fast, and would increase the risk. However, under the protection of the Golden Needle, any attack would turn into his victory. Hearing everyone's comments, Zhenjin first controlled his core, and the lizard pupils in his eye sockets turned back into human eyes. Then he turned around and looked at everyone behind him. His handsome face had a smile, and even though his golden hair was covered in dust, it seemed to sparkle, shining brightly in everyone's eyes. After the previous ordeal, my martial arts seem to have entered a different realm. I can't use fighting energy, and the power of every attack hasn't changed. However, it was as if I didn't even need to think about each of my actions. They were executed very naturally. This way, it seems that the timing of my attacks is much earlier than before. This was actually because Zhenjin had used the green lizard's eyes to observe all kinds of hidden life forms. For example, Although the iron-feathered birds were hiding in the lush foliage above their heads, in the green lizard's vision, they were layers of dark green with a red ball behind them. It was very conspicuous. Therefore, Zhenjin was able to take precautions in advance. Every time they attacked, Zhenjin was already prepared, and every time he acted, it was very timely. Of course, the green lizard's eyes were also flawed, and they could not see things clearly. Therefore, after Zhenjin used it for the first time in the oasis, he improved its usage. Now, he mutated one eye, and kept the other eye in its original human form. Every once in a while, the state of the two eyes would be switched. Because Zhenjin was walking at the front, and because he narrowed his eyes to observe, the others in the group were kept in the dark. Kang Shu muttered, "Perhaps this is the power of the heart. P.S. I recommend a good book, Xianxia genre, very charming, Tao Seeking the Mortal World. Qin Yi once thought that people who cultivate immortality must be indifferent and peaceful, have no desires, be patient, and be able to withstand temptations. But in the end, he realized that immortality has a human side. The road to immortality is bitter and cold, you and I hug each other to keep warm." Chapter 83. What is the power of the mind? Bai Ya immediately expressed the doubts in his heart. It sounds illusory. Kang Shu smiled, "I can't train, so I'm not too sure what the power of the mind is. But from what I know, there are many examples of people who can use the power of the mind. The elite warriors of the barbarians who live in the Frost continent mostly have the ability to dodge instinctively. When they are attacked by unseen attacks or when they are ambushed, they have the ability to dodge. According to the research of scholars, the essence of this instinctive dodge is the power of the mind. If this ability is stronger, it can even detect traps. There are many areas of ice avalanche in the Frost continent. There is a very large area of ice with a crucial point of ice avalanche. It is fine to jump and run around in other areas of the ice. But if you step on this point of ice avalanche, the entire ice surface will shatter in an instant. Those who lose their footing often lose their lives. Explorers of other tribes often lose their lives in the areas of ice avalanche, or die from the attacks of magical beasts in the deep snow. But the elite barbarians, when their instinctive dodge ability reaches the level of being able to detect traps, they can avoid them in advance and walk safely in the snow. If this ability continues to improve, the barbarian warriors will not be afraid of being surrounded on the battlefield. They will always be able to rely on their instincts to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. Hearing this, Zhenjin could not help but have a thought. He remembered how he had once taken the risk to kill a group of lizards in order to save Zdi, Kang Shu, and the others. Facing a siege, he did not panic. He calmly dealt with all the attacks, dodging the continuous attacks with ease. He was very similar to the barbarians. Kang Shu continued, "In the wilderness continent, there is a storm sword saint. He is a saint-level fighter. Since he started training, he has only focused on the longsword in his hand. He does not wear armor, and does not have any other weapons. He spends almost all of his energy on improving his sword skills. It is rumored that every time he strikes, it is so fast that people cannot see it clearly. His sword skills are extremely simple. Every time he strikes, he can take the life of at least one enemy. This storm sword saint has an extremely high reputation and influence among the beast men. Many beast men worship him. That's because the Do Chi art he cultivates is very ordinary and his bloodline isn't outstanding either. Yet, he was able to reach such a high level. This is the example and hope for most of the beast men who don't have good talent or good Do Chi arts. The Galestorm Sword Saint once explained to the orcs who came to him for guidance, "Focus on your heart, and focus on your sword." People speculated that he had developed the power of his spirit and projected it onto his sword, reaching the legendary state of being one with the sword. Is there such a person among the orcs? Bai Ya exclaimed, "If that's the case, why are the orcs still unable to raise their heads after being beaten by us humans?" Zhenjin shook his head and said seriously, "Don't underestimate the orcs. Since the beasts were able to dominate the entire wasteland continent, they naturally had many heroes. We may have the upper hand now, but in reality, we've only taken a corner of the wasteland continent. We've only taken down one of the beastkin tribes. The true potential of the orcs has yet to be unleashed." Bai Ya was just an ordinary person who had gone to the wasteland continent with the intention of making a name for himself. He wanted to become a knight. There were many people like him. The Empire's political propaganda deliberately weakened the strength of the orcs and promoted the benefits and prospects of war. This encouraged the various classes of the Empire to flock to the wasteland continent. Zhen Jin and the 100 Needles family were among them. However, as a noble, Zhen Jin's outlook was much higher than Bai Ya's. The middle and lower classes were all optimistic about the future of the human race in the wasteland continent. Almost all of the elites knew that this was only the early stages of the human race's invasion. They had only just gained a foothold. In the future, a true war would be needed to determine the outcome of the war between the two races. The wasteland continent is at least twice the size of the Shungming continent, but it only produced one Galestorm Sword Saint. His bloodline is the cornerstone of his strength. In terms of overall strength, we humans are far superior to the orcs. ZDI expressed her opinion. We will definitely win this war between the orcs and humans. ZDI's optimism about the future was the most common understanding of the human race. She had to win. The Shungming continent had no room for the Wisteria Merchant Guild to develop. If the Wisteria Merchant Guild wanted to expand, the war between the orcs and humans was the best way. Zhen Jin did not continue to explain. He realized that as long as he said a little, Kang Shu would be able to say even more. Kang Shu's words were more convincing than his own explanation. Bai Ya, however, did not let go of this topic. How can I unlock the power of the mind? I want to become such a person. He did not have an outstanding bloodline and was only an ordinary hunter's son. Miss Sybil did not provide him with any material support. Therefore, Bai Ya was very interested in the power of the mind. ZDI chuckled. The Galestorm Sword Saint has already given you the answer to your question. Focus on your sword and your heart. This means that you have to focus all of your attention and energy on one point. So, Bai Ya, if you want to learn from the Galestorm Sword Saint, you should first forget about Miss Sybil. Ah, how can I do that? Bai Ya was stunned and shook his head. Everyone chuckled again. Bai Ya heard the laughter and saw the mocking gazes of the others. He realized that he was being made fun of. He rubbed his head, his face flushed red. Despite his embarrassment, Bai Ya gritted his teeth and looked at Zhen Jin with eyes full of worship, love, and inquiry. Lord Zhen Jin, do you have any insights? After a pause, Bai Ya continued to ask, you have also grasped the power of the mind, but you are completely different from the Galestorm Sword Saint. You love Lady ZDI. Lan Zhao and Kang Shu both glanced at Bai Ya, thinking that Bai Ya was really bold. Lan Zhao was a middle-aged man, while Kang Shu was an old man. Both of them had rich life experiences and understood the gap between the upper and lower classes. If it were them, they would definitely not ask a temple knight for tips on cultivation as an ordinary person. However, Bai Ya was just a young man, and he had very little life experience. It was because of this that he fell in love with the noble Miss Sybil. Bai Ya had the romantic naivety of youth. He was certain that Miss Sybil was waiting for him to become a knight and return home in glory to marry her. And after experiencing so much on this island, he was also facing the threat of death. For all these reasons, he yearned to obtain power. But he also understood the cruel side of reality. He did not have a bloodline advantage, nor did he have any cultivation resources. Thus, although the power of the mind sounded illusory, it had become his only hope. This was also the reason why the Galestorm Sword Saint was so influential and charming. Bai Ya's straightforward words made ZDI secretly size up Zhen Jin, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Zhen Jin coughed and rolled his eyes. Who knows what power of the mind is? He had only been able to reach this step because of the core of heart. But he did not want to continue lying. If he kept lying, there would only be more and more lies. Because as long as it was a lie, it was not the truth, and there would be flaws. Once there were flaws, the liar would have to use another lie to cover up the previous one. But how could there be no flaws in the latter lie? In this way, there would be more and more flaws, and in the end, the liar would be reduced to drinking poison to quench his thirst, sinking so deeply that he could not extricate himself. Moreover, to Zhenjin, there was something more important. Lying was against the chivalry. In fact, Zhenjin's lie to cover up his lizard pupils had already put him under a lot of pressure. Thus, he decided to tell the truth this time. By YA, I might have to disappoint you. I am not too sure about the power of the mind. Perhaps, it has something to do with my experience. After experiencing so many life and death situations, my mind has been tempered. Ah, I see. Bai Ya's face was full of disappointment. This young man admired and trusted Zhenjin greatly, and did not think that Zhenjin was deliberately hiding anything. Zhenjin wanted to comfort Bai Ya, but after opening his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only look expectantly at Kang Shu. Kang Shu did not disappoint him. The next moment, Kang Shu said to Bai Ya, Lord Zhenjin's words are very reasonable. Many scholars have analyzed and concluded that the true meaning of the Galestorm Sword Saint's cultivation is to place his life on the edge of a blade. Every battle, and even every cultivation, he has to face death. Under the stimulation of death, he gradually unearthed the power of the mind. And Lord Zhenjin's experiences on the island are similar to the Galestorm Sword Saint's cultivation process of taking the initiative to abandon his armor and fight to the death with a strong enemy. Bai Ya raised his eyebrows. So, in order to unearth the power of the mind, one has to take the initiative to explore and experience the stimulation of death. This is too dangerous, isn't it? Kang Shu said. So, the Galestorm Sword Saint has taken in many disciples, but he has not nurtured the next Galestorm Sword Saint. Although many excellent seeds have appeared, many more have died young. His cultivation method is too dangerous, and luck plays a large part in it. To this day, there has not been a single disciple who can completely inherit the mantle of the Galestorm Sword Saint. Bai Ya sighed. Hearing this, he could only put away his thoughts. Although Bai Ya was willing to take risks for the sake of obtaining power, he had his own bottom line. Seeking death for the sake of the power of the mind was already below his bottom line. Just like how Zhenjin shouldered the responsibility of reviving the family, Miss Xia's love and expectations were both his motivation and his burden to Bai Ya. In the next moment, Bai Ya looked at Zhenjin with even more admiration and respect. Lord Zhenjin, you are truly amazing. You are so young, but you have already grasped the power of the mind. Compared to the Galestorm Sword Saint, you have an even more outstanding bloodline. Among the Holy Knights, you are definitely the most special. To be able to meet you and follow you is truly my honor. Bai Ya sighed from the bottom of his heart. Zhenjin was speechless. It is not only my honor, but also my hope. Zdi continued Bai Ya's words and looked at Zhenjin, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. Kang Shu laughed and said with certainty, Lord Zhenjin's talent is outstanding, and he will definitely have a brighter future than the Galestorm Sword Saint. But what I admire the most is your moral character, Lord Zhenjin. With your words, the 100 Needles family will definitely rise again. Lan Zhao did not say anything. Hearing Kang Shu's words, he silently nodded. Like Kang Shu, he also recognized Zhenjin's moral character. At this moment, Lan Zhao could not help but think back to the time he had spent with Zhenjin. He and Huang Zhao had knelt on the ground, and Zhenjin had pardoned their sins. This was kindness. Zhenjin had played with the bronze-ranked alpha ram in the palm of his hand, and killed the leader of the flying squirrels. This was bravery. Zhenjin had listened many times and accepted the recommendations of Kang Shu, Zdi, and the others. This was good at listening to other people's opinions. Zhenjin had led the entire team, and when faced with difficult choices, he had resolutely decided to cut wood and make bows, and had successfully hunted the flying squirrels. This was wise leadership. Poisoned, lacking food, being chased by a group of beasts in the desert, and facing so many crises, Zhenjin had always encouraged others. This was determination and optimism. Zhenjin had promised that he would do his best to save everyone. Although there were only 5 of them left in the entire exploration team, this could not be blamed on Zhenjin. He had already done all he could, and he had always fulfilled his promise. This was keeping his word. And what made Lan Zhao feel the most ashamed and admirable was the experience he had heard from Kang Shu and Zdi. Zhenjin had been in the volcanic cave, and at the most dangerous moment, even when Kang Shu had taken the initiative to sacrifice himself, Zhen Jin had still adhered to the spirit of a knight, and had not treated others as food. This was such a noble character. No one knew better than Lan Zhao how noble, rare, and praiseworthy this kind of spirit and virtue was to persevere in the face of death. After leaving the volcanic area, in a situation where they had experienced a battle, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, and in a situation where they were extremely short of food, Zhen Jin had still given the remaining lizard and jumping rat meat to Kang Shu and ZDI. This was compassion for the weak, and sacrificing himself for others. And what moved Lan Zhao the most was that even after knowing his crime, Zhen Jin still took pity on him, and did not abandon him. In the end, Lan Zhao decided to live on. Although Zhen Jin had not said any comforting words to Lan Zhao firmly believed that the Lord Zhen Jin understood him. Looking at the young knight in front of him, looking at his handsome face, looking at his blonde hair, and looking at his elegant and calm smile, the silent Lan Zhao's eyes gradually moistened. What he saw was not Zhen Jin, nor was it a temple knight. It was as if he was looking at the sun. In his eyes, in his heart, Zhen Jin seemed to be emitting light all the time. This light was not because of Zhen Jin's identity as a temple knight, nor was it because of his identity as the sole successor of the Hundred Needles clan. It was not a reflection of external sunlight, but rather, it was because of his moral character and spirit. He stood there, looking ordinary, but he was a flag that belonged to the knights. This made Lan Zhao want to follow this flag from the bottom of his heart. These days, when night fell, when Lan Zhao rested and faced himself alone, he was also recalling and imagining. At that time, when we found ZDI, Kang Shu, and the others trapped at the top of the sand dune, surrounded by lizards, my brother and I would have disregarded our own safety and gone to rescue them. Then, we would have met up with the Lord Zhen Jin. In that case, wouldn't the current situation be different? But at that time, I listened to my brother's words and did not choose to rescue them. Was this a punishment and warning from God, or was this a punishment given to us brothers by fate? Lord Zhen Jin, you even saved such a sinful person like me, and did not give up. From now on, I will use all of my strength to follow you, until death do us part. You once saved my brother, but when your fiancé was in danger, Huang Zhao and I both chose to escape and give up. From now on, I will use my life to atone for this choice. Following a person like you, is it possible that, perhaps, it can make my darkness fade away? Can it reduce my sins? Just like how the sunlight can melt away all darkness, after coming out of the oasis, Lan Zhao was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. He had once demoted himself to a slave and declared his loyalty to Zhen Jin. But that was only because Huang Zhao had offended someone as important as Zhen Jin. For the sake of his brother, Lan Zhao had no choice but to do so. But now, Lan Zhao's silent loyalty was of a completely different nature. This kind of loyalty, because of Jin Pin's noble status, was very little. More importantly, it was because of Zhen Jin's understanding of Lan Zhao that the latter approved of, and Zhen Jin's great kindness in saving Lan Zhao's life and soul. In addition, there was also Lan Zhao's own remorse and guilt towards himself, his attempt to redeem himself, and the motivation to do good that came from the depths of human nature. Lan Zhao looked at Zhen Jin expressionlessly, but the emotions in his heart were extremely complex. As his heart surged, his eyes gradually turned red, and his vision became more and more blurry. Zhen Jin looked at by ZDI, Kang Shu, and Lan Zhao, and felt his scalp go numb. These people were all looking at him, and their eyes were full of eagerness, worship, love, tenderness, loyalty, appreciation, and so on. The young knight couldn't take it anymore. What made him feel even more frightened was that Lan Zhao was about to cry on the spot. What does he mean by this? I just told a small lie to pave the way for the future, to hide the core of my heart. Everyone's reaction was stronger than expected, and Zhen Jin felt that he gradually couldn't take it anymore. He quickly shook his head. You think too highly of me. Well, let's not talk about this anymore, let's continue. Zhen Jin turned around and continued to lead the way. Others didn't know, but how could Zhen Jin not know himself? He knew that his ability was actually very limited. He also knew that although he looked very determined on the outside, he was also very hesitant, confused, and worried deep down. He yearned for bravery, but he was also afraid of death. He was a noble, a knight, but at the same time, he was also a normal person. Yes, I almost forgot. Lord Zhenjin still has the quality of humility. Lan Zhao's eyes lit up again. It's hard to imagine that a person of his age, with such achievements, can still maintain a humble and cautious state of mind. This is definitely not an act. I'm sure that this humility comes from the bottom of his heart. I really want to know immediately what great achievements Lord Zhenjin will achieve in the future. Lan Zhao looked at Zhenjin's back, and his heart was filled with emotion and endless praise. Chapter 84. The forest was quiet at night. Occasionally, there would be the roars of unknown beasts or the chirping of nightingales. Through the gaps in the leaves, one could see the bright moon hanging in the night sky. 3 hammocks had already been built. When they were in the oasis, Zhenjin had mutated into the spear scorpion leader and hunted a large number of acid green lizards. With the stomach pouches of these green lizards as water bags, Kang Shu and the others focused their labor on making hemp rope and coarse cloth. They first made hemp rope of varying thickness, then used the thinnest hemp rope to weave the simplest coarse cloth. Using these coarse cloth and hemp rope, they made hammocks. Because there were fewer resources in the oasis and a lot of labor, in the end, Zhenjin and the others only made 3 hammocks. However, although there were 5 of them, they did not need that many. Every night, at least 2 people were arranged to keep watch. There were 5 people in the small group, so there were only 3 left to enjoy the 3 hammocks. Due to the shortage of resources, the 3 hammocks were the precious collective property of this small group. In the middle of the 3 hammocks, there was a burning bonfire. Without the influence of the wind, the bonfire emitted an orange light, occasionally making crackling sounds and sparks. Zhenjin had already checked the surroundings carefully, and there were no signs of poisonous fire bees. Zhenjin had almost lost his life because of the poisonous fire bees, so naturally, he was very concerned about this. However, in reality, even if ZDI had informed Zhenjin of the existence of the poisonous fire bees in time, Zhenjin, who had just woken up, would not have had the ability to check the surroundings. Speaking of which, Kang Shu and Lan Zhao's exploration team did not know about the poisonous fire bees before they met Zhenjin. They had repeatedly started fires in the forest, but they had not been attacked by the poisonous fire bees. They had just eaten dinner, and the 5 of them were very satisfied. At the moment, the group had sufficient food reserves. Even after leaving the oasis, the 5 of them rarely replenished their food and water along the way. They had made a lot of preparations in the oasis. In the forest area, the resources were much more abundant than in the desert, and the worries about food and water in everyone's hearts decreased. Kang Shu stared at the map in his hand by the bonfire. He was old and his eyesight had deteriorated. He held the sheepskin map in one hand and the lens in the other. He held it close to his eyes. Sometimes, he would look away from the map and mumble to himself, as if he was calculating something. His hands also cooperated, drawing crisscrossing lines on the grass. Sometimes, he would take out a charcoal pencil and carefully add a few black lines on the sheepskin map. The charcoal pencil he used was made from wood that had been charred black at one end and then sharpened. After studying for a while, Kang Shu raised his head and laughed. He reported to Zhenjin, "Lord Zhenjin, our progress is very fast. According to my estimation, as long as we continue walking, we will reach the place where we entered the forest in 1 or 2 days." This was mainly because of Zhenjin's protection. The speed of the whole group's progress was much faster than Kang Shu's expectations. "I have some bad news, we don't have much pink medicine on hand," ZDI said after hearing Kang Shu's words while grinding the materials. The materials she was grinding were all collected during the day along the way. They included the feathers and blood of the iron-feathered bird, the green-spotted moss that poisoned by YA, and so on. The resources in the forest were abundant and were not comparable to those in the desert. However, the main material to make the pink medicine was a kind of ore that glowed with heat. This ore was also the food of the monkey-tailed brown bear. ZDI did not collect this material. The exploration team needed this pink medicine to mark along the way. By doing so, not only could they prevent people from getting lost in the forest, but it could also serve as a signal for help sometimes. "How long can it last?" Zhenjin asked. ZDI had already calculated and answered directly. According to the most economical method, it can last for 3 more days. Zhenjin nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he replied, "There's enough time. There's no need to deliberately search for ores. Our first goal is to rush back to our original location." No one had any objections. After this series of events, Zhenjin had supreme authority and influence in this 5-man team. After discussing for a while, Kang Shu, ZDI, and Bai Ya all lay on the hammocks to sleep. Tonight, Zhenjin and Lan Zhao were responsible for keeping watch at the same time. In the desert, 2 people took turns keeping watch at night. One was responsible for the first half of the night, and the other for the second half. However, in the forest, because the trees were overgrown and blocked their vision, it was adjusted to 2 people keeping watch at the same time. The night was getting darker. The forest seemed to be deeper and more terrifying. Predators often moved out at night. This made the danger level of the forest at night far higher than during the day. Lan Zhao's face was full of vigilance. He would react at the slightest movement. Bai Ya and Lan Zhao's recovery and addition greatly reduced Zhenjin's burden. Zhenjin felt energized. Although he had been leading the way all day, he was still responsible for keeping watch at night. This wasn't because his endurance had increased, but because the green lizard's eyes were too useful. Almost all the hidden threats in the forest had nowhere to hide in front of Zhenjin. In terms of practical value, the green lizard's eyes are definitely number 1. Zhenjin felt deeply. If he didn't have the green lizard's eyes, the young knight could only move forward step by step and slowly explore. His mind was always tense, and he was passively on guard against any sneak attack from any direction. With the green lizard's eyes, Zhenjin could detect danger in advance. He could take the initiative to control the situation and allocate his physical strength and energy. There was a huge difference between a person's physical strength and energy consumption in a passive and active state. This was a qualitative change. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the sound of an animal being attacked could be heard from the forest not far away. Lan Zhao was shocked. His hand, which was always on the hilt of his sword, immediately clenched tightly. But in the next moment, the squeak squeak stopped abruptly and didn't appear again. Lan Zhao frowned, his expression serious. Without a specific bloodline, Lan Zhao didn't have the ability to see in the dark even though he was a bronze-ranked elite. He could only rely on the weak light of the fire to identify his surroundings. He could only see a ball of darkness a little further away. He couldn't tell if there was nothing in the darkness, or if there were wolves or poisonous snakes lurking in the dark. In the dark forest, scenes of survival hunting and escape were ongoing. The light of the temporary campsite drove away many wild beasts, but it also seemed to attract some existences. There seemed to be something in the darkness of the forest that was getting more and more restless. Sometimes, it was the sound of branches being crushed. Sometimes, it was a mysterious high-pitched cry. Lan Zhao gradually became nervous. He felt as if something was slowly and quietly approaching the campsite. "I'll go check it out. If something happens, you have to shout immediately." Zhenjin opened his mouth and instructed Lan Zhao. "Yes, master." Lan Zhao immediately responded. Zhenjin entered the darkness and quickly disappeared from Lan Zhao's sight. He didn't have the ability to see in the dark, so he activated his heart core at this time. His field of vision suddenly changed. The basic color of the forest at night was darker. There was no wind, and the creatures that could move emitted light red, orange, fluorescent green and other colors. It was more conspicuous than during the day. During the day, Zhenjin needed human eyes and lizard eyes to match. But at night, in the pitch-black forest, human eyes were practically useless. Both of his eyes mutated into the pupils of a lizard. Zhenjin first patrolled around the campsite a few times, accurately killing a few wild beasts and temporarily eliminating the threats around the campsite. Then, he chose a direction and went deep into the forest. After he was a certain distance away from the temporary campsite, Zhenjin slowly stopped his footsteps and began to take off his clothes. He stripped himself naked, then climbed up a tree and carefully placed his clothes in the treetops. Then, he firmly memorized this position. If he forgot, He could only return to the temporary campsite naked. If ZDI and Kang Shu found out in this state, it would be very awkward. Zhenjin went to the surface naked and walked a few dozen steps. After he observed his surroundings and confirmed that there was no one else, he began to activate his heart core. Mysterious and strange blood-red magic energy surged out of the heart core and quickly covered Zhenjin's entire body. In a ball of red light, Zhenjin's human form collapsed like snow under the sun and turned into a lizard. The red light quickly dissipated. Zhenjin had disappeared from his original position and was replaced by an acid green lizard. This acid green lizard had strong limbs, a long tail and green scales all over its body. Zhenjin observed himself. In the green lizard's vision, he could only see a blurry light green outline of himself. My vision is lower, but it's much higher than the spear scorpion. Zhenjin tried to sniff the air and immediately realized that a lizard's sense of smell was far more sensitive than a human's. There seems to be the smell of water in the air. He opened his mouth slightly and spat out a huge purple-black snake tongue, successfully making a hissing sound. Zhenjin moved his front and back legs, controlling the strong lizard body and walking in the dark forest. Zhenjin walked smoothly. Because the green lizard had 4 legs, it felt very similar to a human crawling on all 4s. Another reason was that this was not the first time Zhenjin had tried to completely transform into a green lizard. Back in the desert, he had done it many times when he was on night watch alone. But there are still many differences between this and crawling on all 4s. Zhenjin stopped and silently summarized his experience. He turned his head and looked behind him. The biggest difference was behind him, the thick lizard tail. When he transformed into the leader of the spear scorpion, the tail was long and thin, so it did not affect Zhenjin much. But when he transformed into a lizard, the lizard tail was thick, heavy, and long. It dragged on the ground and became a hindrance. Especially when Zhenjin moved forward on all 4s, the lizard tail would sway slightly from side to side. This sway affected Zhenjin's balance. The faster Zhenjin moved forward, the greater the effect. When the acid green lizard runs, not only do its limbs, torso, and tail work together. Whether it's walking or running, it has a perfect movement rhythm. It's a completely natural rhythm. Lizard larvae that just came out of their eggshells may be very clumsy. But as time passes and they gradually grow up, after experiencing the training of hunting, running away, playing, and other activities, they will naturally master this movement rhythm. But I don't. I'm like a newborn lizard. I've just been born, but I have the body of a mature lizard. Even though I've used the time at night to train many times, I still haven't mastered the correct way to run. Zhenjin felt that his tail was a hindrance, but there was nothing he could do. Just like how he had secretly practiced the spear scorpion form, it was still difficult for him to turn at high speed. He was a human after all, and the time he spent in the form of a magical beast was too short. There's water here. Zhenjin followed the smell of water and found a small pool. As long as I have enough training, I will definitely be able to master the acid green lizard form at some point in the future. Zhenjin encouraged himself in his heart and began to train his tail near the pool. He first swung the thick tail behind him, making the sound of the wind. Then, he began to charge towards a large tree. After brushing past the tree, he swung his tail hard and hit the tree trunk. The tree trunk swayed slightly, and the dense branches swayed even more. The leaves rustled, but not a single leaf fell. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk in a series of sounds, Zhenjin used the trees to train his tail. After training for a while, he began to change the way he attacked. He first charged towards a tree, then exerted force on his limbs and changed direction abruptly. Using the inertia of his body, he swung his tail onto the tree trunk. Asterisk pa. Asterisk the tree trunk swayed, and large pieces of bark fell off. The branches rustled as if a strong wind was coming. This attack method was much more ferocious than before. With this kind of attack power, even if it's a charging ranger, I'll be able to send him flying off his horse. That's not right. The lizard's limbs are thick and short. I can't reach the ranger on the horse. Maybe I can try. The moment I swing my tail to attack, I push off the ground with my hind legs and raise my entire body, forming a posture with my head lowered and my tail high. This way, my tail can hit a higher place. Zhenjin thought of this and began to try. In the end, he didn't control his strength on the first try. When he swung his tail, his hind legs used too much force and lifted his entire body up. The lizard's back was on the ground. On the second try, he adjusted his strength incorrectly. The upward force was reduced, but the forward force was increased, causing him to plunge into the mud. It was very similar to the posture of a dog falling on its face. Zhenjin supported himself on the ground with his 4 legs, spat out mud from his mouth, and then blew air out from his nose. After shaking his head for a while, he finally cleaned up his nasal cavity and mouth. The 2 failures didn't discourage him. Instead, it increased his motivation to continue trying. After a few more tries, Zhenjin's movements became more and more proficient. But after some thought, he stopped this training program. Although I can hit a higher target, the lower half of my body is in the air, causing the strength of my tail to be much weaker than when I'm on the ground. And the lower half of my body is in the air, giving me a short time to stay in the air. This is too big of a flaw. Zhenjin was familiar with the way the knights fought. He quickly simulated a scene in his mind. A ranger rushed over. He transformed into a green lizard and rushed forward. When he was close, he suddenly turned his body and swung his tail. The lower half of his body was raised, and his tail was swung towards the ranger. But at the same time, the ranger thrust his spear forward, aiming at, the green lizard's butt. Zhenjin thought of this and didn't want to simulate anymore. Adjusting the way of the tail swing attack just now, Zhenjin immerses himself in practicing hard. Hiss, until Zhenjin opened his mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air. I think I twisted my tail. A strong pain came from his tail. When he swung his tail slightly, the pain was like a whip full of iron thorns, whipping Zhenjin's head. In this situation, Zhenjin could only stop training his tail and start the next training. He squatted on the ground and raised his neck. His Adam's apple suddenly swelled, forming a round lump. The round lump rolled from his neck to his mouth. Zhenjin opened his mouth wide. Then, in the next moment, a ball of green acid shot out from his mouth. The acid hit a tree unerringly. The thick tree trunk was corroded by the acid, making sizzling sounds and emitting pungent smoke. After a few breaths, a large hole was corroded in the trunk. It could no longer support the lush upper half. With a creak, the tree fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Zhenjin took a few steps back and continuously shot at the surrounding trees. Almost all of the liquid he shot out hit their targets accurately. Only one of them brushed past the tree bark and landed on a rock. After a few breaths, the affected trees fell to the ground. For a moment, the sound of explosions was continuous. The unfortunate rock, although not small, also turned into nothingness. This was normal. The lizard's acid could even corrode gold stone, let alone this kind of ordinary rock. If it was a silver-ranked green lizard's acid, even a black iron-ranked spear scorpion would die instantly. Only a silver-ranked spear scorpion could resist it. After shooting so many times in a row, Zhenjin also felt weak. His head drooped, and his spirit was somewhat dispirited. Shooting acid was not the green lizard's usual way of fighting. It was the green lizard's biggest trump card. The green lizard would not use this trump card unless it had no other choice. For Zhenjin, this long-range weapon was the most suitable for him. Because he also had the accuracy talent from the 100 Needles clan. Although he had not practiced much, Zhenjin's acid was much more powerful than the green lizard's. He would shoot wherever he wanted, and almost never missed. After panting for a while, Zhenjin gradually regained some strength. His whole body conveyed a sense of weakness. His strong limbs felt soft, and the lizard's body became heavy. At the same time, Zhenjin also felt his mouth dry. His body was dehydrated. The green lizard's body contained a lot of water, which was why it could produce corrosive acid. This also meant that after shooting the acid, the green lizard would enter a dehydrated state. Now, even if Zhenjin wanted to shoot acid, he could not shoot it out for the time being. Because of the lack of water in his body, the speed of producing acid had dropped to the bottom. Zhenjin moved his 4 limbs and came to the side of the pool. The pool was not deep, and the green lizard did not see any creatures in the water. However, to be cautious, Zhenjin did not take the opportunity to go into the water and train the green lizard's swimming ability. Zhenjin first stretched out his snake tongue and licked the water a few times. When he found that there was no problem, he lowered his head and gulped down the water. A large amount of water flowed into his stomach, and then under Zhenjin's deliberate control, it was stored in the other 3 stomach bags. This really quenches my thirst. Zhenjin sighed and began to actively control his internal organs, trying to speed up the production of acid. The water stored in his stomach was squeezed out and flowed into the poison sac below his neck, where it began to turn into acid. At this speed, I'll have a full bag of acid after about a night. Like before, it won't be a problem to shoot more than 20 times. Zhenjin had already discovered that when he mutated from human form into a complete green lizard, the acid reserve in the poison sac was only half. After a few training sessions, he also discovered the technique of shooting acid. Under normal circumstances, the green lizard would shoot its poison out fiercely, but it would often miss. At most, it could shoot 2 or 3 times. However, Zhenjin only shot out a small amount each time. He deliberately controlled the muscles around him. This way, the number of shots would be greatly increased. Zhenjin lowered his head again and opened his mouth to suck water. This time, his absorption of water was different from before. He was controlling different organ tissues and different muscle groups. This time, the pool water directly entered his poison sac and did not enter his stomach through his esophagus. This was the acid green lizard's ability to absorb poison. After being stung by the fat ball flying fish, the green lizards could absorb poison from each other to detoxify the poison. Moreover, the poison that was absorbed and stored in the poison sac not only would not harm the other organs in the body, but it could also be synthesized with the acid in the lizard's body to produce an even more intense poison. This situation was not rare in the natural world. After the incident, Kang Shu casually mentioned a kind of desert beetle. This kind of beetle preyed on ants and deliberately collected formic acid. When the beetle encountered its natural enemy, the meerkat, it would spray out the collected formic acid and shoot it in the meerkat's face, causing the meerkat to flee in a sorry state. After lying by the pool for a long time without vigorous activity, Zhenjin felt his body turn cold. The temperature also had a great impact on the lizard's ability to move. This was why the green lizards would rush to the gold stones at dawn every day to use the temperature of the stones to raise their body temperature. After their body temperature rose, they would have more ability to move. Tonight's training is almost over. Zhenjin finally came to the side of the big trees. Most of the big trees that had fallen to the ground had been corroded, but there were still some treetops and branches left. The corrosive ability of the acid had obviously weakened. After all, under the deliberate control of the needle, the number of consecutive shots competed, but the amount of acid shot out was limited. Although these trees would definitely be completely corroded, Zhenjin could not wait any longer. He touched the surface of the tree trunk with his right forefoot and activated his heart core. Red light shone, and the red line wrapped around the tree trunk and retracted almost instantly, leaving only some charcoal ash on the ground. Even if the trees were ordinary, they were still living beings. As long as they were living beings, they could be absorbed by the Bloodcore. But there was very little magic energy that could be transformed. After getting rid of all the tree remains, Zhenjin's heart core did not have the option to become a tree. The acid destroyed the life essence of the trees, so the bloodline absorbed very little. If I directly absorb a large number of trees, I should be able to transform into a tree in the end. It was about time. Zhenjin returned to the distance, transformed into his human form, climbed up the treetops, found his clothes, and put them on. It was worth mentioning that the hole in the back of his pants had been patched up. ZDI had accidentally found it and secretly found Zhenjin to patch it up for him. Back at the temporary camp. "Master, you're back." When Lan Zhao saw Zhenjin, his furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and his eyes revealed obvious admiration. Not long after Zhenjin left, he heard a rumble, like the sound of trees falling. Master must have caught some ferocious beasts and fought with them. With such a violent commotion, the ferocious beasts lurking in the darkness must be very scary. But now Master is back, and he is unharmed. Even his clothes are not damaged at all, nor is there a trace of blood. Amazing. as expected of someone who has mastered the power of the soul. Even the pitch-black darkness cannot stop Master's footstep. You know, on this strange island, Master can only rely on the strength of his physical body. If he can really use his fighting aura, what would it be like? Lan Zhao stared at Zhen Jin without blinking, and his gaze became more and more fervent. Zhen Jin coughed. Is there a situation on your side? With Master's help, the camp is very safe, Lan Zhao immediately replied. Zhen Jin nodded, a little unable to stand Lan Zhao's gaze. You stay here and continue patrolling, I'll go take a look at the other side. Yes, Master, Lan Zhao immediately replied. His gaze followed Zhen Jin's back until Zhen Jin was blocked by the trees. Master went through a fierce battle, but he is still calm and collected. This is the demeanor of a strong person. Or rather, the battle in the darkness just now was just for him to stretch his muscles and bones, Lan Zhao praised in his heart. Chapter 85. The chirping of birds echoed in the forest in the early morning. As Zhen Jin and the others approached, a flock of birds flapped their wings and flew out of the branches in a panic. Perhaps it was because it was close to the desert, but there was no morning fog here. The sun shone in the green forest, and the air was filled with a fresh smell. Zhen Jin was still leading the way. Although nothing could be seen from the outside, Zhen Jin's tailbone and buttocks were still a little numb and sore. His body was very healthy. The injuries he suffered in the desert had already healed before entering the forest. As for Bai Ya, who was an ordinary person, his broken bones had just recovered slightly. So far, he could not draw a bow. Seems like yesterday's training was a little heavy. Zhen Jin pondered. He knew that this numbness and soreness was caused by last night's tail swinging training. After Zhen Jin returned to his human form, although he did not have a tail, the injuries he suffered in his lizard form would still remain on his body in a similar form. Just like when he was injured in his human form, his injuries would not heal instantly because he transformed into other life forms. Using my tail to hit trees and rocks won't hurt me. After all, I transformed into a black iron-level lizard. Looks like I have a problem with the way the lizard tail exerts force. I hurt myself when I was practicing tail swinging. If I didn't have a strong recovery ability, I'm afraid my walking posture would be out of shape. Zhen Jin sighed secretly. After entering the forest, it was not convenient for him to practice in the middle of the night. Previously in the desert, the exploration team had arranged for one person to keep watch at night. Now that two people were keeping watch at night, Zhen Jin could not leave the vicinity of the camp for too long. If it was too long, it would make the other companions worry and search for him, causing even more trouble. Zhen Jin could transform into a spear scorpion and a complete fat ball flying fish. However, last night, he only had time to train the green lizard form. He did not have the time to train the other two forms at all. I'm already familiar with the spear scorpion form. As for the fat ball flying fish, Zhen Jin had secretly transformed in the desert long ago and realized that this form was not practical. The fat ball flying fish's strongest attack was to shoot out pitch-black venomous fish bones. However, the prerequisite for such an attack was for the fat ball flying fish to self-destruct. This was a method of mutual destruction. Sometimes, the fat ball flying fish died so suddenly that it didn't even have time to self-destruct. If Zhen Jin wanted to use this method, it would undoubtedly be suicide. Other than that, the fat ball flying fish could turn invisible. However, after Zhen Jin mutated, he discovered that although the human eye could not see this kind of invisibility, when the fat ball flying fish floated forward, it would open its mouth and croak. If Zhen Jin shut his mouth and stopped croaking, he would not be able to exchange air with the outside world and would not be able to float quickly in the air. The croaking sound reduced the value of invisibility to a large extent. Therefore, after knowing this, Zhen Jin was not too willing to train his fat ball flying fish form. He had thought about it and felt that the most practical form was still the green lizard form. The green lizard's eyes were a great help to him. As for the green lizard's acid spray, it could be said that it was the most powerful long-range attack that Kingpin had mastered. The acid spray was much more powerful than the wooden darts, and the range was not much different. Zhen Jin was especially good at accuracy, and the combination of the two was very powerful. The green lizard form was only at the black iron level, and this was actually an advantage. The silver-level spear scorpion form would greatly consume the magic energy in the heart core. In comparison, the black iron green lizard used much less magic energy. This would give Zhenjin more time to fight and practice this form. The black iron green lizard was a regular combat method, and the silver spear scorpion was a trump card that would only be used when facing a strong enemy. This was Zhenjin's plan. He didn't originally think this way. After he could truly control the heart core, he felt more fear, caution, and vigilance towards the heart core than curiosity, exploration, and surprise. He originally did not plan to use the heart core frequently, but after being chased by the fat ball flying fish in the oasis, Zhenjin's thoughts changed. If I didn't have the green lizard's eyes, I wouldn't have been able to discover the fat ball flying fish. If I'm in danger, ZDI, Kang Shu, and the others won't be able to survive either. On this island, anything can happen, and danger could arrive at any moment. I clearly have the heart core that can absorb the blood and master some ability to deal with this kind of danger. But because I was cautious and prepared in advance, when the danger comes, I can only wait for death. If this is the result, wouldn't I be too pedantic? With these thoughts in mind, Zhenjin gritted his teeth and decided to use the heart core to prepare as much as possible for himself and for ZDI and the others. It was better to be prepared for a rainy day. The complete form of the fat ball flying fish was the result of this idea. When they were in the oasis, Needle Gold secretly killed many fat ball flying fish behind the others' backs. Then he collected the complete bloodline and could become a flying fish of the black iron level. Chem. Wait a moment. Zhenjin, who was moving forward, suddenly saw something strange and immediately stopped. Everyone immediately tensed up. Ever since they entered the forest, Zhenjin had never taken the initiative to stop. Could it be that he sensed a huge threat lurking nearby? Zhenjin slowly walked to the left, and after a dozen steps, he stopped under a tree. He reached out to touch the bark, and a small piece of it was missing, as if it was caused by a sharp weapon. Zhenjin looked around, and quickly found more small traces. Then, his gaze paused, as if he had found something. He went deep into the dense grass, and bent down to pick up a piece of silver armor. The others walked over, and Kang Shu saw the armor piece in Zhenjin's hand, and said in surprise, "This is part of the armor. The material is very high quality, it's top-grade steel." Zhenjin nodded slightly, and continued to search the surroundings. Footprints of different depths, bloodstains, fallen trees, and the exposed ground after the grass was completely removed. Zhenjin found more and more traces, but he could not simulate a battle scene. There must have been a fierce battle here. The surviving party purposely cleaned the battlefield, so I can't make more judgments. ZDI blinked her beautiful eyes. So, there are people around here? Bai Ya, on the other hand, asked, what are they fighting against? Zhenjin frowned, and his tone was not very sure. It seemed to be a giant beast, bigger than a violent horse, and very heavy. Its main attack method seemed to be headbutting. It should be the crowd that won. Magical beasts would not purposely clean the battlefield. Zhenjin made a judgment, but it was a little difficult. Are you sure it was a human? ZDI asked. Zhenjin shook his head. I can only judge that it was a humanoid form, but since it could clean the battlefield, and do it so well, it means that they must have high intelligence. After a fierce battle, they still had the strength to clean up the traces, which means that they were not weak. Kang Shu squatted on the ground, and touched the footprints with his finger. This battle happened a few days ago. What I am more concerned about is, why did they clean the battlefield and clean up the traces? Kang Shu's question was also what Zhenjin was worried about. Zhenjin and the others were attacked by magical beasts, and they rarely cleaned the battlefield. At most, they cleaned up the bloodstains to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other predators. But this group of people not only cleaned the battlefield, but also did it very carefully. This did not make sense. Using this kind of effort to clean up the battlefield was not worth the loss. Because people would waste a lot of time and stamina, and in the process of surviving on an isolated island, every resource and every bit of stamina needed to be saved. Even if these traces were left, the predators in the forest would have low intelligence and would not benefit from the traces of the battlefield. But this group of people did it. What did they need to guard against? Who were they? Were they the crew of the Pig's Kiss, or the people on this island? Junjin looked into the distance, and because he was thinking, his eyes were a little absent-minded. An unexpected situation appeared. Now, there were two choices in front of him. The first choice was to follow their original plan and rush to the place where Kang Shu and the others entered the forest. This way, they could verify and fill in the map. The second choice was to give up on this plan and follow these traces to approach this mysterious group that suddenly appeared. There were many risks in this. The combat power of this mysterious group was unknown, but it should not be low. Their numbers were unknown, their race was unknown, and their intentions were unknown. Everyone was silent, some continued to observe the traces, while others were vigilant of their surroundings. They were all waiting for Junjin's decision. Without spending too much time thinking, Junjin quickly made a decision: give up on the previous plan, we will follow these traces. Be careful. Understood. Bai Ya replied. Yes, master. Lan Zhao said concisely. Kang Shu and ZDI both nodded, and no one raised any objections. The five-man exploration team changed their direction, and no longer walked along the boundary between the forest and the desert, but officially went deep into the forest. 2 hours later, a river appeared in front of everyone. Junjin looked at the gurgling river and could not help but sigh. At this point, all the clues were lost. He originally followed the traces, but the group was cleaning up the traces along the way. They were experienced and ruthless. A few days later, Junjin tried his best and could barely identify their previous route. But when they reached the river, the traces left by the mysterious group completely disappeared due to the current. The river flows very slowly, and the riverbed is very low, only reaching the knees of an adult. They stepped into the river here, but they did not directly go to the other side. We don't know if they will follow the river or go against the current to land somewhere. However, this also means that this river is not very dangerous. Junjin squinted his eyes and mutated the eyes of a lizard. He found that there was almost no life in the river, at most some small fish and shrimps. Let's continue forward. Junjin thought for a while, then led the team across the river to the other side. There were no traces to follow, so Junjin followed the direction that Kang Shu estimated. Their destination was the beach where the Pig's Kiss was stranded. About a quarter of an hour later, Jinjun was the first to hear the noisy and harsh sounds. As the distance shortened, the five of them found a camp in the forest. The camp was surrounded by a row of wooden stakes. The area of the camp was not large, but there was a wooden house in the middle. There were 2 arrow towers in the camp, one was already built, and the other was just beginning to take shape. A group of beasts was wreaking havoc in the camp, and the people in the camp had all retreated to the wooden house in the middle. The situation was not good. Chapter 86. What are these things? I don't know, it's my first time seeing them too. Junjin and the rest squatted, using the tall trees as cover, looking at the wild beasts wreaking havoc in the camp from afar. These wild beasts were not big, similar to monkeys. They had purplish-black fur all over their bodies, 2 small black horns on their foreheads, and a pair of broad bat wings on their backs. Their claws were very sharp, and when they screamed, their mouths were wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Some of them flew in the air, sometimes diving down and slamming into the wooden huts. Some of them bounced on the ground and the buildings of the camp, and after landing on the ground, they jumped away, kicking up a cloud of mud and grass. Kang Shu observed for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Their horns remind me of demons, but I'm sure that these are not any kind of demons. They look like monkeys, but they have bat wings, so let's call them bat monkeys for now. Junjin and the rest frowned. The bat monkeys' screams were very sharp and ear-piercing. Previously, the ear-piercing noises that Junjin had heard were made by these bat monkeys. There was no lack of bronze-ranked and iron-ranked bat monkeys, but the bat monkeys were flying in the air and did not participate in the attack. It was mainly the ordinary bat monkeys that surrounded the wooden hut in the middle of the camp, scratching and clawing outside, trying to find an opening. The doors and windows of the wooden hut were tightly shut. There was a large chimney in the wooden hut, and at this moment, thick smoke was constantly coming out. If the ordinary bat monkeys tried to enter, they would immediately be choked by the smoke and run away. The bat monkey's attack did not make much progress. What exactly is in the wooden hut? The cleaned battlefield that we saw before, could it be this group of people? Zhenjin guessed. He did not rush to rescue them. Firstly, it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, and he did not know if the people in the wooden hut were friend or foe. Secondly, the situation in the camp was still in a deadlock, and there was no need to act immediately. Thirdly, there were many bat monkeys, and they were constantly jumping and flying, agile and fierce. If they acted and provoked these bat monkeys, Kang Shu and the rest would be in trouble. The exploration team had a total of 5 people. Other than Zhenjin, only Lan Zhao could fend off a few bat monkeys. Once Bai Ya and the others were besieged, they would definitely be torn to pieces by these bat monkeys. Sir, I think I was the one who built this camp. At this moment, ZDI said something surprising. You've been here before? Zhenjin was stunned. ZDI shook her head. I led the others deep into the rainforest and found Sir. His Excellency was unconscious and could not be awakened. I decided to set up camp nearby. I planned to recuperate on the spot and heal my lord as soon as possible. At this point, ZDI looked at the campsite again and nodded. That's right. I was very impressed with the hut and the camp. For the sake of my lord's safety and for the convenience of future treatment, I wanted to be stationed here for a period of time. Therefore, it took a lot of time to build the wooden house. It is very sturdy. Bai Ya was stunned. Then how did this camp end up here? Ah, I know, it's teleportation. It was as if Zhenjin and the others, along with their camp, had been teleported to the desert. This camp abandoned by ZDI was also affected by the teleportation and went from the rainforest to the forest. Then, it was occupied by another mysterious group. They repaired ZDI's original base and expanded it to build a bigger camp. Bai Ya looked over and nodded. Sir, ZDI is right. I also found that the wood used in the hut is different from the wood used in the arrow tower. I am familiar with the wood used in the arrow tower. It is the wood of the forest. Kang Shu was puzzled. Strange. Sir, ZDI built the camp before the teleportation. Now that we know about the teleportation, how could the group in the hut not know? Have they not experienced the teleportation? Or are they not worried about the teleportation? If they were not worried about the teleportation, it meant that this group belonged to the camp of the Sea Island Master. Coming into contact with this group of people was very risky. Zhenjin thought for a moment. The situation is unclear, so we can't act rashly. Let's retreat to a safe distance first, then let me secretly capture a bat monkey. Study this kind of beast carefully. Maybe ZDI can concoct a targeted medicine. I will do my best. ZDI nodded. Just as she finished speaking, a window in the wooden house was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man with a yellow face raised a strange crossbow. He stood in the house and shouted, "Go to hell, you bastards." As he spoke, his left hand grabbed the bottom of the crossbow, and his right hand grabbed the raised trigger at the back of the crossbow. He pressed down on the trigger, and a short arrow shot out. He raised the trigger, and the crossbow was loaded. He pressed down again, and a second short arrow flew out. In this way, the yellow-faced man kept pressing down on the trigger, and in a short period of time, he shot out more than 10 arrows. There are people in the hut. Bai Ya saw this scene and exclaimed in a low voice. Are they people from the Pig's Kiss? Zhenjin immediately asked. Everyone shook their heads. It could be, but it could also be not. The Pig's Kiss was a large ship that could cross the ocean and connect the 2 continents. There were many people on the Pig's Kiss, and it was very messy. Kang Shu, ZDI, and the others could not recognize everyone. They have crossbows in their hands. What kind of crossbow is that, to be able to shoot continuously? ZDI frowned. Zhenjin's face was serious. The crossbow is good, but the person shooting the arrows is too bad. He does not have any aim, and is only shooting randomly. This is bad. The yellow-faced man was very aggressive, shooting randomly, forcing the nearby bat monkeys to retreat. But very quickly, the bat monkeys counterattacked, and swarmed forward. The yellow-faced man saw that the situation was not good, and quickly pulled out the pole supporting the wooden window, and the heavy window closed with a bang. But in this short period of time, the nimble bat monkeys had already entered the hut. The hut was immediately filled with people screaming and cursing. Should we go save them? Junjin gritted his teeth and fell into hesitation. Ah, quick, 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 hide. In the hut, a fatty screamed and wanted to hide under the table. It was very likely that because he was too fat, the two bat monkeys had targeted him at first sight. The bat monkey suddenly jumped off the wall, dodging the attack, and charged at the fatty. Just as the fatty hid under the table, he heard a bang, and the thick wooden table was directly smashed into pieces. The bat monkey paused for a moment, and then grabbed at the fatty. The fatty's eyeballs almost fell out. In this moment, he was extremely afraid, and did not even have the thought of dodging. His mind was blank, and he directly sat on the ground like a stone statue. At the crucial moment, a guard bravely stepped forward, and used the long sword in his hand to push back the bat monkey. But in the next moment, the other bat monkey took the opportunity to fly onto the guard's head. Ah! The guard let out a miserable cry. His eyeballs were directly gouged out by the bat monkey. The intense pain made him crazily swing his sword, and his companions who wanted to help were also forced back by the sword. Taking advantage of this time, the bat monkey opened its mouth, and suddenly lowered its head, biting the guard's neck. Poochie! Accompanied by a horrifying sound, the bat monkey fiercely raised its head, and bit a large hole in the guard's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The bat monkey flapped its wings, and a strong lift brought its small body directly to the roof. The bat monkey hung upside down on the roof, and a small part of its windpipe was still outside its mouth. The bat monkey sucked the windpipe into its mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Bastard! The people in the wooden house were furious. Finally, there was something to eat, and the smell of blood and meat stimulated the bat monkey to become even more ferocious. They were very fast, and their movements were unbelievably nimble, turning the entire wooden house upside down. The fatty collapsed on the ground, and seeing that everyone was in a mess, and in the blink of an eye, another person had died. He was so scared that he kept shouting, "Save, save me." The yellow-faced man who opened the window had just raised his crossbow when he saw a bat monkey coming at him. He quickly lowered his head, dodging the bat monkey's dive, and rolled 3 times on the ground in a sorry state. The bat monkey missed its target, and hit the ground. It landed on all fours, its 4 claws digging into the ground, and quickly stopped. Then it charged at the yellow-faced man again. The yellow-faced man did not have any fighting skills, and was about to get up from the ground. Just as the bat monkey was about to pounce on his face, a sharp thin sword suddenly pierced out from behind the man. The thin sword pierced the bat monkey's face, and pierced through its skull. The bat monkey's speed was too fast, and in an instant, it rushed from the tip of the thin sword to the hemispherical gauntlet at the hilt, and skewered itself. But the bat monkey was not dead. Under the intense pain, the bat monkey struggled, and flapped its wings. The sword-wielding man hurriedly swung his sword, sending the bat monkey flying. The bat monkey landed on the ground, and crazily screamed, struggling and biting. After 5 breaths, it collapsed on the ground, and did not move anymore. The person holding the sword pulled the yellow-faced man up, and was very angry. "Mu Ban, this is all your fault. I told you not to open the window. Isn't it better to wait for Master Shisuo and the others to come back?" Mu Ban coldly snorted, and straightened his neck. "I have a treasure in my hands, these bastards will all die." Saying this, he pulled the trigger again, and shot out more than 10 arrows. There was only 1 bat monkey in the wooden house, and the arrows were very powerful, but they did not hit a single one. Instead, someone was shot in the thigh, and angrily shouted, "Mu Ban, you shot me." Everyone dodged the arrows. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the ground, and the tail of the arrow trembled. The fatty who was sitting on the ground saw this arrow, and then looked at his crotch, which was less than a finger away from the arrow. When he reacted, the fatty cried out, and his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. "Mu Ban, quickly stop. Someone come, quickly stop Mu Ban. He is more dangerous than these monkeys." Everyone roared and pounced at Mu Ban with ferocious expressions. Mu Ban quickly dodged, and in his panic, he lost his crossbow. "Kill the monkey, kill the monkey." Another person shouted. Just now, the remaining bat monkey had injured another person. Everyone's attention once again focused on the bat monkey, and after a round of pursuit, this bat monkey was also killed by the same thin sword. The one holding the thin sword was a young man. He had black hair, black eyes, and his skin was also dark, and his hair had natural curls. Well done, He Huan. I didn't expect you to have this kind of skill. Everyone praised in surprise. He Huan lightly snorted, and the thin sword in his hand drew a beautiful sword flower, and just as he was about to put it back into the sheath, he heard a dong 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 sound, as if someone was beating a war drum. What's that sound? Everyone listened in confusion, and the sound of the war drum became louder and louder. Not good. He Huan listened carefully, and suddenly realized something, and quickly rushed to the left side. In the next moment, a huge rhinoceros broke through the wooden house, and it was extremely savage and ferocious. Those who could not dodge in time were either sent flying or trampled to the ground. The huge rhinoceros did not stop, and directly broke through the wooden house, raising a huge cloud of dust. Without the wooden house blocking them, the bat monkeys outside let out excited horns, and one after another, they charged at the people inside. It's over. I'm going to die. Seeing the bronze and black iron rank bat monkeys charging at him, He Huan fell into despair. Chapter 87. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He Huan roared in his heart, a strong desire to live filling his chest. He quickly crawled up. Dust billowed around him, blocking half of his vision. His companions' screams and cries for help could be heard. Creak. The roof of the wooden house let out a terrifying sound, and the remaining walls were on the verge of collapsing. This place is finished. If I stay here, I will definitely die. He Huan clenched his teeth, suddenly turned around, bent his waist, and ran out of the wooden house. A normal bat monkey screamed, pouncing down from above his head. He Huan immediately rolled forward, nimbly dodging the bat monkey's attack. The normal bat monkey did not continue to pester He Huan after its attack missed, and instead rushed into the wooden house. But just as He Huan was about to get up, he saw another bat monkey pouncing towards him. Different from the previous one, this bat monkey was a bronze-ranked magical beast. He Huan was shocked, and quickly pulled out his sword. With a clang, the thin sword at his waist was as fast as silver lightning. The action of pulling out the sword was very fast, displaying He Huan's solid swordsmanship. But in such a hurry, He Huan was still unable to aim at the bronze bat monkey's vital points. The sharp sword pierced the bat monkey's chest, but it was stuck between the bat monkey's ribs, unable to pierce any further. The bronze bat monkey was injured, and its ferocious nature erupted, using its bat wings to increase its speed, forcing the thin sword to bend into a U shape, its sharp claws clawing towards He Huan's eyes and nose. He Huan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and hurriedly flipped backwards. He pressed his back against the ground, raised his right leg, and fiercely kicked at the bronze bat monkey. The bat monkey was kicked by He Huan, but it was not sent flying. Its wings flapped wildly, its 4 claws dancing in front of He Huan, almost turning into a black shadow. Compared to the bat monkey, He Huan's strength was not enough to chase it away. He Huan felt like he was kicking a crazy horse. He kicked a few times, but his boots were scratched by the bat monkey, and his calves were also scratched by its claws. He Huan was worried that if this continued, he would be surrounded by even more bat monkeys, and could only grit his teeth and shake his hand, giving up on the thin sword. The bronze bat monkey did not expect that the resistance in front of it to disappear, and rushed past He Huan, with the thin sword in its chest, and crashed into the ground. Black Curl took the opportunity to crawl on all fours and dashed towards the forest outside the camp. But to He Huan's TTTT Black Curl's heart was filled with coldness as a gust of wind approached from behind. His bloodshot eyes revealed a hint of despair. A small black shadow flew over, brushing past He Huan's shoulder. It looks like a dart. The strong air pressure caused a gust of wind, forcing the bewildered He Huan to squint his eyes. Then, he heard the mournful screams of the bat monkey behind him. Tease someone. He Huan was overjoyed. He did not dare to look back, and ran with all his might in the direction where the dart came from. The bronze bat monkey seemed to be heavily injured, and did not show any signs of chasing. Hei Huan ran all the way into the forest, and found a few people standing under a tree. "'Tis not Shi Suo and the rest." "Wait." Hei Huan's eyes lit up, and when he saw the purple-eyed girl, he could not help but reveal a surprised and happy expression. He blurted out, "'Tis Hei Huan." At the same time, ZDI saw Hei Huan's face clearly, and said in a low voice, "'Tis a member of the mercenary group I hired. Lord Zhenjin, the people in the wooden house should be from the Pig's Kiss." ZDI said to Zhenjin. Zhenjin nodded, "I need to save them as soon as possible. You guys stay here." Zhenjin quickly moved forward, and in a few breaths' time, he was in front of Hei Huan. He quickly sized up the dark-skinned youth. "Can you still fight?" Hei Huan stood in the same place, looking at him blankly, and did not respond for a while. Zhenjin secretly shook his head. "'Tis seems like he's lost his courage." Zhenjin had seen the scene of Hei Huan running away. Immediately, the young knight said to Lan Zhao, "Take good care of him, I'll be back soon." "Yes, master." Lan Zhao immediately replied. "Lord Zhenjin, you must be careful." ZDI ran a few steps, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhenjin, the worry in her heart overflowing with words. Zhenjin nodded to the young girl, and immediately sped up, rushing towards the camp. "Don't." At this time, Hei Huan finally reacted, and opened his mouth to stop Zhenjin. "You're going to die." In the end, he did not say these words, because in the next moment, Hei Huan saw Zhenjin take out wooden darts from his bosom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhenjin threw 3 darts in succession, and 3 ordinary bat monkeys fell from the sky. More bat monkeys rushed towards Zhenjin. Zhenjin's arm trembled, and with a light flick of his wrist, another 3 bat monkeys fell to the ground, unable to fly again. Hei Huan's Adam's apple bobbed. Zhenjin's darts were too accurate, and practically every shot hit the target, without missing a single one. A bronze bat monkey landed on the ground, and used both its hands and feet to attack Zhenjin. Its speed was very fast, and what was even more shocking was that it did not attack in a straight line, but instead turned on the ground in a zigzag pattern, attacking Zhenjin. What a beast! Hei Huan felt a chill in his heart. Zhenjin's darts were very accurate, and the bat monkey in the air was a live target. But after landing on the ground, the bat monkey could use the ground's reaction force to quickly change directions, increasing the difficulty of Zhenjin's aim by several times. Looks like this bat monkey's intelligence is not low. Zhenjin slowly stopped in his tracks, and did not attempt to throw the darts again. Instead, he quietly waited for the bat monkey to rush over. What is he doing? Hurry up and attack. Hei Huan almost couldn't help but shout out. In the next moment, Zhenjin's right hand reached down, and very naturally grabbed the hilt of a thin sword. This thin sword belonged to Hei Huan, and it was stuck in the body of the bronze bat monkey, so he had no choice but to give it up. The bronze bat monkey crashed into the ground, and with the thin sword, chased after Hei Huan. Then, it was killed by Zhenjin's wooden darts. And this thin sword was stuck in the ground with the tip of the sword pointed downwards. The bronze bat monkey fiercely stomped on the ground, and its small purple-black body was like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it was less than a foot away from Zhenjin's face. Zhenjin already had a sword in his hand. Kaya light sound rang out. The people in the forest only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and then they saw Zhenjin holding the sword in one hand, holding it horizontally in front of him. The bronze bat monkey's head had been pierced through by the thin sword, and its head hung from the thin sword. It wasn't completely dead, and was about to struggle. But at this time, Zhenjin swung his sword, and the sharp sword flashed in a silver arc in the air. The bronze bat monkey was thrown out, and it fell to the ground. It wanted to get up, but just as it supported its upper body, its remaining strength leaked out like its brain and blood from the hole in its head. In the next moment, it fell to the ground, and its eyes were wide open. The shock, disbelief, and fear before its death were frozen on its face. Hei Huan's breath stopped. He stared at Zhenjin's back, and also revealed a shocked expression. How can he have such terrifying strength? You can't use battle chi here. Hei Huan had fought with the bronze bat monkey before, and he had used all his strength to stab forward, but it had been stuck between the bat monkey's ribs. It was clear that the skull was the hardest of all the bones. Zhenjin's sword had directly pierced through the bronze bat monkey's skull. This kind of strength was simply inhuman. Hey Huan. At this time, ZDI, Lan Zhao, and the others walked over. Miss ZDI. Hey Huan collected his emotions and bowed to ZDI. This sir is. ZDI smiled faintly and was about to answer. The usually silent Lan Zhao beat her to it. He is my master, Lord Zhenjin. He is Lady ZDI's fiancé, the only successor of the 100 Needles clan, a true holy knight, and the future lord of White Sand City. He is my savior, and at the same time, your savior. ZDI nodded. I hired you to escort me to White Sand City in the Wilderness Continent, and Lord Zhenjin has always been hiding by my side. The goal was to hide from others and prevent competitors from maliciously obstructing our journey. The shipwreck happened, and I found Lord Zhenjin. Believe me, Lord Zhenjin will definitely lead us to leave this island alive. So that's how it is. Hey Huan's Adam's apple bobbed as he quickly accepted this reality. Zhenjin had a sword in one hand and a few darts in the other. When the bat monkeys came, he would throw the darts. When the bat monkeys came close, he would use the rapier to reap their lives. He looked like a human, but the arms under his clothes had already transformed into bare arms. His powerful strength and his innate talent made the darts and rapier become the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The people in the wooden hut were under attack and were in an abyss of suffering. But gradually, they felt the attacks on them lessen. Originally, the entire camp was filled with the unpleasant screams of the bat monkeys. But now, the camp was becoming quiet at a strange speed. What's going on? Mu Ban was half lying down, his back leaning against the wooden hut's wall. His chest was covered in blood. Suddenly, he felt someone walk over and looked over. At this moment, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Mu Ban saw a young man. He had a head of golden hair, a handsome face, and a noble and elegant posture. He held a sword in one hand and a dart in the other, leisurely and unhurriedly strolling over. The bat monkeys around him were flying in the air or on the ground beside him. They raised their heads and growled, baring their teeth and full of malice. But the golden-haired young man walked leisurely, as if this battlefield was a beautiful garden with a beautiful scenery. A bat monkey became impatient and suddenly jumped out, running on the ground like a wild dog. Whoosh! A dart shot out like lightning, piercing through the bat monkey. The bat monkey died immediately, but because of its great inertia, its corpse rubbed against the ground and moved a long distance, leaving a bright red trail of blood. Zhenjin lightly stepped over the trail of blood and came in front of Mu Ban. Mu Ban raised his head and stared blankly at the young man. Although the young man's clothes were simple and tattered, Mu Ban swore that at this moment, he felt as if he was looking at a noble knight in platinum armor, riding a white horse, and a flag fluttering behind him. Chapter 88. Still alive? Zhenjin asked indifferently. Mu Ban nodded. Lend it to me. Zhenjin looked at the crossbow in Mu Ban's hand. Mu Ban's mind went blank, but his body subconsciously moved. He raised his hands and offered the crossbow. Zhenjin grabbed the crossbow's wooden handle trigger with one hand, while his other hand still held the sword. When Mu Ban saw this, he wanted to say, "This position is wrong, you should grab the bottom of the crossbow with one hand to stabilize it." The other hand pulled the trigger. The next moment, another bat monkey pounced at him. Zhenjin's hand shook slightly, and the crossbow trembled. A short arrow flew out. Poochie! The bat monkey that pounced at him died. Zhenjin's wrist moved, and with a light click, the crossbow was loaded. The bat monkeys screamed again. One of them was quite cunning, and attacked Zhenjin from behind. Zhenjin did not turn his head. He only turned the crossbow around, and with a shake of his arm, the arrow flew out. The arrow pierced the bat monkey's mouth, and the arrowhead pierced through its spine, coming out from behind the bat monkey. The bat monkey knelt on the ground. Following its inertia, it rubbed against the ground and came to Zhenjin's feet. Then, because its body stopped moving, its head, which was originally leaning backwards, fell forward to its chest. It looked like it was using its life to atone for Zhenjin's sins. Offending a superior, offending a noble knight, was an unforgivable crime. Who is this person? What kind of archery skill is this? Am I dreaming? The surrounding people were saved, and they stared at Zhenjin with their mouths wide open. Zhenjin attracted the attention of all the bat monkeys, but every time they attacked, they would fall on their way to charge. Zhenjin stood in the same place, and the number of bat monkey corpses around him increased. The way he controlled the crossbow was very irregular, and he was very free and undisciplined. However, each arrow seemed to have grown eyes as they drilled into the bat monkey's fatal weakness. Even if a bat monkey got close to Zhenjin, the thin sword in Zhenjin's hand would definitely light up with a silvery white sword flower, mercilessly reaping the fiery lives of the bat monkeys one by one. Seeing the bat monkeys suffer heavy losses, the black steel bat monkeys in the air could no longer hold themselves back. It uttered a series of short shrieks. Upon receiving its order, the bat monkeys dispersed. Trying to run? Zhenjin raised his eyebrows slightly. With a flick of his wrist, an arrow flew towards the black steel bat monkey. The black steel bat monkey flapped its wings and dodged the arrow. Then, it took a deep breath, and its chest puffed out in an exaggerated arc. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and screamed. Its voice was extremely sharp, and it actually stirred up waves of translucent sound waves that were visible to the naked eye in the air. The sound waves grew louder and louder, enveloping the entire wooden house. Everyone had a pained expression. They bent their backs and desperately blocked their ears, wanting to isolate themselves from the sound waves, but it was to no avail. Zhenjin frowned. He had an extraordinary physique, but under the attack of the sound waves, he immediately felt a strong sense of nausea and wanted to vomit. After a few breaths, he felt a little dizzy. If this continued, his eardrums would definitely be damaged. The crossbows shot continuously, but the short arrows were either dodged or caught by the black steel bat monkey. The black steel bat monkey, regardless of whether it was its agility or the toughness of its body, was much stronger than the bronze-ranked bat monkeys. But at this moment, Zhenjin suddenly threw a dart. The dart followed the previous wave of arrows and hit the black steel bat monkey's left eye. The black steel bat monkey was heavily injured, and its shrieks came to an abrupt end. It had a dart in its left eye, and fresh blood flowed out, but it did not choose to retaliate. Instead, it immediately turned around and flew away. The rest of the bat monkeys turned around to lead the way, and did not dare to stay any longer. They all fled into the forest in a panic. Very quickly, the ruined camp regained its peace. Half an hour later, a few warriors were scattered around the camp, maintaining surveillance. Some people began to repair the fences and arrow towers outside the camp, and some people propped up pillars to temporarily strengthen the wooden houses. Their gazes would occasionally look at the empty space in the camp, and the people who were close to each other were still discussing in low voices. In the discussion, the words important person, powerful warrior, knight, and noble appeared frequently. A few seriously injured people were lying side by side on the ground, some were looking at the sky, while others were already unconscious. ZDI examined their injuries, and thought about how to concoct medicine to treat them. "Doctor, I don't want to die, please save me," a wounded person weakly begged. ZDI smiled. "I am not a doctor, I am a pharmacist. Don't worry, your injuries are not fatal. Although your injuries are not light, you stopped the bleeding in time, and your methods of treating your wounds are also very mature. You will be fine." Although she was comforting him, ZDI knew in her heart, to treat injuries, one needed to rest, and during this period of rest, it was hard to say what would happen. This was not a safe place. In the process of rest, these seriously injured people could only be taken care of. Not only would they be unable to produce, but they would also consume a lot of resources. These people would be a heavy burden on the team. Sir President. Is it you? Is it really you? A voice came, interrupting ZDI's thoughts. ZDI turned her gaze and saw a big fat man who was so excited that he was about to cry. "Fatty, are you awake?" ZDI greeted him with a smile. Hearing this call, the fat man suddenly knelt on the ground, covered his face with his fat right hand, and raised his head to cry, "Woo-woo. It's great, Sir President, you are not dead. You are still alive." Tears flowed down from his round cheeks, converging into two broad tear stains. Okay, Get up quickly. ZDI had to go forward and pat the fat man on the shoulder. Come with me to pay respects to Sir Needletip. Sir, Jinjin? Sir's fiancé? The fat man took his hand away, looking puzzled. ZDI explained, please don't blame me, fatty. I hid some things from you. This time, going to White Sand City was not just to prepare for the 100 Needles clan. My real intention was to cover up my tracks and escort Lord Jinjin to White Sand City in advance. The people that the 100 Needles clan arranged for Lord Jinjin met with misfortune on the way. I discussed with Lord Jinjin, and felt that this was a malicious obstruction by our competitors. The City Lord election has a time limit. Not arriving at the city within the time limit will cause Lord Jinjin to lose a lot of points. In order to not let the competitors succeed, Lord Jinjin used me as a cover, changed his name, followed me, and boarded the Pig's Kiss. So it's like this. Fatty suddenly realized. In the open space in the center of the camp, Jinjin sat on a wooden stool. Behind him stood Lan Zhao, holding his blade. Jinjin looked at the crossbow in his hand. This was the crossbow he had used in the previous battle. It was different from a normal crossbow. There was a rectangular arrow box on the crossbow. There was a black number 8 on the box. The box could store many short arrows. The trigger of the crossbow was a wooden handle that extended from the back of the crossbow. By constantly lifting and pressing the wooden handle, one could complete the action of loading and firing the arrow. You designed this. Jinjin looked away from the crossbow and looked at the opposite side. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a sallow face. There was an injury on his chest, but it had already been bandaged. It was Mu Ban. Mu Ban immediately said, reporting to Lord Jinjin, "This is the crossbow I designed." "What does the number 8 mean?" Jinjin pointed at the arrow box. "Your number 8 work." Mu Ban shook his head. "That's not it. The wood used to make the crossbow was found in this camp. The material is of high quality. It originally had the number 8 on it." After a pause, the wooden board took the initiative to explain, "It's not just this type of crossbow. I can also make other normal crossbows. It's just that I lack a metal crossbow mechanism, so I can't mass produce it." Jinjin nodded. The most delicate part of a crossbow was the mechanism. Normally speaking, this part of the crossbow was made of metal. Although the crossbow in Jinjin's hands had a special trigger, the mechanism was also made of metal. Jinjin had used this type of crossbow just now. Compared to a normal crossbow, the crossbow had a shorter range and less power. When dealing with the black steel bat monkeys, Jinjin's wooden darts were effective, but the arrows shot from the crossbow were either dodged or blocked by the black steel bat monkeys. The normal crossbow's firing speed had always been criticized. The crossbow solved this problem, and its firing speed became its biggest advantage. To be able to design such a special crossbow, Mu Ban was undoubtedly a genius. "So, you're a crossbow craftsman?" Jinjin asked. "Yes, sir. This lowly one, Mu Ban, wants to go to the wilderness continent because I want to show off my skills. Sir, you are my savior. This lowly one is especially willing to work for you." Mu Ban immediately replied, his attitude very enthusiastic. Jinjin's identity had already spread throughout the camp. The only successor of the 100 Needles clan, a member of the Temple Knights, and a candidate for the position of White Sand City's lord. No matter which one of these identities it was enough for Mu Ban to take the initiative to seek refuge with him. This was an important person that he could not normally come into contact with. "Very good. Then do well. I look forward to your performance." Jinjin encouraged Mu Ban while secretly calculating. With a crossbow craftsman, he could mass-produce crossbows. Previously, he had such a thought. But due to the situation at that time and the fact that he could not make metal crossbows, now it was different. He had experienced craftsmen, and he could mass-produce metal crossbows. When ZDI was in the oasis, she had collected a large amount of lizard acid. With these materials, he could concoct medicine. As long as he could create molds, he could mass-produce metal crossbows. A crossbow's power is much greater than a short bow, and its range is longer. Even better, a crossbow is suitable for beginners. And a bow requires training. A crossbow requires less training than a short bow and a longbow. The drawback is that the crossbow's firing speed is very low. But as long as you make some crossbows, you can make up for it. The only concern is ZDI's reminder. If everyone has a crossbow, it will be a hidden threat to the other members of the team. But Zhenjin thought about himself and his experiences on this island these days. I can mutate now, my strength has greatly increased, and I can deal with stronger threats. Lan Zhao, by YA, and the others are my most loyal subordinates. Even Plank, Hei Huan, and the others have been saved by me. My control over this team is much deeper than before. Most importantly, this island is too dangerous. It will not be easy to leave this place alive. I don't want these people to die because they don't have suitable weapons when they are attacked by the beast horde again. At that time, even if we have a boat, we won't be able to sail it. Thinking of this, Jinjin made a decision. Although there were hidden dangers and risks in mass production of crossbows. But in order to deal with external dangers and maximize their chances of escaping, this risk should be taken. Sir. This is Fat Tongue, one of the founding members of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. This time, we are going to White Sand City, and he will be my assistant. ZDI walked over with the fat man. Fat Tongue greets sir. Senior Fatty quickly bowed to Zhenjin with a face full of smiles. He naturally had a good impression of Zhenjin. This was because the alliance between the 100 Needles family and the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce was well known. Although Senior Fatty had not seen Zhenjin with his own eyes, as one of the higher-ups of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, he had already read the relevant information and seen Zhenjin's portrait. Zhenjin nodded slightly. Tell me, why are you here? I just heard that you were forced to leave. Did someone start a rebellion? Fatty nodded his head, his face sunk. My lord, it's like this. Stop. Zhenjin raised his hand to stop him. He thought Fat Tongue was nervous, but when he heard the second sentence, he understood that Fat Tongue was stuttering. Zhenjin looked at Mu Ban. You tell him. Chapter 89. The voyage was originally going smoothly, but the ship's disaster suddenly happened. The Pig's Kiss broke into two halves, but fortunately, we were close to the island, so most of us escaped to the shore. We found that the captain was missing, and the first mate was in charge of the situation. Mu Ban explained in detail. What he said was not much different from what Zhenjin had heard from Huang Zhao and Kang Shu. The survivors gathered on the beach, all wanting to leave this place. No one wanted to spend the rest of their lives on an island. The main problem in front of everyone was food. Therefore, the first mate sent Lan Zhao, Huang Zhao, and the rest of the first exploration team, with the goal of exploring and collecting food resources, preferably a stable water source, a source of meat, etc. Kang Shu volunteered to join the exploration team. However, this exploration team that carried everyone's hopes mysteriously disappeared. The people who stayed on the beach were even more afraid of this mysterious and dangerous island, and their desire to escape from this place was even more urgent. The ship broke into two halves, and everyone knew that to leave this island, they had to build a new ship. There was no lack of trees, and the desert was surrounded by dense rainforests. However, cutting trees, processing wood, and building ships were all jobs with a lot of labor. The more tired people were, the more energy they used, and the more food they consumed. From the wreckage of the ship, and from the wooden barrels floating on the sea, they did their best to search for every resource they could use to survive. Even human corpses were not spared. However, without a stable source of food from the outside world, even if the food reserves were considerable, they could not withstand the continuous consumption day and night. As time passed, the days of the main group became more and more difficult. The first mate had no choice but to implement a food control, which made everyone unhappy. The lack of food, the hopelessness of escaping, and the heavy work every day caused people to complain. Their emotions were impetuous, and it was difficult for them to calm down. A ship that could cross the continent and resist the attacks of the merpeople in the sea naturally had good fighting power. The crew members were united and listened to the first mate's orders. Therefore, although the internal conflicts were growing day by day, the first mate still managed to stabilize the situation. Seeing that the food reserves had fallen to the warning line, the first mate had no choice but to form a second exploration team. Someone stepped forward, thinking of the big picture, and took the initiative to join the second exploration team. However, even more people did not want to face the dangers of the jungle alone. If he stayed in the army, wouldn't he still have food to eat every day? The chief mate understood that this could not go on. Most of them were reluctant, and he had to announce the drawing of lots. The result of the drawing of lots caused an uproar. Because very few crew members were chosen, most of them were passengers. This made people very suspicious that the chief mate had secretly manipulated the drawing of lots and was deliberately biased. A new drawing of lots was demanded. The first mate's attitude was very hesitant. Of course, the crew didn't want to explore the dangerous rainforest. The crew members supported the first officer the most, while the passengers on the other side stood on the opposite side of the crew members. In this situation of intensifying internal strife, a sudden incident ignited the entire stalemate. That day, I was so tired that I almost fell asleep as soon as I laid on the beach. Late at night, the people around me and I suddenly heard a woman's scream. At first, we thought that a bird had been killed in the jungle. But soon after, the first mate's movements became louder and louder. Men's angry roars, curses, and the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Just as I got up from the straw bed, a sailor with a panicked face told us to take our weapons and go support the first mate. The sailor told me that a group of passengers had suddenly attacked the first mate's tent with bad intentions. Although I wasn't a crew member, because of my job, I had always been with the shipwright Larosai. Our sleeping quarters were also next to each other. Larosai and the others naturally stood on the first mate's side. They all picked up their swords and rushed to the tent. I also took a crossbow and followed him. When I got near the tent, I found that there was already a fierce battle there. The attacking passengers had surrounded the first mate's tent. We wanted to rush in from the outside, but we failed twice in a row. Fortunately, during the third time, Larosai called his silly son over. We all called him Luobao. He was an abandoned baby adopted by Larosai. He was a hybrid between a giant and a human. He was 3 meters tall and had great strength. He could directly pull a tree out. Luobao listened to Larosai and used his tree trunk to sweep the passengers. The passengers were unable to resist and were utterly defeated. Just when we thought we were going to succeed, Zhongji stood out. He was a half-beast man and the leader of the rebels. He was wearing a thick steel armor, which allowed him to withstand Blockhead's tree sweep. Then, he stepped on the tree trunk and ran all the way. He jumped onto Luobao's body and used his fist to knock Luobao to the ground. Luobao fought back randomly, but it was all resolved by Zhongji. In the end, Luobao was beaten to the point where he held his head and begged for mercy. Zhongji defeated Luobao, which meant that he defeated us. He tied the first mate up and gathered everyone to explain the whole story. According to him, the first mate secretly hid food and enjoyed it himself. That night, he also had his eyes on a female passenger. He ordered people to use drugs to bring the female passenger into the tent. However, Zhongji and the others accidentally discovered her, which led to the fierce battle. We followed Zhongji into the first mate's tent and found a lot of food that was not in the storage. The female passenger called Q-Fan woke up, which also confirmed Zhongji's words. After I understood the truth, I decided to stand on Zhongji's side. Most people chose the same way as me. Even the crew members were wavering. With solid evidence, the first mate could only admit to his crimes. Zhongji ignored the crew members' objections and forced the first mate to death. He relied on his own strength to become the leader of the camp. Zhenjin heard this and nodded, so, although this Zhongji was a half-beast man, his actions were heroic. What is his relationship with Q-Fan? Mu Ban shook his head. The two of them did not know each other. Like you, at first, I thought that since Zhongji could stand up for a stranger and stand up for injustice, he would be a more qualified and outstanding leader. But then, something strange happened. We were attacked. Almost every night, there were people dying tragically. We examined the bodies and the fatal injuries seemed to be caused by wild beasts. But the whole area around the camp had been cleaned up many times. The camp was on the beach and the surroundings were almost unobstructed. Where did the wild beasts come from? Zhong Ji personally led the team to keep watch at night. At first, no one died. But soon, someone was ambushed during the day and lost his life. In the end, Zhong Ji is not made of iron. He has to keep watch day and night without rest. The guards formed by the others could not stop the killing from continuing. We were all very afraid. Everyone in the camp was in a state of panic. Rumors spread. One of them pointed at Zhong Ji and said that the real murderer was actually Zhong Ji. He was a half-beast man and his animal nature was hard to tame. He liked to eat human flesh. If he did not eat human flesh, he would go crazy. Once he went crazy, he would eat human flesh. The mysterious deaths in the camp seemed to be caused by wild beasts, but they were actually caused by Zhong Ji. Because he was a half-beast man, I was like most people. At first, I did not believe this rumor. Until one day, someone saw a floating corpse on the sea. There was a shortage of food. The person who found the floating corpse was very surprised because he could vaguely see the floating corpse floating over. He had complete clothes on him, so there might be food or other resources. The person who found the floating corpse risked his life and swam a long distance before he finally came into contact with the floating corpse and dragged it ashore. The floating corpse's identity was the captain. There were wounds on his body, penetrating wounds. It was obvious that they were caused by a spear or similar weapon. The captain was assassinated. So, it was very likely that the accident was also a man-made conspiracy. The discovery of the captain's corpse caused a sensation. Third mate Shisuo was the captain's son. He laid on the captain's corpse and cried loudly. He swore in front of everyone that he would find the captain's murderer and avenge his father. We were also very angry. We all speculated who the real murderer was, why did they kill the captain, and why did they cause the accident. Based on the fatal wounds on the captain's corpse, we speculated who had a spear or similar weapon. No one was more suspicious than Zhong Ji. Because not only did he have a strong and thick steel armor, but the most eye-catching thing was the pair of short spears hanging behind him. Even when he fought against Blockhead, he did not use this pair of short spears. Without a doubt, when he held the short spears, his combat power must be very impressive. The captain was black iron level, so was Zhong Ji. The crew united around Shisuo, but everyone knew how strong Zhong Ji was. The attacks were still happening, and they were getting more and more frequent. There were people dying almost every day. In terms of food, although the first mate's secret stash was stuffed into the public storage, it could not last long. But he couldn't bear the consumption, so Zhong Ji had no choice but to try to form an exploration team. This time, many crew members volunteered to join, and the exploration team was quickly formed. On the day of the exploration team's departure, Shipwright number 4 secretly came to me. He told me that it was all Shisuo's plan. Shisuo knew that he could not fight Zhong Ji directly for the time being, so he wanted to leave with the crew and build his own ship. I knew that Shipwright number 4 was the best at building ships, so after thinking about it, I decided to join them. Not long after the exploration team left, Zhong Ji discovered that Shisuo, Hei Huan, and I were missing. He knew that he had been tricked, so he immediately led the team to give chase. We ran all the way, and just as we were about to be caught, the world suddenly changed. The surroundings were no longer a rainforest, but a forest. We were sent here by a mysterious force, and then we found this camp. This camp was very strange. The wooden houses were built directly on the ground, without any foundation, as if they were pulled out from the ground by a giant. Shisuo was very happy, thinking that this was a miracle. God helped us escape from the cruel and sinister enemy, and even gave us a temporary camp. We repaired the camp, and set up camp here. Because the shipwright and I were very happy, the wood in the forest was more suitable for building new ships. After this, we split into 2 teams. Shisuo, number 4, and his foolish son went out to cut wood. We continued to build the camp. But we did not expect to be attacked by the bat monkeys. Luckily you saved us. The appearance of a hero is like this. This must be the arrangement of God. Under your lead, we will leave this demon's land. At this point, Mu Ban's tone became fanatical. Chapter 90. Mu Ban's narration was very clear. His psychological impression of Zhenjin as a hero arranged by God to save them was also very natural. Zhenjin remained silent. His heart was greatly moved by Mu Ban's last words. If all of this is God's arrangement, then why is there no response to my prayers? As a holy knight, shouldn't I be under the Shengming Emperor's watch at all times? Could it be that the lack of response to my prayers is the Shengming Emperor's arrangement? Or all of this is the Shengming Emperor's special test for me? The magic core in my heart is also part of the test. Wait a minute. You're saying that a few days ago, you were teleported here? Kang Shu, who was also listening on the side, asked at this moment. Yes. To be precise, it was 5 days ago. Mu Ban replied. Kang Shu and Zhenjin looked at each other. They didn't doubt Mu Ban's words. After all, if they lied about this point, it would be very easy to see through. There were still so many people here. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that everyone was colluding. But this possibility wasn't high. The most important thing was that lying about this point didn't benefit them at all. Sigh. Kang Shu sighed. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the camp after I left. Zhenjin's face was calm. This is very normal. You and I have both experienced it before. Helplessly watching food run out or under the pressure of death, people will often be driven mad. They will fall into hysteria and do something abnormal. Lan Zhao was touched by these words. He slightly lowered his eyes. Because of the excessive force he used to hold the hilt of his sword, blue veins appeared on his hand. His steady breathing also became chaotic. And a true leader shouldn't be swallowed by his own selfish desires and become a parasite that sucks the lives and blood of his subordinates. The first mate has already received his due. If it were me, I would personally lead the second exploration team into the rainforest to find more food and water for everyone after the exploration team mysteriously disappeared. This is what a leader should do, Zhenjin continued. Lan Zhao stood behind Zhenjin and looked at the young knight's back. His dark eyes lit up again, and his breathing became calm again. In front of everyone, Kang Shu loudly praised, "My lord, I do not doubt your determination to carry out all of this. Your valor and your virtues are the reason why we are gathered by your side, and why we obey all your commands. This island was the land of demons, full of hardships and dangers. Mu Ban is right. You are the hero sent by God to save us. It's just that, Lord Zhenjin, I'm very worried about something right now. Shi Suo, the old shipwright, and the others went to cut down wood, and they haven't returned yet." Oh. Zhenjin frowned and looked at Mu Ban. Before they left, when did they agree to return? Mu Ban looked at the sky. According to the agreement, they should have returned to the camp 15 minutes ago. Could it be that they were also attacked by the horde of beasts? Mu Ban's face was full of worry. Don't worry. There's Blockhead. Fat Tongue said. He Huan shook his head and said in a deep voice, although Blockhead has the blood of giants, and his life rating has reached the level of black iron. But he only relies on brute force, and has not practiced any martial arts. What if he encounters the silver rhinoceros that just destroyed the wooden house? Even if there's no silver magical beast, Blockhead's life will be in danger if he is surrounded by a group of bat monkeys. The level of life rating doesn't mean victory or defeat. Lord Zhenjin, there's one more thing that I'm very concerned about. Kang Shu continued, why did the bat monkeys and the silver rhinoceros attack the camp? 5 days ago, they were teleported to the forest and began to repair the camp. In the past 5 days, they were attacked by the horde of beasts. Zhenjin's frown deepened. Kang Shu, what you're saying is that if this camp invaded the territory of the horde of beasts, they should have attacked on the first or second day. Delaying the attack until the 5th day, this is indeed very strange. Also, Kang Shu continued, why would the silver rhinoceros and the bat horde attack this place together? These are 2 different types of magical beasts. And after the silver rhinoceros crashed into the wooden house, it left the camp. This action is very unnatural. Although there's not enough evidence, I have an indescribable feeling. It's like they're being manipulated by someone. Manipulated by someone? Hearing this, the others couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that the other side has a beast tamer or a beast tamer? Fat Tongue asked. Kang Shu said in a low voice, they don't necessarily need a beast tamer. Actually, wild beasts, even magical beasts, most of them have low intelligence. As long as you're familiar with their habits, you can use them. For example, we can use the feces of high-level magical beasts and place them around the camp to drive away low-level magical beasts. Also, when we fish, we use bait. Don't these all affect the behavior of these wild creatures? Hearing this, ZDI's face changed slightly, a chill rising in her heart. She looked at Zhenjin and called out, "My lord, that armor plate." Just as she opened her mouth, Zhenjin had already taken out the armor plate. Who among you is wearing armor made of this material? Zhenjin also realized something and asked anxiously. Mu Ban shook his head, as you can see, my lord. This is a high-quality steel. We can't afford to use this kind of high-quality goods. Most of our warriors wear leather armor. Even if we do, it's half a set of iron armor. We don't have this kind of steel armor. It's him. Fat Tongue suddenly shouted, his face full of panic. Who is he? Zhenjin narrowed his eyes and immediately asked. It's Zhongji. He Huan continued his words with a nervous face. On the entire ship, only Zhongji has such a high-quality armor. I've seen him wear it many times. When he defeated Zhongji, he was wearing a steel armor. This should be the armor plate he's wearing. Impossible. Mu Ban denied. How could Zhongji be nearby? We've already shaken him off. No, you were teleported here. ZDI's eyes flashed. Didn't you just say? Zhongji was chasing you, and you were suddenly teleported. Zhongji's group could also have been teleported. Zhenjin's fingers rubbed the broken armor plate, his face serious. All the clues showed that Zhongji's group was also teleported here. The traces that Zhenjin saw before were left by Zhongji's group. The reason why they cleaned the battlefield was to guard against Shisuo and Mu Ban's group. It must be Zhongji. He Huan suddenly said firmly, the bat monkeys and the silver rhinoceros were also lured here by Zhongji's group to attack my camp. Kang Shu was slightly stunned. Do you have any proof? Me. Don't forget, he's a beast man. He must have some kind of connection with the beasts. He must have a way to influence the beasts. He Huan said. Jin Zhen shook his head slightly. The blood of beastmen and half-beastmen does allow them to get close to wild beasts, but this doesn't prove that Zhongji and his men are the murderers who plotted against the camp. In fact, the penetrating wound on the captain's body is also not enough to prove that Zhongji is the murderer. Sir. He Huan placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Zhenjin. You are indeed a holy knight, always upholding the spirit of fairness. But my suspicion of Zhongji is not without basis. He has undergone strict combat training. He Huan continued. Everyone looked at each other. He Huan continued, every mercenary, or every sailor, has undergone combat training. The combat training I'm talking about is not ordinary training, but military training. Believe me, I'm sure that he has served in the military. Only by going through strict military training and serving in the military would he have the aura of a soldier. I'm very clear about this. Zhongji is a black iron warrior, his skills are very powerful. I saw with my own eyes how he defeated the blockhead in a few moves, it was very clean. He has fully unleashed his strength. The most important thing is that on this island, we can't use doqi or magic. When fighting, we can only rely on martial arts and the strength and agility of our bodies. Zhongji has the blood of a lion man. His strength, speed, endurance and so on are much higher than us pure-blooded humans. With the armor on his body, he even withstood the blockhead's tree trunk sweep. Everyone, there's no harm in thinking about it. Such a strong person, why not stay in the military? Any military, as long as it's possible, wouldn't let go of such an elite. As long as he serves in the military, his future is very bright. Unless he committed a major crime and let the military know that he's a cunning and evil person, then the military will expel him. He Huan's analysis was quite reasonable. Mu Ban, Fat Tongue and the others nodded slightly when they heard it. In fact, those who boarded the Pig's Kiss at this time of the year and risked their lives to go to the wilderness continent were not ordinary people. Most of them were people who couldn't survive in the Shungming continent, or people who didn't have good lives. They didn't care about the danger to their lives because they wanted to obtain opportunities and benefits from the war. They were adventurers, but they could also be criminals. For example, Bai Ya needed to become a knight. For example, Kang Shu was a wanted criminal. Even if he was Jin Zhen, he still shouldered the mission of reviving the family. Zhen Jin rubbed the hilt of his sword and fell into deep thought. From Mu Ban and He Huan's narration, as well as Fat Tongue's panicked expression, he could see how powerful Zhong Ji was. Zhong Ji was a hybrid between a beastman and a human. His identity as a half-beastman was not popular in human society. To be more precise, he was discriminated against. However, on the island, his identity as a half-beastman made Zhong Ji's battle prowess stand out. If I don't mutate, I'm afraid I can't defeat Zhong Ji. Only by mutating can I have a chance of winning. But I can't let others see the mutation. Once I use the magic core in my heart, I have to guarantee that Zhong Ji will die. Zhen Jin felt a sense of pressure. He couldn't use battle chi, praying to the gods didn't get any response, and he couldn't get any divine blessings. He could only rely on his own physical strength. He didn't even know what his cultivation level was. Although his physical fitness was far beyond the standard of an ordinary person, his strength and speed were just SOSO. If it wasn't for the magic core, if it wasn't for some luck, and if it wasn't for Zhen Jin's tenacious perseverance, Zhen Jin would have died long ago. So, my opponent this time isn't a magical beast, but a human? Chapter 91. Most of the time, humans were more frightening than magical beast. Beast men were also highly intelligent beings, and they knew how to use strategies. Another thing that worried Zhen Jin was that Zhong Ji had excellent equipment. He had a high-quality steel armor and a pair of spears. He had never used his spears in public, probably because Zhong Ji was not in danger, so it was not worth it to use them. Zhen Jin's intuition told him that Zhong Ji's spears were not ordinary, and they were of a higher grade than his steel armor. In comparison, Zhen Jin only had a thin sword in his hand, and it was He Huan's. No matter what, we must first search for Shi Suo and the others, and bring them back safely. Zhen Jin sorted out his thoughts and immediately made a decision. Shi Suo was the third mate, and the fourth shipwright was proficient in the process of shipbuilding. These were all key talents. In order to leave this island, they were very important. Lan Zhao, He Huan, you two come with me. Zhen Jin looked around and pointed at two people. Although he wanted to act alone, considering the possibility of searching for Shi Suo and the others in the forest, Zhen Jin still needed manpower. If he were to search alone, the efficiency would be too low. Whether it was Lan Zhao or He Huan, they both had the strength of a bronze rank. Catch! Zhen Jin raised his hand and threw the thin sword to He Huan. He was a temple knight, and he definitely would not covet other people's equipment. The sword is not bad. Zhen Jin also praised He Huan. He Huan took the sword and was about to speak. Sir. Zdi suddenly opened her mouth and said worriedly, if Zhong Ji is the culprit behind the horde of beasts, then he was disturbed by Lord Zhen Jin and chose to temporarily give up on attacking the camp. But since he already knows of Milord's bravery and valiance, wouldn't Milord also be under his observation when you head to the forest? Could this be a ploy to Zhong Ji's division of forces to lure us in? That's possible. Zhen Jin frowned. So, what do you think? Zdi said, I want to go with you, sir. I will do my best to help you. At the same time, I have medicine to protect myself. I will try my best not to be a burden to you. Zhen Jin hesitated. Zdi turned around and said to He Huan, I know that your sword is not ordinary. Please give it to the Lord Zhen Jin to use for the time being. He Huan was stunned and his expression changed slightly. This sword is my family heirloom. He Huan expressed his refusal. He was only a mercenary hired by Zdi. He was not Zdi's subordinate, nor was he Zhen Jin's retainer. Zhen Jin smiled faintly. Zdi, there is no need to make things difficult for him. Zhen Jin could mutate a silver spear scorpion. The spear scorpion's tail should be able to pose a threat to steel. Sir, you can't do that. Zdi was very insistent. We just analyzed it. Zhong Ji is a very strong opponent. He also has a set of high-quality steel armor. His spear must be extraordinary as well. Sir, if you use a normal weapon to fight Zhong Ji, it would be no different from being unarmed. But if you fail, sir, the fate of all of us will be very worrying. Sir, if you don't want to think about yourself, please think about us. Zhen Jin was stunned. He immediately laughed bitterly. He understood that Zdi's words were said with good intentions. Bullying Zhen Jin was a knight who pitied the weak and protected his comrades. But at the same time, Zhen Jin had to admit that Zdi's words were reasonable. He had confidence in his own mutated strength. But if they were to fight in public, he could not recklessly use his heart nucleus. Especially now that there were many people around, it was not like a 5-man team. Zhen Jin could not afford to be careless. Sir. Just then, He Huan took the initiative to hold the thin sword in his hands. He walked forward and cupped his hands. This lowly one is ignorant and narrow-minded. This sword can only display its true value in Sir's hands. This is my family heirloom. The name of the sword is Silver Lightning. It will definitely be able to release its radiance in Sir's hand. Zdi smiled. He Huan, for this employment, I will pay you double. He Huan's face immediately revealed a smile. All right. I will treat this sword well. I will do my best to return it to you in one piece. Zhen Jin saw He Huan's attitude and generously took the sword back. He abided by the creed of the Knights Templar, but he was not pedantic. Since he could secretly use his heart nucleus many times for himself and for others, borrowing a thin sword was naturally not a problem. He had already used it and carefully observed it before. The thin sword was indeed a good sword. He Huan said that it was a family heirloom, and it was not an exaggeration. To almost all warriors and knights, armors and weapons were very expensive, and could be passed down as legacies. Because of the expensive equipment, many lords only provided food and fodder when they recruited knights to fight. They did not provide weapons and horses because they would not be able to afford it financially. Of course, weapons and equipment also had grades. There were many factors to evaluate whether a weapon or equipment was good or bad. One of the most important factors was the conductivity of the Do Qi. Zhen Jin did not know how well the Silver Lightning thin sword could conduct Do Qi, but just by looking at its hardness, sharpness, and flexibility, it was already outstanding. After a short discussion, Zhen Jin set out with Zdi, He Huan, and Lan Zhao. He couldn't possibly bring everyone with him. Many of his heavily injured companions had to stay in the camp to recuperate. Kang Shu, Mu Ban, Fat Tongue, and the others stayed behind. They really did not have much fighting power. If they were to go to the battlefield, they would be a burden to Zhen Jin. Mu Ban strongly wanted to participate, but he was rejected by Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin also took his repeating crossbow. If it was left in Mu Ban's hands, his companions would be in more danger. If this was Zhong Ji's plan to divide the troops, then once the camp was attacked, Mu Ban would fire a signal flare. At that time, Zhen Jin would quickly return to reinforce them. There was no other way. Zhen Jin could not give up on rescuing Shipwright and the others because of a conspiracy. As for the signal flare gun, not only did the camp have it, Shisuo also carried one with him. Shisuo and the others were at the logging site southeast of the camp, on a hillside 2 kilometers away from the camp. Zhen Jin and the others had just walked halfway when they heard a gunshot from the hillside. A pink signal flare rose into the air. This is a distress signal. They are really in danger. Let's go. Zdi whispered. Not necessarily. We still need to be careful. Maybe the enemy deliberately released this bait to lure us to move faster and lower our guard against the surrounding environment. He Huan said. You guys maintain your current pace. I'll go take a look at the situation first. Zhen Jin ordered and immediately sped up. Although He Huan's words made sense, it was related to the old shipwright's life. Without him, the others in the camp would not be able to make a large ship that could cross the ocean. This could be a trap set by Zhong Ji, but it could also be something else. The faster Zhen Jin acted, the higher the chance of saving Shipwright's life. The young knight's pace became faster and faster, and he began to run in the forest. His heart core activated, and his right eye quietly transformed, forming a thermal vision. This way, even if Zhong Ji and the others were to ambush him, Zhenjin would be able to discover them in time. Very quickly, Zhenjin heard the unique sharp cries of the bat monkeys. He sped up again, almost running madly in the forest, and finally saw the hillside. The hillside was not steep, and there were many people surrounded by the bat monkeys. This group of bat monkeys was clearly not the group that attacked the camp before. There were 7 bronze bat monkeys and 1 black steel bat monkey. The crew members that were constantly being attacked by the bat monkeys were all injured, and were in a precarious situation. Zhenjin did not stop, rushing towards the hillside while pulling the trigger of his crossbow. Su su su, short arrows flew out, with incomparable accuracy. Ordinary bat monkeys were shot one by one, like penguins lining up to fall into the sea, falling to the ground one after another, and the sound of the arrows did not stop. Someone came to save us. Everyone cheered. The bat monkeys were enraged, and a few bronze bat monkeys pounced at Zhenjin. Zhenjin put away his crossbow, and with a clang, he pulled out his thin sword, Silver Lightning. The distance between him and the bronze bat monkeys quickly shortened. In that instant, Zhenjin suddenly threw out a few resplendent silver lights from the thin sword. Following that, he passed by these bat monkeys. The bronze bat monkeys seemed to pause in the air, and then they all fell to the ground, their life aura quickly dissipating. Zhenjin's battle strength had momentarily stunned the crew members on the hillside. The only black steel bat monkey was enraged, it flapped its wings, puffed up its chest, and suddenly screeched. The screeching sound caused ripples in the air, expanding in circles, and quickly enveloping Zhenjin. Zhenjin had already seen this kind of special sound wave attack, the mutated bear arm, and instantly threw out a dart. The dart hit the black steel bat monkey, and pierced through its left wing. The black steel bat monkey was frightened, and with the few remaining bat monkeys, they ran away in all directions. Zhenjin did not chase after them, and rushed to the hillside, where he saw the leader of the crew. The leader was a young man, with a tall and thin figure. "You are Shi Suo?" Zhenjin asked seriously. The young man quickly nodded. "May I know who sir is?" "Where is shipwright Larosai?" Zhenjin looked around and immediately asked. Shisuo quickly pointed in a direction. "We were attacked by the bat monkeys." Blockhead was very angry, and rushed out. Old Shipwright was worried about Blockhead's safety, so he brought a few people and rushed over. Zhenjin gritted his teeth, and rushed in the direction Shisuo pointed in. The traces along the way were very obvious. Zhenjin quickly found his target on another hillside. A 3-meter-tall giant was crazily waving a wooden club in his hand. This giant had a young face, his upper body was exposed, and his lower body was covered with a yellow leather skirt with black spots, and he wore a pair of large straw sandals. His hair was disheveled, and he constantly shouted, spittle flying everywhere. "Die, even flies want to die. This big guy will smash you all." The giant continuously shouted. The wooden club was heavy, and could easily smash boulders and trees, and when it fell on the ground, it would create a small hole, and mud would splatter everywhere. A few people surrounded the little giant and shouted, trying to calm him down. But the giant was completely enraged by the bat monkeys, and did not listen to them. "Old Shipwright is over there." Zhenjin's pupils slightly dilated, and saw an old man lying at the giant's feet, between his legs. This old man's clothing and appearance was very similar to Mu Ban's description, but his eyes were closed, and it was unknown whether he was unconscious or dead. Chapter 92. The new book Infinite Bloodcore is about to hit the shelves. It has been about 6 years since the last book GU Immortal was published. Time is like a carving knife, carving everyone's face and soul. 6 years ago, I wrote GU Immortal. I was still single. Now, 6 years later, I have a family and my son is in kindergarten. The experience of writing GU Immortal gave me a lot of rich writing experience, and a lot of great inspiration. In the past 6 years, I read a lot of books. I found a lot of excellent books. Thanks to my peers, there are a lot of good books that have emerged in the past 6 years. They are my spiritual food. Not only do I read web novels, I also read traditional classics. I read The Moon and Sixpence and couldn't sleep at night. I read The Little Prince and I read Red and Black again and again. I also read professional books on writing, such as What is Writing, story mechanics, movie screenwriter's guide, and so on. I finally had a systematic and personal standard to judge a novel's quality. I call it the triple standard, covering both web novels and traditional literature. I began to have a new understanding of the beauty of a novel. 6 years ago, when I wrote Immortal, I regarded the 3 golden chapters, rapid updates, conflicts, and so on as the golden rule. Now, 6 years later, I feel that an author should have more space to write. Immortal being banned was a major ordeal for me. Because when I write books, no matter what the results are, I have never stopped writing. I try my best to finish every book, because I love writing itself. I love every book as my child. I don't want to see any child die in the middle. Among all the books, Immortal has a special meaning to me, because it is my old dream. It was still banned and forced to be unfinished. This made me feel very painful. When this happened, I felt like I was isolated from the world, like a person in endless darkness, like falling off a cliff in a strong wind. I kept falling, I had no one to rely on. During this time, I went through the greatest ordeal of my writing career. This experience forced me to interrogate my heart. It allowed me to look at my relationship with my readers, with my writing platform, and with my country and society from a new perspective. I began to face up to my own influence and began to think about how I should shoulder my family responsibilities and social responsibilities. I also began to think about the relationship between online literature and traditional literature. I even thought about how, as an insignificant online author, I could contribute to the cultural revival of my motherland. Over the past 6 years, I've gradually come to the conclusion that a literary work, including web novels, should not only contain commercial value, but also literary value. It was just like a good movie might not necessarily be a blockbuster, and a blockbuster might not necessarily be a good movie. Compared to the explosive data during the update, I wanted to create a book that could withstand the erosion of time. With such thoughts in mind, I decided to create Infinite Bloodcore. To be honest, this was a difficult challenge. I tried to take the essence of excellent movies or stage plays and integrate it into the creation of a web novel to form a more exquisite, tighter combination, and echoing the overall layout of the novel. I tried to absorb the advantages of traditional literature and integrate them into my online writing. For example, digging into human nature and thinking about the world. I tried to add delicate descriptions into the article, about the description of the scenery and the detailed changes in people's hearts. I tried to focus on the theme and integrate the setting, plot, and characters to give Infinite Bloodcore a soul. This was my first attempt. Because I was nervous and knew that I was weak, I made a lot of preparations. For the outline of Infinite Bloodcore, I thought about it for more than 2 months. As for the details, I had already urgently adjusted the details of the first volume 5 or 6 times this month. Apart from that, I read a lot of biological information. For example, Natural History, World Animal Encyclopedia, Illustrated Wildlife, Animal Life Encyclopedia, Animal Dynasty, and other excellent documentaries, as well as Illustrated Handbook of Supernatural Animal Transformations, The Ultimate Illustrated Handbook of Pokémon, World of Warcraft, Dungeons and Dragons, Monster Hunter, and so on. It involved real life, virtual life, and classic excellent results. I believe that everyone has already felt the results in this area in the updated article. In order to write a good survival story, I watched Bear Grylls survival documentaries and learned about the virtue of starvation. I also re-watched Robinson Crusoe. Because the novel's setting involved ancient Europe, I read Medieval History of Europe, The Age of Knights, Medieval Europe, and Medieval Life History. Among them, I focused on noble symbol of heraldry, castle building, Middle World clothing, reference atlas of foreign architecture, medieval castle, Middle World travel, medieval knight legends, and so on. This week, I started to study ships, especially European sailing ships. History of sailing ships, world sailing ship development, shipbuilding fundamentals, simple shipbuilding techniques, I read them all. I tried to write more detailed web novels. I filled in a lot of details. Even if it was a fantasy novel, it would have realistic theories to fill it in, making it more realistic. Speaking of which, I also hesitated. My past writing experience told me that the first choice for starting a new book was to write about a protagonist like Fang Yuan. I could write about a fantasy wizard genre, which was very close to Xianxia novels. Or I could write about farming. I had a lot of farming descriptions in True Master GU. This way, I wouldn't be tired and would meet the expectations of my readers. At the same time, it was something I was good at, so I didn't have to worry about not being able to eat. My second choice was to try a new creation. I knew the risk was huge. Compared to using a new power system, it was much riskier to start a new genre. Because this time, I used a different writing logic. I didn't know what the outcome of this choice would be, I couldn't estimate it at all. But I knew that there would be a conversion rate among my readers, some of them would feel that I had changed, and wouldn't be good. The data might also be terrible, but in the end, I still chose the second choice. Because I was worried that if I chose the first choice, I wouldn't be able to walk out of my comfort zone. And in the end, what pushed me to choose the second choice was a realization I wasn't young anymore. My friends, I have been writing for many years. In the past, I often pulled all-nighters, so it wasn't a problem. But now, if I pull all-nighters, I can't stand it the next day. If I sit for more than half an hour, I will feel sore all over. I also have rhinitis. Every time the season changes, it's very torturous. When I play games now, I can't react in time. When I fight gunfights, my hands aren't steady. I used to be able to reach gold in Overwatch, but now it's bronze. When I was in university, I used to play Dota, and now I occasionally play Heroes of the Storm to reminisce about my youth. Hearthstone, the first version of Plants vs. Zombies, and other games are becoming more and more suitable for me. I watched my ancestors pass away one after another, watched my parents age rapidly, and watched my son grow up rapidly. I feel that time is like the wind, and the sound of the wind is getting louder and louder in my ears. It's also like sand in my hand, I desperately clench it, but it flows faster and faster. Every time I can't sleep late at night, I feel a fire burning my increasingly fat belly, burning my thin bones until they crackle like dry wood. This fire makes me hungry. This fire makes me panic and impatient. I know that this fire is my literary dream. If I compromise this time, because of the fear of the unknown, I seek the so-called stability and choose the first choice. After that, how many years will I have left? My youth has left me, and I don't have a lot of time to squander. I'm not young anymore, my friends. And the dream of literature in the past is burning fiercely. I really feel that there's a desire to create, the desire to create something that meets the standards in my heart, and it's strongly pushing me. This time, I've decided to take a risk. I've left my youth to True Master of GU, and I've placed my literary pursuit on infinite Bloodcore. In fact, many people have advised me to be steady and consolidate my divinity. If I take big steps, it's easy to sprain my ankle and pull my balls. Thank you for your concern. I smiled bitterly. 6 years ago, I looked at gods, I looked at platinum, I was very envious, I looked up to them. Today, 6 years later, especially after the True Master of GU incident, I've become indifferent. Of course, I'm also vulgar, I'm also human, I also need to eat. Divinity, I also want it. But I understand, it's not my pursuit, and it shouldn't be my shackles. It's good if I have divinity, but it's fine if I don't. I'm willing to just be a small author, to pursue the literary dream that has always been there, and gradually expanding. There's money in this dream, there's vulgarity, but it's more about literature. Just like the intention of the moon and sixpence, I pick up a coin on the ground, then get up, raise my head, and reach out. This time, I think it's enough for the moon. These are the words from the bottom of my heart. Therefore, infinite Bloodcore is a major challenge for me. It challenges my determination, my writing style, my structure, and the first test of my new writing concept in practice. In the past few months, and even until now, I've been doing my best for this. Similarly, I have to be honest, I have to tell everyone, just like what I said in the previous preface, this is also a challenge for you. Because this time, I've adopted my creative concept, and the logical layer of writing has changed, so Infinite Bloodcore doesn't have the 3 golden chapters, and it doesn't have the rhythm unique to web novels. But you'll see a more refined and unified overall structure of the novel, You'll see a lot of foreshadowing and echoes, and you'll see a lot of unexpected but reasonable plot twists when you think about it carefully. Because the entire structure uses the creative means of movies and stage plays, Infinite Bloodcore is no longer a linear assembly line structure, and it won't be like the protagonist leveling up again and again, and the instances will be one after another. It's more like a script, and each volume is a stage. For example, the stage of the first volume is an island, so a book friend asked, "Why haven't you left the island yet? Haven't you left the novice village yet?" Sorry, the concept of the novice village itself came from the game, and then it was used in web novels. It doesn't exist in this book. The entire first volume is on this island. Because of the pursuit of literary value, I'll use a lot of delicate writing methods. If I don't write about the scenery and environment, there's no style. If I don't write about the psychology of the characters, there's no way to explore human nature. And when I actively explore human nature, there's another problem: it's easy to be reported. So this book also has risks. In this regard, I believe that everyone has already felt it. The tragic fate of the two brothers, Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao, is my exploration of human nature and interrogation of the meaning of life. One of the characteristics of the protagonist, Zhenjin, is different from most web novel protagonists. He has a lot of psychological activity. He's constantly thinking about himself and the process of interrogating his soul. It's also my exploration of human nature and the development of literary value. Because of all these factors, the definition of climax in Infinite Bloodcore is different from most web novels. Venting of grievances, being looked down upon, and stepping on people are the usual climax in Infinite Bloodcore. But its real climax is the exploration of human nature and the exploration of how people get along with each other. Therefore, the first climax of the book was around section 66 to 70. I have to admit that Infinite Bloodcore is a big challenge for me as the author. It's also a challenge for readers familiar with web novels. I implore you to be a bit more patient, a bit more tolerant, a bit more understanding, and lower your expectations when reading. Friendly reminder: it's easier to discover the unique flavor of Infinite Bloodcore after reading the entire first volume. Of course, the chapters are more complete now. After reading around section 70, you'll be able to touch the soul of Infinite Bloodcore. If you read this and think that I wrote it well, or if you're looking forward to seeing a different web novel, please support me. Infinite Bloodcore is currently available on Chidian. The book will officially hit the shelves on Friday, 5/15. Every legal copy is a firm support and encouragement for me. I really need your support. Because I know that there aren't many readers who can accept the challenge, and even fewer who can succeed. Their taste is a bit higher, but it's only a small group of people. I really want to be able to write it this time. I want to succeed in my own creative challenge. If Infinite Bloodcore succeeds, it'll be of great significance. It allowed me to see a new path. I could use better creative methods to create more in-depth, more brain-burning, and more exciting novels. Moreover, there was a certain market for this novel, which allowed me to eat porridge and survive. It might even let other authors see this path and create more exciting novels with both commercial and literary value. That would be great. Ever since I started this book, I've rarely asked for votes. This time, I want to ask everyone: if you approve of this novel, please support me and vote for it. Right now, what I need the most is the first subscription of this book. On Friday, the first VIP chapter will be released at noon. It only costs a few cents, but this data is very important for this book. After all, in this day and age, even good wine fears deep alleys. I know a lot of people are raising this book. Now that this book is getting better, it can be read. Of course, it's fine to continue raising it. It'll be more refreshing to read it after stocking up enough. But I hope that readers won't forget to vote and subscribe when you're raising this book. If you want to support me, please support me. If you want to love, please love deeply. Gu Daoist Master thanks you here. 2020, 5/15. Chapter 93. The shipwright was in a critical situation. The bat monkeys were extremely nimble. Their four limbs were powerful and they could jump quickly. They could also use their wings to make various movements in the air. Although the blockhead was strong, He had not cultivated any martial arts and could only rely on his own strength to fight. He could not protect the old shipwright. In fact, the blockhead himself was also a threat. Zhenjin was worried that when the little giant moved, it would step on the old shipwright and flatten him on the spot. Roar! Scram! Annoying flies scram! The blockhead waved the wooden club in his hand, but he could not hit the bat monkeys. The injuries on his body increased and he began to lose his mind. A bat monkey suddenly pounced on the old shipwright. The blockhead did not react. But at this moment, an arrow whizzed in and killed the bat monkey on the spot. The blockhead was slow to react and was stunned when he saw the bat monkey that had been shot. At this moment, a bat monkey took the opportunity to pounce on the blockhead's head. It stretched out its claws and wanted to gouge out the blockhead's eyes. At the same time, another 2 bat monkeys pounced on the old shipwright from the left and right. If the blockhead wanted to protect his eyes, then he could not protect the old shipwright. If he wanted to protect the old shipwright, he would have to go blind. At this critical moment, the blockhead did not hesitate. He grabbed the bat monkey on the left with one hand and waved the wooden club with the other, trying to send the bat monkey on the right flying. He would rather sacrifice his eyes to protect the old shipwright. The bat monkey on the left screamed and flapped its wings, retreating backwards and dodging the blockhead's attack. The bat monkey on the right suddenly lowered its body and lay on the ground, avoiding the wooden club. The bat monkey on top of the blockhead's head had already stabbed its claws into the blockhead's eyes. Su su su. The next moment, 3 arrows fell from the sky and killed the 3 bat monkeys on the spot. The blockhead was stunned again and subconsciously looked in the direction the arrows came from. He saw a young knight with golden hair and blue eyes. He held a bow in one hand and a thin sword in the other as he charged forward. Zhenjin tried his best to get close to the blockhead. With his long-range firepower, the blockhead and the shipwright were able to save their lives. However, at this moment, a loud scream came from the forest. Whoosh! A large group of bat monkeys suddenly charged out from the forest. This group of bat monkeys was the largest that Zhenjin had ever seen. There were 3 black iron-ranked bat monkeys, over 30 bronze-ranked bat monkeys, and over 100 normal bat monkeys. Oh, no! Zhenjin's pupils shrank as he helplessly watched the bat monkeys roll over and surround him in the middle. The bat monkeys' attacks came from all directions, from the sky to the ground. Zhenjin dodged left and right, sometimes leaping horizontally, sometimes curling up and rolling. Unexpectedly, none of the bat monkeys were able to hit him. This feeling. Zhenjin recalled his experience of single-handedly charging into a group of lizards. The current situation was very similar to that time. Although he was surrounded by enemies, he did not panic at all. He maintained his icy calm, as if he had a natural instinct that allowed him to always find the best way to dodge and avoid being caught in a predicament of being attacked from both sides. While dodging, Zhenjin was also fighting back. The crossbow bolts in the quiver were quickly used up. Over 20 normal bat monkeys had died, but Zhenjin's arrows did not miss their targets. However, there were too many bat monkeys surrounding him. Almost 80% of the new batch of bat monkeys were gathered around him. Changing the quiver for a repeating crossbow was actually relatively simple. However, Zhenjin, who was surrounded, had to constantly dodge and did not have the opportunity to change the quiver. In this situation, the thin sword that He Huan lent him, Silver Lightning, was a huge help to Zhenjin. The thin sword danced in his hand, and in the flash of the silver sword, there were always severed limbs of the bat monkeys. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the screams of the bat monkeys. The thin sword was indeed He Huan's family heirloom. It could easily pierce through and kill the bronze bat monkeys. He Huan could not pierce through it because he did not have enough strength and could not compare to Zhenjin. That's right, Zhenjin had already mutated his arms into bear arms. As for whether or not he could threaten the black steel bat monkeys, it was still to be tested. The 3 black steel bat monkeys floated in the air, staring at Zhenjin. They only screamed and did not join the battle. Although Zhenjin had the upper hand and was constantly reaping the lives of the bat monkeys, he was also bound in place and could not rush over to save the shipwright. Without the support of Zhenjin's arrows, the blockhead was once again in danger. "Don't hurt father," The blockhead guarded the old shipwright and continuously chased the bat monkeys away. However, the bat monkeys could advance and retreat freely. Whenever there was a gap, they would pounce forward and bite off a piece of flesh from the blockhead's body. The old shipwright also suffered a few attacks. The blockhead saw that the old shipwright had new injuries and was extremely anxious. He roared and suddenly bent his back, forming a semicircle and protecting the old shipwright. The surrounding bat monkeys excitedly shouted sword dragons and swarmed forward, continuously scratching and biting the blockhead's body. The blockhead's body was quickly covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. But he clenched his teeth and lowered his head, enduring the constant attacks of pain. His 4 limbs curled up as much as possible, doing his best to protect the old shipwright. His back, his arms, and his thighs quickly became a bloody mess. Damn it! Junjin noticed this situation and moved even faster, wanting to kill his way out. But in the next moment, the trees trembled and loud thumping sounds could be heard. A rhinoceros charged into the battlefield. It's that silver rhinoceros again. Junjin saw the rhinoceros charging towards him. The rhinoceros's body was thick and solid, its entire body seemed to be made of silver. It was 2 meters tall. Its hooves were even larger than a stone mill. Every time it stomped on the ground, it would create a shallow pit. It lowered its head and charged over, its speed increasing. The rhinoceros horn on its head was thick and sharp, a terrifying weapon. Junjin hurriedly dodged. It was very unwise to face this rhinoceros head-on. He even suspected that even if he mutated into a silver spear scorpion, he would still be crushed by the rhinoceros's charge. Fortunately, the rhinoceros's charge was straight and could not change directions at will. It was too heavy and had a strong inertia. If it wanted to change directions, it had to first reduce its speed. The bat monkeys were also intimidated by the charging rhinoceros and scattered. The route was too obvious. Junjin easily dodged this rhinoceros. But in the next moment, the scattered bat monkeys once again surrounded Junjin. The silver rhinoceros finally crashed into a tree. Boom, 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 3 trees were knocked down by it in succession. For a moment, the earth trembled and leaves flew into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The silver rhinoceros shook its head and adjusted its direction. It took a step forward and charged again. But this time, its target was not Junjin, but the blockhead who was closer and more conspicuous. Oh no! Seeing the silver rhinoceros crash into the blockhead, Junjin's expression changed. Blockhead, dodge! The crew on the hill shouted and hurriedly reminded him. The blockhead shook his head and shouted, "Big guy, don't dodge. Big guy, protect daddy." He buried his head and could not see the charging silver rhinoceros at all. Junjin wanted to save him, but he was blocked by the bat monkeys. Just as the blockhead was about to be killed by the silver rhinoceros and the old shipwright was about to be turned into meat paste by the rhinoceros, a burly figure suddenly jumped down from the treetops and blocked the silver rhinoceros's charge. Bang! In the next moment, the silver rhinoceros crashed into the burly figure and made a loud sound that made people's hearts tremble. But the burly figure was not sent flying, nor did he fall down. He still straightened his back and used the steel armor on his chest to block the silver rhinoceros's horn. His legs bulged with exaggerated muscles and pressed against the ground, firmly supporting his burly upper body. The rhinoceros's charge was too powerful. It carried the burly figure forward. Ah! The burly figure opened his mouth and roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. The rhinoceros's charge became slower and slower until it finally stopped. The burly figure retreated over 100 meters, his calves were almost stuck in the mud. The armor on his chest had been completely deformed from the impact, and there was a dent. The ribs in his chest must have been broken. The burly figure's roar also stopped along with the rhinoceros. The man and beast stared at each other. Suddenly, the burly figure spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. He let out a wild laugh. In the next moment, he used his wide left hand to grab the rhinoceros's horn and raised his right fist. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The fists were like a storm, smashing on the hard skull of the silver rhinoceros. The silver rhinoceros roared and wanted to raise its head and use its horn to send the burly figure flying, but it did not succeed. Its horn was tightly grabbed by the burly figure, and its head and eyes were constantly being hit by the violent fists. The intense pain and dizziness caused the BYA rhinoceros to enter a frenzied state. Its four hooves crazily stomped on the ground, and its thick muscles bulged, giving it a strong push. But its head was still pressed firmly into the mud by the burly figure. The burly figure was over 2 meters tall. He had a full beard, and his long brown hair scattered over his shoulders. His pupils were also yellowish-brown. There was a thin layer of lion fur on his exposed skin. This time, let's see where you can escape to. RRR. The burly figure kept shouting, and his violent aura made people shudder. Under his iron fists, the silver rhinoceros became a weak existence that was being bullied. He must be Zhong Ji. Zhenjin's eyes flashed with a serious look. This guy, is he really only at the iron level? Chapter 94. Zhong Ji blocked the silver rhino's attack and saved the lives of Blockhead and the shipwright. His fist hit the rhino's skull and made a muffled sound. In the end, the silver rhino lay on the ground and did not dare to move its body. Zhong Ji's bravery had suppressed the silver rhinoceros and shocked everyone present. Even the bat monkeys' cries had quieted down. Their faces were filled with fear, and they didn't dare to surround Zhong Ji. Puff. In the next moment, Zhong Ji spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed on the silver rhino's face, and the magical beast that was just suppressed suddenly became restless. Go support Master Zhong Ji. A group of people came out from the forest and the leader was a goblin. Go help them. Zhong Ji laughed and stared at the silver rhino, loudly rejecting the support. The silver rhino was even more restless. Its sharp beast instinct made it feel that Zhong Ji had become weak. It opened its eyes wide and observed Zhong Ji. Because its head was smashed into the ground by Zhong Ji, it could only look up. And from its angle, the sunlight was very blinding. It couldn't see Mang Ji's face clearly. It could only see Mang Ji's indomitable, pitch-black figure under the scorching sunlight. In this pitch-black figure, Mang Ji's brownish-yellow eyes emitted a cold light. When the silver rhino saw this pair of eyes, it suddenly whimpered. It felt as if it had seen the king of all beast. Its previous thoughts of provoking Zhong Ji disappeared under Zhong Ji's calm gaze. The silver rhino's body trembled and moved its 4 limbs, continuously retreating. After retreating more than 10 steps, it turned around and fled in panic. Zhong Ji quietly watched it escape and did not pursue. At this moment, there were still many bat monkeys wreaking havoc on the battlefield. But the human side had also received reinforcements. After that, the warriors who rushed out from the forest were all very skilled. It was worth noting that this group of people were not pure-blooded humans. There were many half-elves, half-beastmen, goblins, dwarfs, and so on. They were of different heights and had different equipment. At a glance, they looked like a mob. However, from their life force, there were a few bronze-ranked elites among them. The leader of the goblins emitted a black iron-ranked aura. This goblin wore leather armor and had dark green skin. He had long ears and no hair. He wore a white gauze scarf and his neck could not be seen. Even his mouth was covered by the white scarf. The goblin's long nose protruded forward. This goblin's movements were very fast. Running close to the ground. A bat monkey pounced at him, and he immediately rolled forward. As he rolled, he reached his hand into his calf. A dagger was tied to the outside of his calf. He pulled out his dagger and with a light wave, slit the bat monkey's throat. He then turned around and swung his dagger. The sharp light of the dagger drew a semicircle arc. With just a slight contact with this arc, another bat monkey that pounced over lost its life on the spot. He sometimes rolled on the ground and sometimes spun like a top. With just a small dagger, he killed the bat monkeys without any ability to resist. He was very experienced in using the dagger. His fighting style was ruthless and sinister. The dagger was also not an ordinary item. It could easily take the lives of the bronze-ranked bat monkeys. For a moment, the goblin moved freely among the bat monkeys. He easily broke through their blockade and encirclement. Needlework keenly noticed that the goblin had 2 knives on him. A curved knife hung from his waist and a single-edged straight knife on his back. But the goblin did not use these two knives. He only used a small dagger to defeat the bat monkeys. On the other side, Zhong Ji, who had scared away the silver rhinoceros, began to move forward slowly. "Bad guy, come any closer and the big guy will smash you flat," the blockhead warned the approaching Zhong Ji loudly. The number of bat monkeys around him had decreased by a lot. Because Zhong Ji and the goblin had joined in, they had attracted the attacks of the bat monkeys. The shipwright was still unconscious. The blockhead was covered in wounds. The parts of his body that had been attacked by the bat monkeys were not intact. Blood kept flowing out and dyed the ground under the blockhead red. The blockhead knelt down and picked up the wooden club. Just as he was about to stand up, his body swayed and he felt a strong dizziness. He was heavily injured and had lost a lot of blood. Maneji snorted coldly and looked at the blockhead expressionlessly. His brown lion eyes flickered with a faint light. "I'm here to save you. If you attack me, I'll kill your father. Obediently surrender and you and your father can live." The blockhead was stunned and then became angry. He used the wooden club to hit the ground. "The big guy does not trust you. You are a bad guy. My father told me that bad guys lie." Zhong Ji froze for a moment, his gaze turning even deeper. The blockhead's attitude was not out of his expectations. He immediately gave up on persuading him and secretly prepared to attack. With his martial skills, it would not be a problem to knock out the blockhead in a few breaths. Although the blockhead had a black iron life rating, he had never trained in martial skills. The difference between him and Zhong Ji was too big. However, just as Zhong Ji was about to approach, an arrow suddenly flew over and stabbed into the Zhong Ji's right side. This was a naked warning. "Zhong Ji, stop." Zhenjin finally arrived. Because the humans had increased in numbers, the pressure on Zhenjin had decreased. This decrease in numbers had reached a qualitative change. It could be seen from the fact that the black iron level goblin leader could dominate the battlefield. Holding the thin sword Silver Lightning in his hand, Jinjin gets away more easily. Zhong Ji stopped and looked back. Seeing that it was Zhenjin, Zhong Ji's gaze became deeper. In his mind, he naturally remembered the scene when he jumped from the treetop and rushed over to support Zhenjin. Zhenjin was surrounded by the bat monkeys, but he held a sharp sword and killed in all directions. The bat monkeys' attacks were endless, but Zhenjin handled them with ease and was not injured at all. Their gazes met, and Zhenjin immediately felt an almost tangible pressure. Zhong Ji was more than 2 meters tall, and Zhenjin was only a 16-year-old young knight. In addition to Zhong Ji's fierce performance just now, Zhenjin was immediately suppressed when facing him. "Who are you?" Zhong Ji sized up Zhenjin and asked in a low voice. Zhenjin was about to speak, but Lan Zhao's angry voice came from not far away. "How dare you? Coarse and lowly beastman, are you not going to salute? Standing in front of you is my master Zhenjin, a noble temple knight, the only successor of the 100 Needles clan, and the future lord of White Sand City." Zhenjin looked back and saw Shisuo, Zdi, Lan Zhao, He Huan, and the others. They had finally arrived. Humph! A pretty boy nobleman. Zhong Ji looked at Zhenjin with disdain. His gaze stopped at the thin sword in the scabbard at Zhenjin's waist, and he commented indifferently, "But, your sword is not bad." Zhenjin smiled and stared at Zhong Ji's broken steel armor. "Your armor is also not bad." As if they saw a new batch of human reinforcements, the 3 black steel bat monkeys knew that the situation was bad. They screamed in unison and quickly fled the battlefield with the rest of the bat monkeys. Their movements were fast, and more importantly, they could fly. Everyone gave up on chasing them. Without the attacks of the horde, the atmosphere became even more tense. "Leader Sandao?" Zdi looked at the goblin with surprise and joy. No one knew the goblin's name, but Sandao's nickname had been circulating in the mercenary world for a long time. Sandao's sword skills were outstanding, but he was known for his honesty and trustworthiness. It was hard to imagine that a goblin could be so honest and trustworthy, but Sandao really was. He followed and fulfilled every word he said, and he did it better than most humans. This was an anomaly in both the goblin community and the mercenary world. "President Zdi." Sandao saluted Zdi, But his face was expressionless and his attitude was cold. ZDI's eyes lit up. "Leader Sandow, it's great to see you here." Sandow's mercenary group was one of the 2 mercenary groups that she had hired. Sandow shook his head slightly. "President ZDI, I'm sorry, but my mercenary group has been disbanded." ZDI was stunned. "What?" Sandow continued, "I was saved by Master Zhong Ge. In order to repay him for saving my life, I will follow him from now on." "Saving your life?" ZDI exhaled and forced a smile. "You do need to repay him. I understand Leader Sandow's way of doing things, but we have signed an employment agreement. Does Leader Sandow want to break the agreement?" Sandow immediately said, "This is what I wanted to explain to you, President ZDI. The old president's financial support helped the mercenary group overcome a huge obstacle. I promised to help the old president with all my strength, even if I have to use my life to repay this kindness. So this time, I accepted your employment despite the risks. However, the shipwreck almost wiped out my mercenary group, and I only survived because of Master Zhong Ge's help. It can be said that my life has been repaid to your Chamber of Commerce. We are even now." ZDI was speechless. She knew that Sandow was a goblin with a strong will. If she continued to persuade him, she would definitely fail. Thus, ZDI looked at the people around Sandow. "What about you?" The motley crew looked at each other, then someone shouted, "If we didn't accept your employment, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Forget it, it's not President ZDI's fault that the shipwreck happened. Our mercenary group has been disbanded. But since Master Sandow is following Master Zhong Ge, we also choose to stay together." Sandow was a charismatic leader. Even if the mercenary group was disbanded, the remaining people were still willing to follow him. ZDI didn't try to persuade the Sandow mercenaries. She thought for a moment and looked at Zhong Ge. "Zhong Ge, you are a brave warrior. And the one standing in front of you is a noble of the empire, with noble blood flowing in his veins. Not only that, he also has outstanding virtues, and is a genuine holy knight. He will also be the future White Sand City Lord. Are you willing to sacrifice your bravery to the Lord Jinjin, and receive glory and wealth? P.S. Fixed all the typos in sections 1 to 90, section 67 has been unbanned, and 4 bugs have been fixed. 1. Companions in volcanic caves eat meat. 2 needles faced the fat ball flying fish and took off his clothes to transform. 3. The Mianxia clan has been changed to the Santower clan. 4. Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao are both bronze rank, not iron rank. Today's first subscription event. Subscribe to this chapter within 24 hours. First subscription data. First subscription data, 5,000 plus 1 chapter. First subscription data, 8,000 plus 2 chapters. Guaranteed 2 chapters. Chapter 95. ZDI had a good plan. Since she had hit a wall with Sandow and the former mercenaries, she might as well recruit the leader directly. As long as Zhong Ge agreed, even Sandow and these people would be used by Jinjin. The best part was that ZDI did not have to pay them. The murder of crows did not speak, only using their eyes to communicate. Although it was their first time seeing Jinjin, just by looking at Jinjin's golden hair, handsome face, and tall figure, they knew that his identity was not simple. To be honest, ZDI's words moved them. The life of a mercenary group was tough. They had to earn some living expenses through fighting and maintaining their weapons and equipment to survive. Even if they had some extra money, they would often squander it on taverns, gambling, men, and women. The competition between mercenary groups was also very fierce. Most of the mercenaries died in a foreign land, and the few who lived to live in seclusion dragged their crippled bodies and lived in poverty in their old age. If they followed a noble, they would be able to get rid of their mercenary status and become a regular soldier. No, even if they were auxiliary soldiers or guards at the city gates, it would be more stable than being a mercenary. Usually, they would not have such an opportunity. However, now that they were on an island, an opportunity presented itself to them by chance. If they grabbed it, they might not only be protected, but they might even be able to stand out and rise to the next level. Sandow looked deeply at ZDI, thinking that the girl in front of him was indeed the president of a large chamber of commerce. He really could not underestimate her because of her age. Sandao looked at the murder of crows beside him. Although he was the one who disbanded the mercenary group, as the former leader, he still had the habit of thinking for the group members. So, although Sandao was not interested in ZDI's recruitment, he did not immediately reject it. He knew that if he rejected them, these ex-mercenaries would follow his decision. Moreover, Sandao had only followed Zhong Ji for a short time, so he did not understand Zhong Ji's thoughts. So Sandao looked at Zhong Ji and said in a deep voice, "Sir Zhong Ji, no matter what decision you make, I will follow you." Zhong Ji sneered, "100 Needles clan? What's there to show off about a defeated noble from the south? Temple Knight? Can you beat me? And the position of White Sand City's lord, you need to run, right? As far as I know, you should have arrived at White Sand City by now. Because of this shipwreck, you have already delayed the opportunity. What do you have that makes you think that you can definitely get this position?" Mang Ji was unruly and did not put Jinjun in his eyes. What surprised ZDI even more was that Mang Ji seemed to understand the situation of the upper echelons very well. Knowing that you need to run for the position of City Lord is not strange. But even knowing the delay, ZDI immediately realized, Zhong Ji's identity is not simple. Zhong Ji directly rejected the recruitment. Sandao and the former mercenaries beside him naturally acted in unison. With Sir Zhong Ji's strength, there will be people trying to recruit him wherever he goes. We are going to fight against the beast men. We don't have to worry about not having a place to use our strength. Humph, a trifling half-beast man, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Lan Zhao was very angry. Shisuo also did not approve of Zhenjin's recruitment of Zhong Ji. He came to Zhenjin's side and pointed at Zhong Ji. "Lord Zhenjin, he is the one who chased us all the way. This kind of person is extremely vicious. Leaving this kind of disaster alive is a threat to all of us." Sandao sneered, "Chased? If it wasn't for us, your blockhead and the old shipwright would have died a long time ago." Shisuo snorted coldly. He looked deeply at the place where Zhong Ji spat out blood. Then he said to Zhenjin, "Lord Zhenjin, this lowly half-beast man is seriously injured. This is the best time to get rid of him." "What did you say? Damn this guy." The former mercenaries were furious. They put their hands on the hilts of their swords and sabers. The atmosphere became even more tense. The battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. "What? You want to kill him now that you can't recruit him? Is this how a holy knight acts?" Zhong Ji said lightly, staring at Zhenjin. He was indeed injured, and he knew that Zhenjin was the one who controlled the situation. Zhenjin shook his head slightly. "Goblin Sandao is right. It was indeed Zhong Ji who saved the old shipwright and the blockhead. This is indeed the truth. I feel very sorry for rejecting my recruitment, but this does not make me think that this is an offense to my dignity. I am a holy knight. Tolerance and benevolence are one of my creeds. If I take my anger out on someone who just rejected my recruitment, then I am not worthy of being a follower of the Shengming Emperor. My lord." Lan Zhao stood behind Zhenjin, slightly absent-minded. Zhenjin's words appeased him and eased the situation. But just as Sandao and the others let out a sigh of relief, Zhenjin said, "However, if you kill your companions, or if you mercilessly chase and coerce innocent people, then it is a different matter." As he spoke, Zhenjin's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing towards Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji frowned. "Chase and kill?" Someone beside Sandao laughed in anger, and he loudly retorted, "We did not chase and kill anyone. We only chased and wanted to get the shipwright back. Instead, it was you group of despicable people who wanted to kill us." These words resonated strongly with the others. They all reprimanded and growled. "You took away the shipwright, and none of us left know how to build ships. What chance do we have to survive? You have planned this for a long time, plotting against our Lord Zhong Ji. Has Lord Zhong Ji ever let you down? For you, he overthrew the shameless first mate, and even became the leader. He fought on the front lines, leading the troop. The camp was mysteriously attacked, and in order to protect you, he guarded the camp day and night, almost without sleep. How did you treat Lord Zhong Ji? You do not have the slightest respect for Lord Zhong Ji. All you say is that he is a demi-beast man, a demi-beast man. But in reality, it was the demi-beast man who saved you. You pure-blooded humans do not have the slightest bit of gratitude, and instead bite the hand that feeds you. That's right, this is a naked betrayal. Jinjin also frowned. Is this true? Other than the shipwright, no one else knows how to build ships. He looked at Shisuo. Shisuo avoided his gaze, and stammered, not replying. I'm afraid so, master. As a sailor, Lan Zhao had some understanding of the crew. The ship has to withstand the wind and waves, and defend against the sneak attacks of the underwater fishmen, so the ship's structure is not normal. And the old shipwright is not normal. He was once a high-ranking member of the Shipwright Guild, and his biggest wish in life is to personally build a high-quality ship that belongs to him. Jinjin fell into deep thought for a moment. Zhongji's gaze was fixed on Jinjin, and at this moment he opened his mouth. Jinjin, you are a dignified Holy Temple Knight. When we found out that we were abandoned, and the only shipwright who can build ships was taken away, is it too much for us to chase after you? The pressure was immediately transferred to Jinjin. Zhongji's words were consistent with his valiant fighting style, and he directly forced Jinjin into a corner. Jinjin slightly raised his head, and calmly looked at Zhongji. Your choice is indeed reasonable. When these words came out, Blockhead, Shisuo, and the others were slightly restless. Master. Zdi came to Jinjin's side, and could not help but remind him in a low voice. Jinjin turned his head and smiled at his fiancée, indicating that the latter should not worry. Then, with his left hand on the hilt of the silver lightning rapier, he stepped forward, and stood between the two sides. He looked around, his body was straight, his head was slightly raised, and his golden hair shone under the sunlight. He said in a clear voice, as a Holy Temple Knight, I uphold the principle of fairness. What happened in the camp, I did not experience it, and only listened to your narration. But what is right and what is wrong, I am not without the ability to distinguish. At the same time, I will not favor my own race because of my identity as a human, nor will I look down on others because of their identity as half-beastmen, half-elves, and goblins. The shipwreck happened, and we were all reduced to this island. We have to unite and help each other. Only by doing this can we increase our chances of escaping. Shisuo sneaked away with the shipwright. This action is wrong, and abandoning his companions is also very selfish. Sir Knight. When Shisuo heard this, he immediately shouted, his face full of anger. The crew behind him looked at Jinjin with eyes that were no longer as kind and respectful as before. You don't understand. Shisuo pointed his finger at Zhongji, his voice trembling with anger. He killed my father. Jinjin nodded and looked at him. I have also heard about this matter. I understand your feelings very well. But where is the evidence? Shisuo immediately said, my father's body has wounds caused by spear-type weapons. As long as we take out Zhongji's twin spears and examine the wounds, it will be the best evidence. Jinjin then looked at Zhongji. Zhongji crossed his arms in front of his chest, his chin slightly raised, looking at Shisuo and the others with contempt. How can my spears be used so easily? You see, Lord Jinjin, Shisuo shouted, his finger pointing at Zhongji. Then he stared at Jinjin. He is guilty. He does not dare to verify it. What else is there to say? Jinjin stared at Zhongji. Although this was the first time they met, Zhongji's bravery and toughness left a deep impression on Jinjin. Zhongji carried a pair of short spears on his back. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were of excellent quality. But facing the charge of the silver rhinoceros, Zhongji did not use this pair of short spears, even if he had to pay the price of being seriously injured. Is there something that is hard to say? Jinjin guessed, at the same time looking at Shisuo. Do you have any other evidence? Shisuo widened his eyes and looked at Jinjin in disbelief. What other evidence do you need? Zhongji's attitude is the best evidence. He does not dare to verify it at all, because he is the murderer of my father. I admit that he is very strong, but it is because of this that he could assassinate my father. Jinjin shook his head slightly. Zhongji is not willing to verify it, that is his problem. Before there is conclusive evidence, we can doubt and work hard to prove it, but we should not slander him. In fact, even if the wound is the same as Zhongji's spear, it is not conclusive evidence. Because the wound can also be faked. Shisuo could not help but take a step back, his face full of misery, and asked loudly, "Sir, you would rather believe a beastman than your own race?" Chapter 96. The crew members were restless, looking at Zhenjin with suspicion. "Shisuo, pay attention to your words." Lan Zhao stepped forward. But in the next moment, Zhenjin reached out to stop him. Zhenjin looked calmly at the agitated Shisuo with his blue eyes. "I am just stating facts and upholding justice. The identity of a beastman should not obstruct us from investigating the real culprit. If Zhongji is not the real culprit, then Shisuo, please think about it. You have framed an innocent person, and because you took away the shipwright for revenge, you have implicated many innocent people on the same ship, putting them to death. And the real culprit might still be alive, right by your side, watching you frame others, and seeing your fight with Zhongji and the others as a good show. If that is the case, don't you think that this is condoning evil and covering justice in the dust?" Zhenjin's tone was steady from beginning to end, and this rhetorical question made Shisuo's face turn red, but he could only remain silent. The crew's discussion also calmed down. They had to admit that Zhenjin's words were very reasonable. "If you have conclusive evidence, I will definitely uphold justice for you. Believe me, this is the promise that I, Zhenjin, a temple knight, make to you." Zhenjin patted Shisuo's shoulder. Shisuo opened his mouth, looking at Zhenjin without saying anything. He turned his head to look at the expressionless Zhongji, and said angrily, "Lord Zhenjin, I believe you." Zdi narrowed her eyes, "But Lord Zhenjin, we once found traces of Zhongji, Sandao, and the others. They purposely cleaned up the battlefield, and cleaned up their tracks. This action itself contains malice, isn't it?" "It's my habit." Zhongji took the initiative to explain. Zhenjin's words had changed his impression of the young knight. "I have to be responsible for myself, for our group. Even if the shipwright is not willing to go with me, I will do my best to capture him alive." Zhongji did not hide his intentions. "Bad guy." When the blockhead heard this, he angrily hammered the wooden stick on the ground. Zhenjin suddenly remembered He Huan's guess. He stared at Zhongji. "This is the style of a soldier. Did you serve in the army?" "Which army?" Zhongji snorted coldly. He did not refute, nor did he answer. Instead, he said, "Are you interrogating a prisoner, Paladin?" "Of course not." Zhenjin shook his head. "However, this matter still needs to be resolved. Good communication was the prerequisite for cooperation. If you refuse to prove yourself again and again, how can we believe you?" Zhongji sneered. "You want me to prove myself? Then how can you prove your identity? If some random people come out and call you a noble, say that you are a paladin, do you think you can convince us? I heard that every paladin is always under the gaze of the Shungming Emperor. Maybe you should pray to God, and give us a divine spell, so that we can believe you without any doubt." Zhenjin immediately gripped the hilt of his sword. His eyebrows wrinkled, his face sank, and his eyes became as cold as ice. He shouted in a low voice, "Zhongji, watch your words. You dare to look down on God? I bear the gaze of the Shungming Emperor. This is the blessing of God. The divine spell is the gift of God, it is not for show or to prove one's identity. Apologize to me now, right now. Otherwise, you will incur the wrath of a paladin." As Zhenjin spoke, he took a step forward and approached Zhongji. Behind him, Lan Zhao, He Huan and the others took out their weapons. Zdi reached into her bag, and Blockhead picked up the wooden club and growled from the depths of his throat. In just a short while, the wounds on the little giant's body had already stopped bleeding. The giant's blood gave him a strong recovery ability. Zhongji's face changed slightly. He also realized that he had said something wrong. He put his right hand on his chest and bowed to Zhenjin. "I was wrong. How could I dare to look down on a god? This is my sin. I swear, I will contribute 300 gold to the Shungming Temple as a punishment for my words. Also, I will kneel in front of the Shungming Temple's priests and take the initiative to repent for my sins today." This was the era of God. Slandering God would indeed incur God's wrath. Just like how nobles were supposed to be high and mighty, their beliefs were even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even Sandao and the others who followed Zhong Ji felt uneasy when they heard what Zhong Ji had just said. They secretly thought that Zhong Ji was too reckless. Seeing that Zhong Ji's attitude was very sincere, Zhenjin's face relaxed a little. He Huan suddenly said, "Wait. Zhong Ji, do you dare to swear to the god you believe in that you are not the one who attacked the camp and killed the captain?" "Attacked the camp?" Zhong Ji was puzzled. "Our camp was attacked by bat monkeys and rhinoceroses. Do you dare to swear that you are not the one who controlled these beasts?" He Huan continued to reprimand him. Zhong Ji snorted coldly. He crossed his arms and held his head high. He did not answer. Sandao's people were so angry that they laughed. "How imaginative. Use your brain, we are all here. How do we control these beasts?" He Huan sneered, "Then how do you explain that our second camp, Shisuo, and the shipwright were all attacked by the beasts? We were also attacked. Why are you suspecting us?" He Huan stared at Zhong Ji and narrowed his eyes. "You are a half-beast human. Even if you don't have any special methods, the people around you might not have any special method." Sandao stared coldly at He Huan and lightly asked, "Can a half-beast human control the beasts? Just because you have a half-beast human bloodline?" He Huan sneered, "Then why did you appear in time to save Blockhead and the shipwright? How do you explain that? So you are saying that we were wrong to save the shipwright in time? Didn't your Sir Knight also appear in time?" Someone immediately asked. "In the end, you are suspecting us because we are not pure-blooded humans." The people around Sandao were filled with righteous indignation. "Stop talking." Zhong Ji raised his hand to stop the argument. He looked at Zhenjin and his attitude became cold and unyielding again. "I have no explanation for this matter. I don't need to explain it to you." Zhenjin sighed deeply and stopped the people behind him from questioning. "There is no point in continuing to argue. Let's go back to the camp together." Zhenjin took the initiative to invite Zhong Ji and the others. "What? Sir, you want to bring these goods back to the camp?" Shisuo and the others stared with wide eyes. They were shocked by Zhenjin's decision. Zhenjin's blue eyes slowly swept over Shisuo and the others. His gaze was clear and sincere. "What else? We are all on the same boat. We are all victims of the shipwreck. We have injured people who need to return to the camp to rest. They also have injured people who were injured because of saving the shipwright. I saw this with my own eyes. What you see may not be the truth, my sir," He Huan said. "What if it is a play of bitterness? What if it is a ruse? Thank you for your reminder." Zhenjin looked at He Huan with praise. "What you say is reasonable. There is such a possibility. However, there is another possibility, is there not? Before all the possibilities and all the suspicions are confirmed, we should not deny one possibility because of another. Maneji might have been wrongly accused, isn't he? Everyone, please think about it. If he is a pure-blooded human and not a half-beast man, would your suspicions of him be lessened?" Everyone was speechless. Zhenjin turned around and looked at Zhong Ji's people. "We come from many places. We have differences in status. But here, we are all victims who have fallen to this island and want to escape. Our goal is the same. We should be united. Any suspicion, indifference, disgust, opposition, etc., will make it difficult for us to work together. It will reduce our chances of escaping. I am the Holy Knight Zhenjin. Here, I promise everyone that I will treat everyone fairly and justly, no matter where they come from, no matter what race they are, no matter what bloodline they have. I will also punish the criminals and the real culprits. I will not let them go unpunished. I will do my best to lead everyone and search for the hope of salvation." For a moment, everyone looked at the golden-haired young man, moved by his resolute words. "You are willing to accept us?" Sandao was stunned. As the leader of a mercenary group, he had interacted with many different kinds of people. However, even with his rich life experience, it was rare to see such a superior and noble person who treated everyone equally. Zhenjin smiled. "I am a holy knight. I will not deceive you with lies." Holy knight. Many people chewed on this word and were a little absent-minded. Interesting. Zhong Ji rubbed his chin and looked deeply at Zhenjin. He looked at the young knight in front of him with a new gaze. The next moment, the valiant warrior raised his voice slightly. That's fine too. Then I will follow you back. Sir. The people around Zhong Ji were surprised. Just like how Shisuo and the others were guarding against Zhong Ji and the others were also guarding against him. San Dao immediately said, Sir's decision is my decision. The former mercenary group members who had objections to this immediately shut their mouths. Zhenjin's rescue of Shisuo, Shipwright and the others was very timely and successful. Although the bat monkeys and the silver rhinoceros attacks were fierce, everyone was only injured and no one died. The journey back was smooth and the large group of people safely returned to the camp. There's actually an arrow tower? They built a camp so quickly? This place was also attacked by fierce beasts. Didn't I say? It's a group of bat monkeys and that silver rhinoceros. The people around San Dao discussed animatedly. Mu Ban and the others were overjoyed when they saw Zhenjin and Shisuo, but when they saw Zhong Ji and the others, they were surprised. After He Huan and the others' explanation and Zhenjin's consolation, Mu Ban and the others reluctantly accepted this fact. However, under their strong stance, Zhong Ji and the others were not accepted into the camp and were temporarily stationed nearby. P.S. Poor subscriptions, little friends. To be honest, this was out of my expectations. When this book was on the shelves, there were over 80,000 bookmarks, but now there are only over 2,000 subscriptions and an average of 1,000 subscriptions. This subscription ratio is a little unreasonable. I analyzed the reason in the morning. 1. The pace of the book is slow, especially in the early stages, causing more and more people to buy books. 2. Because of the group characters and the storyline, using the movie structure, there are many foreshadowing and the power of the characters is distributed to each character, causing the conflicts to not be dense and causing people to not have the motivation to chase more chapters. 3. The main character has not reached the time of realization. The Temple Knight's grand and righteous style and Fang Yuan's style are two extremes. This caused a large number of our original readers to lose their patience. 4. The strength system is old and has no new ideas. 5. There are too many things that need to be improved, the steps are too big and the balls are pulled. There may be other reasons, but I will reflect on it and actively adjust it. I will appeal to the students who want to read the pirated version to try to read the original version. Each chapter only costs a few cents. Indeed, this writing method may not be in line with the reading habits of online novels. I had already expected this, but I did not expect it to be so miserable. I have already said in my acceptance speech that I have let go of any burden of fame and am exploring a new writing path as a pure author. Thus, no matter what the final result is, I will calmly accept it. I firmly believe that a good novel is a good novel, a solid and wonderful story has a natural attraction, and gradually there will be more readers who can appreciate this writing method. Just like when I started writing True Master GU, the situation was similar to now, and then I slowly wrote it. Thus, please rest assured, I will still do my best to write. This book is the same as my other books, as long as there is no strong external cause, it will not be unfinished or have a bad ending. Seeing some readers talking about the matter of a burst chapter, I also want to, but there is no way to do so. The group character writing, the adjustment of the plot, as well as learning and absorbing knowledge, all require a lot of time and energy. Currently, 2 chapters is already the limit, and in the future, because of the concept of quality first, it may be adjusted to 1. But I will do my best to write 2 more chapters. I cannot help but sigh. In the past decade or so, the formation of the writing style of online novels has a very strong foundation in reality. The fragmented reading experience of online novels, with such a subscription incentive, it is natural for most people to choose the writing style of online novels. After all, you have to eat first to survive. But I will persevere. I feel that Moonlight is more beautiful. I can write an even more beautiful novel this way. Chapter 97. The shipwright slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the broken roof of the wooden house. Father, you're awake. You're alive again, the blockhead shouted. The old shipwright, who was still a bit dizzy, was shocked by the thunderous voice. He frowned and shouted, "Shut up, I'm not your father." I don't have a stupid son like you. The sailors who heard the commotion came to the wooden house. Hearing the old shipwrights shout, someone laughed. Come on, when you found this abandoned baby, you were the only one who didn't want to throw him away. You were the one who raised him up with a lot of shit and piss. If you're not his father, who else can you be? Someone else said, you were unconscious at the time, so you didn't see it. Your stupid son used his own body as a shield to protect you. Otherwise, you would have been torn apart by those bat monkeys. Blockhead, protect father. Father is not afraid. The blockhead pounded his chest, making thumping sounds. The old shipwright looked at the blockhead and coldly snorted, I'm a pure-blooded human, at the top, I'm your adoptive father. Adoptive father, the old shipwright repeated. His tone was disdainful, but his eyes were filled with warmth. Seeing the big blockhead wrapped in bandages, he revealed a worried expression. How's your injury? Let me take a look. The old shipwright waved his hand. Don't look, if you can walk, then quickly go greet Lord Zhenjin. Lord Zhenjin? The crew recounted what had happened to the old shipwright. The old shipwright was stunned, only now did he know that if Zhongji didn't stop the silver rhino, he would have died. He couldn't help but feel scared. At the same time, he became worried. This Lord Zhenjin, he actually invited Zhongji's group into the camp. He is a temple knight, but isn't he a bit too young? Sigh, no matter what, let's go greet this important person first. The shipwright was supported by someone and walked out of the broken wooden house. In the open space of the camp, several bonfires were burning at the same time. Large pieces of lizard meat were being roasted on the fire, emitting a strong aroma. There was plenty of drinkable water. Zhenjin even had a small bottle of rum in his hand. These were supplies from the crew. This was the first time the shipwright saw Zhenjin. He immediately placed his hand on his chest and knelt down to greet Zhenjin. Get up. Zhenjin seemed to be very happy as he chuckled. We'll have to rely on you in the future, old shipwright. We don't know how to build ships, Zhenjin encouraged. The old shipwright stood up, but lowered his head even more. I will do my best. Zhenjin waved his hand. Go down and eat. Take care of your body. The young knight took the skewers in front of him and took the initiative to walk towards Zhongji. Zhongji and the others were gathered on one side, while Zhenjin and the others were clearly separated. Zhenjin had just taken a step when he attracted everyone's attention. Under countless gazes, Zhenjin came in front of Zhongji and handed him the roasted meat. Here, have a taste of the lizard meat, Zhenjin said with a smile. His handsome face was shining with a dazzling brilliance under the light of the fire. Zhongji calmly took the lizard meat, took a big bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. This is the green lizard of the desert that can shoot acid. Zhongji tasted it and frowned. It doesn't seem to be much. Maybe the silver rank green lizard leader's meat is better. I've eaten the silver green lizard's meat, the taste is about the same. Zhongji, if you want to hear it, I can describe it to you in detail. Actually, it's good for us to exchange information. Zhenjin said. Sandao stared at Zhenjin expressionlessly. The Lord Zhenjin bravely broke into the island, took pity on the weak, and saved the good. We've already heard about it from others. Zhenjin smiled bitterly. What kind of hero am I? I tried my best and only brought 4 of my companions. On this island, my ability is limited. Here. Zhongji took the meat skewers from the fire and handed them to Zhenjin. The silver bear meat might be better. Let's call it a bear. Although it has the tail of a monkey and the hands of an orangutan. Monkey tail brown bear, Zhenjin said. His pupils shrank imperceptibly, but the smile on his face did not change at all. He naturally took the bear meat. Oh, right. This is for you. It can heal your injuries. Use it as soon as possible. When Miss ZDI made it, she told me that this bottle of medicine will lose its effect after a day. Zhenjin threw a bottle of medicine to Zhongji. Zhongji subconsciously took it. Just as he was about to reply, Zhenjin had already turned and left. After this exchange, Zhenjin and Zhongji did not say anything else. After dinner, Zhongji and the others left the camp and returned to their temporary tent. Sir, I brought you another bat monkey. Bai Ya carried a dead bat monkey and came to Kang Shu's tent. With the supplies brought by Shisuo and the others, Kang Shu finally did not have to sleep in a hammock. Zhen Jin specially arranged for him to have his own tent. In the tent, other than the mattress on the floor, there was a long wooden table. There were a few lit candles on the wooden table. The table was dripping with blood. The bat monkey's wings, skull, and eyeballs were scattered everywhere. Kang Shu was still wearing his glasses with broken lenses. At this time, he was using an iron rod to pry open the bat monkey's throat and carefully looking inside with the candlelight. What strong vocal cords! Coupled with extraordinary lungs, no wonder it can produce such strong sound waves. Kang Shu murmured. He did not look at Bai Ya and only said, "Put this bat monkey down." Bai Ya obeyed and put down the bat monkey. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard Kang Shu ask again, "This bat monkey was killed by Goblin Sandao?" "Yes." Bai Ya replied, "According to your request, I picked it out from the bat monkey's corpse. I also received confirmation from others." Kang Shu stroked the wound on the bat monkey's neck, clean and efficient. "He is an expert with a knife." Bai Ya stood motionless. He had a hesitant look on his face. He opened his mouth and finally voiced his doubts. "This group of people is very dangerous. Why does Lord Zhen Jin still want to bring them back to the camp? Shouldn't we be on guard against them?" Kang Shu began to use the knife and continued to cut down the bat monkey's neck. "Do you think it is easier to guard against them by throwing them into the dense forest or by keeping them under our noses?" Bai Ya was slightly stunned. He then asked, "Since Lord Zhen Jin is on guard against them, he must also be suspicious of Zhong Ji. Why not just interrogate him directly? Sir is a dignified temple knight and a noble. No one would object to him interrogating a beastman. Sir is really too benevolent." Kang Shu raised his eyes to look at Bai Ya and then looked at the bat monkey's corpse on the table. Kang Shu lowered his head and said, "You should have heard what the others said. Zhong Ji, this beastman, is very strong." Bai Ya immediately refuted, "But he is injured." Kang Shu nodded slightly. He pressed his hand down and finally used the knife to cut off the bat monkey's neck. "He is injured. But how serious is his injury? Don't look at him." He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Maybe he is acting." Bai Ya stared. "Is there such a possibility? Why not? You lack battle experience, young man." Kang Shu laughed, "And the most important point is that Zhong Ji saved the old shipwright. If he didn't make a move, the old shipwright would have died. Zhong Ji was injured because of this. Our Lord Zhen Jin, he definitely wouldn't take advantage of a burning house and add insult to injury. Sir, sigh." Bai Ya sighed deeply. Kang Shu began to use the saw to cut at the bat monkey's skull. Moreover, there were also members of the Sandao mercenary group at that time. These people's fighting strength was much stronger than the crew. Once the conflict was ignited, it would trigger a chaotic battle. Even if Sir could defeat Zhong Ji, it would be difficult to protect ZDI, the old shipwright, and the others at the same time. If we forced the other side to kill the shipwright, then we wouldn't be able to make a ship and we would have already left this island. Moreover, Sir had ZDI with him at that time. Sir ZDI couldn't use magic and only had potions to protect herself. Why would Sir put his fiancée in danger? Bai Ya nodded. "It seems that Sir has thought it through carefully." Kang Shu sawed for a long time, but the bat monkey's skull was still hard enough to resist the saw. He stood up and waved to Bai Ya. "Come, help me saw this thing open." Bai Ya didn't refuse or hesitate. He immediately came to the table and took the saw. He used his fractured and still recuperating hand to stabilize the bat monkey's head, and used his other arm to cut with all his strength. Kang Shu stood to the side, panting. Seeing how hard Bai Ya worked, he decided to give the young man a few more pointers. After all, Bai Ya had saved his life. Although Kang Shu had publicly proposed to use Bai Ya as food. But that was because there was too little food and they had no other choice. Under such circumstances, Kang Shu was even willing to contribute himself to be Zhen Jin's food. Under such circumstances, Kang Shu's attitude towards Bai Ya was naturally different. Kang Shu said, "Sir, there are actually many benefits to doing this. First of all, Sir has retained and is expanding the possibility of recruiting this group of people. Didn't they refuse? Bai Ya was puzzled. Do they really not want to? Kang Shu laughed. If you were one of them, would you rather follow Zhong Ji or Lord Zhenjin? Of course Lord Zhenjin. Bai Ya didn't hesitate. Yes. Kang Shu sighed, feeling very emotional. The competition in the mercenary world is very cruel. The few mercenary groups standing at the top of the tower are indeed glorious. But the Sandao mercenary group isn't. The goblin Sandao is only at the iron level. His mercenary group is at most mid-level. As a mercenary, how many can truly have a good ending? Young people may be naive, but these mercenaries have been around for half their lives. They have already seen the reality and recognized themselves. What kind of people are they? What kind of bloodline can they have? Kang Shu sneered. Following Zhenjin is very tempting for them. Because this could be a chance to change their entire lives. To be able to gain the favor of a great person like Lord Zhenjin and allow them to follow him is such a rare opportunity. They can't not know. Then why did they refuse? Bai Ya asked. Kang Shu laughed. People follow the crowd. These mercenaries follow Sandao, and their inertia is too strong. It can't be changed in a short period of time. Moreover, this is the first time they have met Lord Zhenjin, and they don't understand Sir's nobility. But Sir Zdi has already planted the seeds of recruitment in their hearts. In the future, when these seeds take root and germinate, Lord Zhenjin will personally open his mouth to recruit them. There is almost no possibility of failure. It is necessary to recruit them. You've already experienced how dangerous this island is. So, we have to unite with anyone who can be united. We have to cherish every precious human resource. Think about it. Maybe in the future, a ship will be successfully built. We can control the ship, but it will be caught in a storm. Because we lack a sailor and don't lower the sail in time, the ship will capsize, and we will all die at the bottom of the sea. Although this idea is a bit extreme, who can really predict the future? Can you think of a shipwreck? Bai Ya shook his head. Kang Shu said, Lord Zhenjin has a great advantage in recruiting these people. Zhong Ji is only a beastman. His identity and bloodline are his biggest flaws. As long as they have been in contact with him for a long time, these people will naturally be attracted to Lord Zhenjin. But Zhong Ji is very likely to be the murderer. Bai Ya whispered and stopped the saw in his hand. Continue, don't stop. Kang Shu immediately reminded him. Oh. Bai Ya hurriedly buried his head in sawing the monkey's head. Kang Shu looked at the young man's hard work and laughed silently. Do you think Zhong Ji is the murderer? How would I know? Bai Ya shook his head. Then do you think it's possible? Kang Shu changed the way he asked. Isn't he the most suspicious? Shisuo said a lot during dinner. Bai Ya wanted to repeat, but was immediately interrupted by Kang Shu. You have to think for yourself, Bai Ya. Carefully think back, Zhong Ji's behavior before and after. Do you think he's the murderer? Kang Shu continued to guide Bai Ya. Bai Ya seriously thought this time and said in an uncertain tone, I feel that Zhong Ji is a very arrogant person. It seems like he wouldn't do something like assassinate someone. Kang Shu didn't comment on Bai Ya's guess, but analyzed Zhong Ji's behavior. We can say that Zhong Ji saved shipwright for himself. But Sandao and the others didn't make a move against Zhenjin and Shisuo, right? According to the situation at that time, Zhong Ji and the others had a good chance of killing Blockhead and forcefully capturing the unconscious shipwright. But they didn't do that. Even though his attitude towards Lord Zhenjin was very disrespectful, it could be said that he offended Lord Zhenjin. But in the end, he didn't make a move, and kept communicating with Lord Zhenjin. Bai Ya thought of something and became very angry. Does that count as communicating? He even dared to ask Lord Zhenjin to use divine arts to prove his identity. Ha ha ha, I think that was more of a test, and not that Zhong Ji was really reckless. He didn't know how strong Lord Zhenjin was. After all, divine arts are powers bestowed by the gods, and are fundamentally different from battle chi and magic. Zhong Ji wasn't sure if divine arts were prohibited on this island. Bai Ya's eyes lit up. So, Lord Zhenjin actually saw through it. He berated Zhong Ji, causing Zhong Ji to fear Lord Zhenjin, and he didn't dare to act rashly. That's right. It's good that you can think of this. Now, let's talk about Shisuo. Kang Shu said. What's wrong with Shisuo? He's a very good person. Even though he's the third mate, he doesn't put on airs and is very easygoing. Bai Yue said. Shisuo isn't simple. Kang Shu pushed up his glasses. If you think about it carefully, the captain is his father. In other words, Shisuo is the heir to the pig's kiss. The pig's kiss is the captain's personal property, and it will definitely be Shisuo's in the future. How do the crew normally view Shisuo? Even if he's not the young master, he's still the future boss. Shisuo was promoted to third mate, so you can imagine his status on the ship. When the shipwreck happened, the survivors came to the beach. The first mate hid a lot of food. Does Shisuo, as the third mate, know about it? If I were the first mate and the leader of the crew, the first thing I would do is to win the support of the crew. The third mate has a special place in the hearts of the crew. As the first mate, in order to stabilize the people's hearts and for my own image, I would also take care of the third mate in private. Therefore, Shisuo is very likely to be the beneficiary of the first mate's secret stash of food. However, the first mate was overthrown by Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji became the leader. Even if he rebuilds the ship, it has nothing to do with Shisuo. What's more dangerous is that Zhong Ji is a strong person. The longer he holds the position of leader, the greater his influence. In the beginning, the crew followed Shisuo, but after a while, they followed Zhong Ji. Without the ship and without the crew following him, what does Shisuo have left? Bai Yue was stunned. Kang Shu stroked his white beard. Let's take a look at the wound on the captain's body. The captain's body was found after Zhong Ji came to power. Coincidentally, there was a penetrating wound on the body, which looked like it was caused by a spear. Even more coincidentally, Zhong Ji carried a pair of short spears on his back all day, which attracted a lot of attention. Bai Yue couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and the saw in his hand stopped again. Chapter 98. In the tent, Kang Shu continued, however, Zhong Ji is undoubtedly strong, and he is not alone. He also has the San Dao following him. The San Dao is surrounded by his former mercenary group members. The rumors about the beastman eating humans, and the suspicion of the real murderer of the captain, made the crew and the mercenary group members stand against each other. However, the mysterious attacks did not stop. Almost every night, someone died, and the people in the camp were in a state of panic. Would leaving the camp avoid the attacks? Everyone must have thought so. The more afraid people are, the more dangerous the situation is, and the stronger the mentality of relying on the strong. Although all kinds of rumors point to Zhong Ji is still stronger than Shisuo. Shisuo's influence will continue to decline. In this case, if Shisuo does not take advantage of his influence to start a new life, the crew will soon rely on the beastman Zhong Ji. Although people look down on the beastmen, this is a matter of life and death, and this is completely secondary. Thinking about it this way, it is not strange that Shisuo secretly encouraged others to leave the camp when the main force was building the second batch of exploration teams. Bai Yue looked at the old scholar in front of him, blinking repeatedly, and was speechless for a moment. It was as if the door to a new world had suddenly opened. Bai Yue's heart was filled with horror, fear, and joy. The complex emotions, difficult to describe, stimulated the young man to have a sudden inspiration. I understand. Bai Yue suddenly shouted. I understand why Zhong Ji did not examine the wound. Was it just arrogance? That's not it. Because he also knows that there is no point in examining it. Shisuo will work hard to prove that he is the murderer. If the wound is consistent with Zhong Ji's short spear, it proves that Shisuo's efforts were successful. If it doesn't match, then Shisuo can also say that it's because the corpse was soaked in seawater and deformed. So, even if Zhong Ji really went to verify it, he wouldn't be able to prove his innocence. It was also very likely that he would fall into Shisuo's trap and be framed even more deeply. Since Shisuo deliberately created this wound, he must have put in a lot of effort. Kang Shu nodded and smiled. Young man, you've finally learned how to use your brain. Keep this good habit and you will benefit immensely. Bai Ya frowned again. However, Zhong Ji is so strong, and Shisuo is only bronze ranked. He actually dared to frame Zhong Ji. This was too bold. Zhong Ji is completely aware of Shisuo's scheme. Isn't Shisuo afraid that Zhong Ji will kill him with one punch? Kang Shu explained, blame it on the fact that Zhong Ji is a beastman. If he was a pure human, it would be different. Shisuo saw an opportunity in this. More importantly, human nature is greedy and selfish. Blinded by the greed in their hearts, aren't there many people who take risks for their own benefits? However, Kang Shu's expression became serious, and he stared deeply into Bai Ya's eyes. You have to understand that our discussion above is only speculation. There is no evidence. If you say this out loud, then you are the biggest fool in the camp. Bai Ya couldn't help but feel depressed. He believed that this was the truth, but he couldn't say it out loud. Everyone is muddle-headed. Some are really muddle-headed, some are just pretending. I was really muddle-headed before, but now I have no choice but to pretend. Bai Ya's mood became even more complicated. Kang Shu reiterated, unity is the most important thing right now. You have to understand that this is the most important thing. At the same time, our discussion is really only speculation. Just as the Lord Jinjin said, before the truth is revealed, before the facts are proven, don't trust others easily, and don't trust your own judgment too much. Our hearts must be broad, and we must dare to accept, and be prepared to accept any possibility. So, in fact, the Lord Jinjin has already seen through the trick. I was still a fool before, alas, he really is the Lord. Bai Ya sighed with admiration. Kang Shu smiled, do you know the 100 Needles clan's teachings? Don't overestimate people, and don't underestimate them. The Lord Jinjin is a true holy knight. He has noble virtues, but at the same time, he is also a qualified aristocrat. In this game of power, he can handle it with ease. But the Lord Jinjin is really too lenient. He even gave Zhong Ji a healing medicine. Bai Ya sighed again. Haha, this is the brilliance of the Lord. Could it be a fake medicine? Bai Ya widened his eyes again. That possibility is very small. The Lord Jinjin is definitely not such a person. Kang Shu said. Then what if Zhong Ji is cured? What if he does something bad to the Lord? Bai Ya was very worried. Kang Shu's smile became meaningful. The Lord Jinjin did give the medicine, and Zhong Ji also accepted it. The question is, Zhong Ji, he dares to use it. Zhong Ji, who had returned to the tent, quietly looked at the medicine in his hand. The medicine was in a small glass bottle. It was in a liquid state, and the light blue color was somewhat beautiful. Zhong Ji had no plans to use the medicine, because he had no way to guarantee that the medicine would be beneficial to him. He and Jinjin had only met for the first time. According to others, Jinjin had the noble spirit of a knight, but Zhong Ji was more willing to believe in his own judgment. Jinjin might not use such a despicable trick, but what about that little girl ZDI? This is the medicine made by ZDI. Maybe she is hiding something from Jinjin. Zhong Ji could not use Do Qi. If he had Do Qi, even if he took poison, he would have a certain resistance. I can't use Do Qi. My body is much stronger than Jinjin's. Jinjin can't use Do Qi either, but magic, it's hard to say. In Zhong Ji's mind, the confrontation when he rescued the shipwright appeared again. Jinjin's attitude was extremely tough, and he was really on the verge of fighting. In addition, he took the initiative to accept Zhong Ji's group, and gave them the medicine during dinner. All this shows that Jinjin has nothing to fear. Then, if he can pray, there is a high possibility that he will obtain magic. Zhong Ji's eyes were deep, he was deep in thought. It was quiet inside the tent, but the conversation and discussion of the Three Blades mercenary group's members could be heard faintly from outside. Zhong Ji's ears trembled slightly. His lion blood made his hearing very sensitive. Is this medicine effective? Will there be any problems? Jinjin not only gave Zhong Ji the medicine in public, but also ordered people to give Sandao and the others a batch of healing medicine after dinner. Hey, what are you afraid of? Would Lord Jinjin scheme against small people like us? Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't worry, I used it. It feels good, much better than the medicine I have on me. Sigh, I spent a lot of money to buy the magic medicine, but in the end, it has no effect at all. Help me apply it, I can't reach my back. Wow, it's cool and refreshing, the pain is immediately relieved, it's really useful. Wait, your butt is still injured. Let me apply it for you. This. I'll do it myself. Can you see? Just lie down obediently for me. Oh, you're embarrassed? I can't tell usually. Get lost. If you want to apply it, hurry up and apply it, stop talking nonsense. Slap, slap, slap. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I told you to apply it, why are you patting my wound? Only by applying force can the medicine penetrate. Do you understand? Get lost. Ha ha ha, after a while, all the wounded were applied the medicine. The topic naturally turned to Zhenjin. Did you hear what the people in the camp said? The Lord Zhenjin never left his fiancée. He even helped many times to save the weak. When there was a lack of food, he even gave his food to the old man and water to the people who fainted. This is just someone deliberately spreading it, right? I heard it too, it doesn't seem like it. The rumors are untrue and can't stand up to questioning, but these things are very specific and can be described in detail. Let's not talk about anything else, just seeing how the Lord Zhenjin accepted us and let us return to the camp together proves that he is different from the other nobles. He is a holy knight. What's really annoying is Shisuo's group, they actually didn't want us to sleep in the camp. Today, we are the ones who saved them. The camp is too small, they are also afraid that we will harm them. This group of crew members is selfish and not trustworthy at all. If it was the Lord Zhenjin, how could that disgusting first mate have anything to do with him? I heard that the Lord Zhenjin took the ship this time to go to the wilderness continent and compete for the position of White Sand City Lord. Unfortunately, because of this shipwreck, he has already missed the opportunity. When these words were thrown out, everyone's conversation strangely stopped. When the conversation continued, it was as if Zhenjin had been thrown to the back of their minds, no one took the initiative to mention him again. In the tent, Zhong Ji revealed a bitter expression. He understood the mentality of these former mercenary group members very well. They were discriminated against, they did not live as they wished, they were too eager to be accepted. Sir, are you asleep? Sandao's voice came from the tent. When he walked, he was silent, even Zhong Ji did not notice his footsteps. Only when he opened his mouth did Zhong Ji notice Sandao's position. Come in. Zhong Ji said. Sandao opened the tent's curtains and came in front of Zhong Ji. He half knelt on the ground and bowed to Zhong Ji, his gaze looking at the ground below Zhong Ji's feet. Sir, tomorrow morning, let me challenge Zhenjin and find out his background. Oh, why do you want to do this? Zhong Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Sandao raised his head, still half kneeling. Sir Zhong Ji, although I have only followed you for a short time, but I can feel your ambition and ambition. You brought elite equipment and took a ship to the wilderness continent alone, you must want to achieve something. And if you want to make a name for yourself, although it's free and easy to do it alone, gathering everyone will make you even more valuable, my lord. But, the shipwright was saved by you, but he only wants to see Zhenjin. Our identity restricts us. Compared to Zhenjin, your biggest advantage is your powerful martial strength. As long as everyone knows that you are the strongest in the camp, then Zhenjin's identity will be greatly reduced. Just based on physical strength, Zhenjin cannot compare to Sir. The only thing to worry about is his divine techniques. Let me scout for Sir. Tomorrow morning, we will find out Zhenjin's background. Chapter 99. Under the dim candlelight, Zhong Ji looked at Sandao quietly. The goblin in front of him was half kneeling on the ground, a white linen scarf covering his mouth, but his eyes were full of sincerity and determination. At this moment, Zhong Ji suddenly had a deeper understanding of Sandao. Besides saving his life, there was another reason why Sandao followed Zhong Ji. That was a sense of identity. We are all the same, people on the edge of society. We are all ostracized, suppressed, and discriminated against. If we were pure-blooded humans, we would definitely be able to live a better life. But the reality is that even if we have strong abilities and make outstanding contributions, we are still treated unfairly. Therefore, compared to Jinjin, Sandao wanted to see Zhong Ji succeed more. Zhong Ji was silent for a moment, then said lightly, Sandao, I understand your loyalty. But, don't be too impatient. Jinjin, this kid, is very skillful. First, he accepted us in front of everyone despite their objections. During dinner, he gave us barbecued meat and medicine in front of everyone, and even offered to share information. These actions are very popular. No matter what reason you use tomorrow, as long as you challenge him, others will be angry. They will think that you don't know how to appreciate favors and don't know how to be grateful. They will also think that it wasn't your idea because you followed me, so it must have been my idea. Zhong Ji chuckled, just like how they framed me as the murderer of the captain. The truth isn't important, what's important is people's hearts. But, sir, if we don't do something soon. Sandao gritted his teeth and looked hesitant. Zhong Ji continued, if you challenge Jinjin now, the person who benefits the most will be him. Do you know why he accepted us and arranged for us to be near the camp? He doesn't just want to guard against or recruit us, he also wants to deepen his influence with the crew. He just came into contact with Shisuo and his crew today, and he directly jumped to become the leader and seized power from Shisuo. Why didn't Shisuo resist, but choose to swallow the bitter pill? This is not only because of Jinjin's identity, and not only because Jinjin saved the camp and the lives of Shisuo and the others, but also because we are right in front of them. If Shisuo doesn't rely on Jinjin, he won't be able to resist me. Indeed. Sandao was suddenly reminded of this. If I challenge Jinjin, Shisuo will definitely be more attached to Jinjin, and this gap will shrink to a negligible extent. Zhong Ji nodded. We can't aggravate the conflict and strengthen the opposing emotions. Identity and bloodline are our weaknesses, and because of this, we need to gain the trust of the crew. Otherwise, with just us, even if we can fight, how can we control the ship? We need to be united. On this point, Jinjin and I agree. This is also why I agreed to come to this camp. This island is very dangerous. I still don't have a clue about the real culprit behind the mysterious attack on the beach camp. Whether it's Shisuo or us, we've been attacked by the bat monkeys and the silver rhinoceroses. This is very strange, and I have a feeling that someone is manipulating us from behind the scenes. The most important thing is to leave this place. When Jinjin announced that he wanted to accept us, he actually issued a challenge to me. However, the stakes of this challenge are not just me and him, but also you, Shisuo's crew, and the possibility of leaving this place. When I agreed to come to this camp, I accepted this challenge. I already have a feeling that this will be a unique battle. Our methods can't be too simple and crude, Sandao. If we do that, we will lose. And if we want to investigate Jinjin's strength, we don't need to be in a hurry to make a move. I have a feeling that the attacks of the bat monkeys and the rhinoceroses won't stop, and will even become more intense. Sandao's heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head. I completely understand, sir. Good, you can leave. This subordinate will take his leave. Sandao respectfully left the tent, and Kang Shu entered the tent to meet Jinjin. You've come, scholar, please sit. Jinjin smiled, he had been waiting for a long time. Long before they left the camp to rescue the shipwright and Shisuo, Jinjin had given Kang Shu a mission to dissect the bat monkeys' corpses and report the information to him. Kang Shu bowed. Sir, before I report to you, please give the order to add more fireplaces and torches around the camp. Because I found that these bat monkeys have strong night fighting abilities. Jinjin's expression became serious. This was a very important discovery. At night, a person's vision was greatly limited. If they fought with the bat monkeys without light, they would be at a disadvantage. Jinjin readily accepted the advice and immediately gave the order. The group had just fallen asleep, and after receiving the order, they could only get up and go to work. Jinjin also did not forget to send someone to inform Zhong Ji. After returning to the tent and listening to Kang Shu's report, Jinjin slightly frowned. You're saying that the bat monkeys can't see at night. But they can make a sound that we can't hear, and then through the echo, determine everything around them? Kang Shu nodded. That's exactly it. Just like when a person calls in a valley, the valley will repeat the call. This is a reflection of the sound. Bats can fly in the dark, nimbly and quickly avoid obstacles, because they use ultrasound to detect obstacles in front of them. Seeing Jinjin's puzzled expression, Kang Shu continued to explain. The so-called ultrasound is a sound with a frequency higher than what we can hear. Similarly, there are also low sound waves, which refer to sounds with a frequency lower than what our ears can accept. There have been scholars studying these for a long time. Silver Bridge Academy has related works, I've read them before. Jinjin was even more puzzled. Ultrasound and low sound waves, Kang Shu nodded. Research shows that there is a limit to what we can hear. There is an upper limit and a lower limit. We can't hear sounds outside this limit. Sounds above the upper limit are ultrasound. Sounds below the lower limit are low sound waves. Jinjin scratched his head. Then you just mentioned a word, frequency. Is that the word? Kang Shu was very patient. The precise definition of frequency is the number of times the sound source vibrates in a second. When I shake a thin wooden board, the wooden board is the sound source, it will make a sound. The more I shake, the more frequent the movement, the higher the number of times the wooden board vibrates in a second, and the greater the frequency. When we ring a bell, the bronze bell will produce a rapid and small vibration due to the impact, thus producing a bell sound. And we humans speak because the vocal cords in our throats are vibrating, producing sounds. So that's how it is. Jinjin felt that his horizons had been broadened all of a sudden. Kang Shu continued. I found that bat monkeys have very strong vocal cords, their throat structure is very similar to a bat's. At the same time, their ear structure is also very developed. Their nasal cavity looks like a monkey's, but there are a lot of skin folds inside. A bat's nose, because of these similar complex folds, can help its vocal cords to produce high-frequency ultrasound. And the bat monkey's lungs, vocal cords, and nose form a perfect match. Although the bat monkey's body is small, its lungs have outstanding contraction ability and can expand several times its volume. The bat monkey's chest and respiratory muscles are also very developed. The bat monkey's eyes don't have night vision. But when they fly at night, they will continuously produce different frequencies of ultrasound. When these ultrasound meet something, it will be reflected back, allowing the bat monkey to receive it. The bat monkey can distinguish these echoes of different frequencies and nimbly dodge, not bumping into any obstacles. So that's how it is. Jinjin sighed. What a wonderful structure. In that case, these bat monkeys can see even in the thick fog. Kang Shu nodded. Sir, you are wise. You've worked hard, Kang Shu. Go and have a good rest. Yes, sir. Jinjin slept in the tent until the second half of the night. He got up and walked out of the camp. Sir. Lord Jinjin. The people in charge of the night watch saw him and bowed. You've worked hard. This is the first night, so I'm not at ease. Continue to be on guard. I'll go and check the surroundings. Jinjin's expression was indifferent as he bid farewell to these people. Looking at the back of the young knight, the guards couldn't help but whisper to each other. Sir, why did you enter the forest? It's late at night. Hihi, you haven't heard, right? Lord Jinjin has experienced life and death and grasped the power of the soul. He can foresee danger. Any sneak attack will be ineffective against him. He's that powerful. The guards who heard this for the first time were amazed. Jinjin entered the forest and first mutated the lizard eyes. After confirming that there was no one around, he began to take off his clothes. After taking off his clothes and placing them properly, he cancelled the lizard eyes mutation and began another transformation. After a flash of red light, he turned into a bat monkey. No matter if it was in the camp or in the process of rescuing the shipwright, Jinjin killed many bat monkeys. Adding the spoils of battle from other people, there were many bat monkey corpses. Jinjin asked for a large portion in the name of ZDI wanting to research potions, but in reality, he only gave ZDI a small portion. He kept a portion of the bat monkeys and secretly used the magic crystal in his heart to refine them. This allowed him to completely change his choices from the original 3 to 4. The moment he completely transformed into a bat monkey, Jinjin felt the whole world change. Countless sounds were instilled in his ears. There were low buzzing sounds, sharp whistling sounds, rustling noises, and chewing sounds. The originally quiet forest at night only had the occasional cry of a nightingale or some kind of wild beast. But now, to Zhenjin, it was as if he had suddenly come from the suburbs to a bustling city. So this is how a bat monkey feels. This is too noisy. Zhenjin's first impression was not good. He had never heard so many sounds before. These sounds were mixed together and all drilled into his ears. It was as if they wanted to put him in colorful muddy water and stir him up, causing him to feel irritated and disgusted. Zhenjin endured the noise and began to move his limbs. The bat monkey's body was similar to a human's body. This made it very easy for Zhenjin to get used to it. After using the bat monkey's body to run and jump for a while, Zhenjin suppressed his excitement and began to flap his bat wings, trying to fly. Although he could still fly after turning into a fat ball flying fish. But his speed was not fast. Rather than saying he was flying, it was more accurate to say he was floating. I can really fly now. Rise for me. The wings on Zhenjin's back flapped strongly and then fiercely flapped. The rising force caused Zhenjin's small body to jump up. Bang! He flew diagonally into the air and then hit his head on a tree with a dull thud. Then, he lost control. The faster his wings flapped, the faster he fell to the ground. In the end, he smoothly touched the ground with his face and plunged into the grass. So flying is not easy. Zhenjin pulled his face out of the mud and grass. He reached out and wiped the mud and grass off his face. He calmed himself down and told himself not to be impatient. He began to try flapping his left and right wings. His left wing flapped a few times, and then his right wing. The wings were very strong and gave him a very strong rising force. Zhenjin tried to flap his left and right wings together. With puffing sounds, Zhenjin slowly flew up in a crooked manner. He tried his best to stabilize his body. Seeing that he was about to hit the tree trunk again, he hurriedly reached out and grabbed it. The next moment, he stopped flapping his wings and flipped over, sitting on the tree trunk. Something awkward happened again. He didn't have time to retract his wings, and they were stuck in the dense branches. P.S. Thank you for the reward from the Silver Alliance Master of Wumu in Stone 2 days ago. Wumu in Stone is an old friend. Thank you for your strong support. Thank you for the reward from the Silver Alliance Master of Xmuxmuxmuck. I will do my best to complete Infinite Bloodcore. I hope to bring you a different, exciting, and memorable reading experience. Chapter 100. Zhenjin spent a lot of effort before he managed to pull his bat wings back from the branches. The youth was still not used to having a pair of wings all of a sudden. But very quickly, the excitement of trying to fly took over his heart. He first tried to fly from the ground, but the results were not obvious. After that, Zhenjin had a thought and climbed up a tree. He jumped down from a tall tree trunk, spread his bat wings and practiced how to glide. He felt the precise connection between the air and his wings while flying. After changing his training method, Zhenjin's training efficiency increased greatly. His understanding of flying became more and more profound. This kind of training also brought about another result. That was climbing trees. The bat monkey's 4 limbs were strong and powerful. The bat monkey's hands were like human hands, and the toes of its feet could be held together. This structure made climbing trees very easy. After practicing for a while, Zhenjin improved a lot in flying, but he improved even more in climbing trees. He was now very adept at climbing trees. Using both his hands and feet, he could reach the top of the tree from the bottom in a few breaths. Sensing this progress, Zhenjin changed his training method again. He began to learn from the monkeys, jumping between the trees. He first jumped up from a tree. After jumping into the air, he spread his bat wings and glided. Then, he quickly retracted his wings and landed on another tree. This kind of training method greatly increased his gliding time and efficiency. At the same time, it also trained his jumping ability. Previously, when Zhongji rescued the shipwright and intercepted the silver rhinoceros, he kept jumping from tree branches as if he was falling from the sky. He must have trained in this aspect. From this, I can infer that his martial arts are not bad. Compared to him now, I definitely won't lose to him when jumping tree branches. The monkey's body structure is very suitable for moving between tree branches. After practicing flying for a while, Jin took the initiative to stop. With this training efficiency, I estimate that in another 3 days, I will know how to use my wings to fly between trees without hitting a wall. And to fly nimbly and quickly, to turn flying into an instinct, that will take a lot more time. Jin calculated. There was still a chance that he would fail to fly now. The success rate of gliding was relatively high, but when he flapped his wings to fly, even if he controlled his body with all his might, it was inevitable that his flight path would be crooked. However, he had adapted to the bat monkey's body and would no longer be stuck between the branches like before. Jin stopped his flying training and squatted on a tree branch. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Countless voices could be heard in the quiet night. The soft sound of the wind, the rustling of the leaves, the gurgling of the river in the distance, the chirping of insects, the roar of beasts and the singing of nightingales. I've also adapted to the bat monkey's ears. Jin understood. In the beginning, he heard too many voices. It was too noisy, and it annoyed him. But after that, he focused on training his flight and forgot about the noise. During this process, he gradually adapted to his outstanding hearing. When he calmed down, he immediately realized that he had made great progress in this area. Sounds, countless sounds were heard by his developed ears. At first, Jin tried to distinguish the types of sounds and guess their origins. But soon, he was immersed in the symphony of sounds. He subconsciously opened his mouth slightly and his eyes lost focus. He was like a fledgling that successfully flew for the first time and flew into the sky. He was also like a drop of water that merged into the vast ocean. At this moment, he deeply felt a kind of beauty. The beauty of nature. Previously, on this island, Jin did not have enough clothes to cover his body and did not have enough food to fill his stomach. He was filled with anxiety and impatience between life and death. At a certain moment, he sat on a golden stone and looked at the night sky. His state of mind transformed, and he was no longer anxious or worried about his gains and losses. At a certain moment, he, Zdi, and Kang Shu stared at the only 2 skewers of roasted meat and smiled at the hardships of life, becoming open-minded and calm. And such a moment had come again. This time, Jin forgot about himself. He was like an orphan who, after wandering for countless years, was embraced by a mother who had found him. He experienced his insignificance, he felt the beauty of nature, and he felt the great love of heaven and earth. This kind of beauty was so majestic, this kind of love was so moving, the emotion brought about by this was so strong and unexpected. It was like a surging wave that impacted Jin's heart and spread throughout his body and mind. He did not see it, he only heard it. He heard the magnificence of nature, the richness of nature, and the beauty of nature. Kang Shu said that the human ear was limited and could only hear sounds in a certain frequency range. Yes, people are limited. As a bat monkey, I also have happiness that ordinary people can't understand. Jin's thoughts wandered. He was immersed in this rich feeling of happiness and could not extricate himself for a moment. He thought of Druil. He understood Druil. Druil can turn into a bear, a wolf, and an eagle. They can also use different life forms to feel the beauty of nature. Therefore, Druil loves peace. They are angry at any existence that tramples and destroys nature. Naturally, it is so beautiful. It would be a pity if it was trampled and destroyed. The murderer must be extremely despicable. He thought of the heart core again. My bat monkey's mutation was brought to me by the heart core. Perhaps the heart core is not as dangerous as I thought. It is like a sword, the key is the person who uses it. If it is used properly, it is used properly. If it is used maliciously, it is maliciously used. Then, Jin inexplicably thought of Shisuo. His understanding of the thin rope had deepened yet again. According to Jin's speculation, the rumors in the beach camp and the wounds on the captain's body should have been caused by Shisuo. Shisuo was sinister and despicable. But he had encountered a shipwreck, lost his father, and his ship was destroyed. He had no property, the first mate was dead, and he had lost his backer. He desperately wanted to grab onto everything he could to make him feel safer and confirm that he was still valuable and could still be a leader among the crew. He is despicable and hateful, but he is also pitiful. Perhaps this is the true meaning of kindness and tolerance. Zhenjin wiped his cheeks. He cried. He understood the excitement of poets when they saw a masterpiece that would be handed down for generations, and the surging emotions of painters when they saw a peerless beauty. This was purely the touching feeling brought by beauty. And beauty could stimulate all kinds of beauty in the world, the light and kindness in human nature. Unfortunately, people often lack the ears to discover beauty. As time passed, Zhenjin's mood gradually calmed down. There is still some time. I can still practice that ultrasound. If it were not for Kang Shu, Zhenjin would not have turned into a bat monkey at night and deliberately shouted. But now, he tried to shout. The next moment, the scream rang out. This shouldn't be an ultrasound. Zhenjin took a deep breath and tried to control his vocal cords to make his voice sharp. This time, even he was startled by his own cry. This level was a little similar to the scream of a bat monkey during battle. But it's not an ultrasound either. Zhenjin felt slightly excited again because he knew that he had found the right path. Next, he kept raising his voice, as if someone was squeezing his throat and screaming. The frequency of his screams increased, as if his fingertips were scratching a lacquer board. However, listening to it with monkey ears was completely within the range of tolerance. It was not as unbearable as receiving it with human ears. A moment later, Zhenjin successfully sent out the first ultrasound. Almost the next moment, he heard an echo. There are trees over there, and there are stones beside the trees. After receiving it with his ears, Zhenjin naturally felt the location of the trees and stones, as well as the shape of a part of them. This feeling was quite strange. The night was dark, and Zhenjin could not see clearly with the naked eye. It was pitch black. However, this feeling unreasonably appeared in Zhenjin's heart. It was a big tree and a stone under the tree. Zhenjin immediately flew over to verify. His feeling was correct. The bat monkey's eyes do not have night vision. However, when they fly at night, they will constantly send out ultrasound of different frequencies. When these ultrasound waves meet something, they will reflect back and be received by the bat monkey. The bat monkey can distinguish these echoes of different frequencies and dodge nimbly without bumping into any obstacles. Kang Shu's words once again appeared in Zhenjin's mind. Zhenjin immediately understood one of the key points, different frequencies. Therefore, he continued to send out ultrasound waves and control his vocal cords. The frequency of the ultrasound waves was different. The ultrasound waves were transmitted back, and Zhenjin's ears successfully received them. Because of the different frequencies, Zhenjin could distinguish them very easily. Therefore, the surrounding environment unfolded in his mind. It was like a painting outlined with a white pen on a pitch-black canvas. As Zhenjin continued to make sounds and receive ultrasound waves, the canvas in his mind expanded rapidly. 200 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. The things in the canvas also became clearer from blurry. A sense of control spontaneously arose. Along with it came a sense of security. I know everything about this place. I can sense all kinds of changes happening here. I know everything within 800 meters. Zhenjin's head was jumping with joy. Although he had used the lizard's eyes, thermal imaging's visual range was much smaller than hearing. Zhenjin had been counting the time in his mind. Now that there were more people in the team, he could not go out alone for too long. After collecting his emotions, he returned to his previous place, changed back into his human form, and put on his clothes. He followed the original path back to the camp. Lord Zhenjin, you're back. The guards saluted him one after another. Zhenjin encouraged them and returned to his tent. He lay on the bed, but could not fall asleep for a long time. The crooked flight was, of course, exciting. The experience of hearing ultrasound was also very wonderful. All of this left him with endless aftertaste. When he returned to his human form, he could only walk on the ground with his feet. He could not hear any more wonderful sounds, let alone use his hearing to detect things within 1,000 meters. It was like a flying bird suddenly having its wings stripped off, or a normal person suddenly becoming blind. A faint sense of loss, like ripples in a lake in his heart, involuntarily rippled in Jinjin's heart. Chapter 101. The next day, in the morning. Thud. With a muffled sound, the iron axe was swung hard against the tree trunk, and the sharp edge of the axe was deeply embedded in the trunk. Then the hands on the axe handle shook hard, and after some wood chips were brought out, the axe was pulled out again. The one who used the axe was a dwarf, a former member of the Sandow mercenary regiment. He was still wrapped in bandages, and because of the force used to cut the tree, red blood oozed out from the inside of the white bandages. Jinjin came over, looked at the dwarf's wounds, and asked with a smile, "Is the potion effective?" "Ah, Lord Jinjin." The dwarf quickly put down the axe, bowed to Jinjin, and then said gratefully, "The potion is very effective, my wounds are healing very quickly. Thank you for your reward, sir. Well, then get back to work." Jinjin patted the dwarf on the shoulder and walked away. However, even this simple greeting and the action of patting the shoulder made the dwarf's face radiant. The people around saw this scene and also cast envious eyes. This was the sympathy of a noble, a temple knight. When the dwarf swung the axe again, he felt that the axe was lighter. The dwarf was still injured, but in order to cut the wood as soon as possible, these injuries had to be thrown to the back of his mind. After yesterday's fierce battle, although the number of deaths was relatively small, the seriously injured people could only temporarily recuperate in the camp. The lightly injured people also had to work and work, so that they could cut the wood as soon as possible. This was not only because food and water needed to be found, but also because of the teleportation. Jinjin and Kang Shu originally thought that the interval between teleportation was fixed. But from Mu Ban and the others, they found that the interval between teleportation was not what they had expected. Perhaps there was a pattern to the teleportation, but at present, this pattern had not been discovered. Therefore, the best plan was to cut the wood as soon as possible. In case the time was delayed and the teleportation happened again, it would be terrible if there was not enough wood. At breakfast today, Jinjin and Zhongji discussed this matter, and the two groups cut the wood together. The location of the logging was still the hillside where the shipwright was in danger. The trees here were much taller. Jinjin continued walking and soon saw Zhongji. Zhongji shouted in a low voice, the axe in his hand drew a black shadow in the air, and then heavily chopped at the tree trunk. For a moment, the tree bark was sent flying, and the tree shook violently. Zhongji chopped the second time, and then used his foot to kick the tree trunk. The tree creaked, and its speed increased from slow to fast as it fell to the ground with a loud bang. The momentum was astonishing. Lord Zhongji is mighty. He only used 2 axes. The former members of the mercenary group were all amazed and looked at Zhongji with admiration. Zhongji smiled faintly. He stepped on the fallen tree trunk and quietly watched Jinjin walk towards him. At this moment, because he was cutting wood, the armor on his upper body had been removed, but his lower body was still covered in armor. His chest was injured, and there were bandages wrapped tightly around his chest and back. Even so, Zhongji's strong chest muscles were hard to hide. Because of the intense work, the muscles on his upper body were even stronger. Coupled with his heavy breathing, sweat, and some of his brown hair, he looked even more valiant and brave. Jinjin came in front of Zhongji. The young knight had not yet grown up, and his height only reached Zhongji's chest. And compared to Zhongji's strong body, Jinjin's body looked thin. "You want to try too?" Zhongji handed the axe in his hand to Jinjin. Jinjin smiled and shook his head. "I came here to give you medicine." He handed a bag in his hand to Zhongji. "This is a new medicine that ZDI urgently concocted last night. It can speed up the recovery of the wound," Jinjin said. Zhongji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he put down the axe and took Jinjin's bag. "Thank you," he said lightly. "We are all victims, and we are all reduced to this island. We should help each other as much as possible." Jinjin's tone was very sincere. "By the way, I wonder if you have any bear meat?" ZDI said that the medicine made from bear meat and blood might be more effective. "I can use my lizard meat to exchange for a corresponding amount of bear meat." "No need to exchange, I'll give it all to you," Zhongji said generously. "Okay." Jinjin's smile became more sincere. Then I'll take my leave first. He had just taken a few steps when he suddenly saw a flock of birds flying from the forest in the distance. The birds flew into the sky, crying anxiously. The lumberjacks all stopped what they were doing and looked at the flock of birds with concern. Very quickly, they could faintly hear some noisy cries. The cries became more and more obvious, and everyone was very familiar with the source of the sound. It's the bat monkeys. Quick, prepare for battle. Everyone shouted. Help me put on my armor. Zhongji said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Someone immediately took out the armor for his upper body and helped him put it on. Zhenjin quickened his footsteps and returned to the shipwright and blockhead's side. Don't panic, this time it's not just me, there's also Zhongji and the others. If we work together, we will definitely be able to win, just like the previous battle. Under Zhenjin's encouragement, everyone's gaze became more determined. The bat monkey's attack came again, but before they left, everyone was mentally prepared, so after a bit of panic, they all calmed down. Zhongji's group, Zhenjin's group, the two groups quickly got into formation and waited for the bat monkeys to arrive. At this time, the bat monkeys' cries could be heard from the left and right of everyone. Are we surrounded? How many bat monkeys are there? Everyone couldn't help but become restless. The beast horde's attack this time was much more powerful than the previous two battles. The forest blocked everyone's vision, so they couldn't tell which direction had the most bat monkeys and which had the strongest attack. The original formation focused most of their strength on the front, while the sides and rear were weaker. I can use ultrasound to find out the exact number and the exact location of their main force. This idea flashed through Zhenjin's mind, but he quickly rejected it. If he wanted to find out, he had to change. If he wanted to use ultrasound, his throat and nose would have to change. If he wanted to use ultrasound, his ears would also have to change. This would be too easy for others to find out. Stabilize the formation. Zhenjin reminded loudly. It was too late to adjust the formation, so they could only brace themselves and fight. Soon, a large number of bat monkeys appeared from the front, left, and right, pouncing towards Zhenjin's group. The shipwright, He Huan, and the others all picked up their crossbows, and Zhenjin also picked up his crossbow. Arrows flew out, causing the bat monkeys to scream non-stop, and their corpses fell to the ground. Zhenjin quickly emptied his quiver of arrows. His results were remarkable, as he alone took care of more than 20 normal bat monkeys. He lowered his crossbow, took out the empty quiver, and took out a full quiver from his waist and loaded it again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, following his continuous pulling of the trigger, the short arrows flew through the air, killing the bat monkeys one by one. The bat monkeys in front of Zhenjin actually stopped their attack temporarily because of his shooting. Zhenjin quickly emptied his second quiver, and began to help his comrades on the side. Under the cover of Zhenjin's firepower, the two sides quickly stabilized. Seeing that Zhenjin did not miss, the crew's morale was greatly boosted. After Zhenjin replaced his third quiver, the bat monkeys were defeated. Zhenjin did not slack off, and immediately brought a group of people to support Zhongji. Zhongji and the others were still fighting. The number of bat monkeys they encountered was about the same as Zhenjin's, but Zhongji's close combat made it so that even though they had the upper hand, their killing efficiency was lower. With the support of Zhenjin's arrows, this batch of bat monkeys was quickly defeated. The battle was over. Everyone cheered. Zhongji and Zhenjin met, both of them looking worried. Although the bat monkeys this time were powerful, there were very few bronze rank bat monkeys, and only 2 black iron rank ones, and they both escaped. That silver rhinoceros also did not appear. Just as the two of them were discussing, a pink signal flare suddenly appeared in the air. It's the camp. They are under attack. Let's go support them. Zhenjin and Zhongji looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they joined forces and quickly went back to the camp. All the wounded were taken care of in the camp, and ZDI and Kang Shu were also in the camp. If the camp was attacked, the losses would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the logging site was not far from the camp, and everyone quickly returned to the camp. In the camp, the silver rhinoceros was wreaking havoc. The central wooden house that had just been repaired was completely destroyed by the rhinoceros. However, there were not many casualties in the camp. This was because the camp was surrounded by thick smoke. This was the medicine that ZDI had concocted, and when burned in a bonfire or a torch, it would form thick smoke. The thick smoke was targeted at the bat monkeys, stimulating their sense of smell. The bat monkeys flew outside the thick smoke, not daring to enter. Although the silver rhinoceros was not afraid of the thick smoke, its charging path was too straight, and it was not difficult to dodge. There were many buildings in the camp, and while blocking the silver rhinoceros, it gave the people enough time to escape. I will deal with these bat monkeys. Zhongji, please go and kill that rhinoceros, Zhenjin shouted. Zhongji nodded. He was not happy to listen to Zhenjin's orders, but Zhenjin's arrangement was the most reasonable at the moment. Now that the situation was urgent, Zhongji did not argue with Zhenjin too much. There were not many bat monkeys circling in the sky, but they were clearly elites. The number of bronze bat monkeys and black steel bat monkeys was considerable. Zhenjin led his men into the thick smoke, and then used his crossbow to shoot. The thick smoke greatly interfered with everyone's vision, but fortunately, the bat monkeys were afraid of the smell of the smoke, and did not dare to charge in. Sacrificing accuracy in exchange for everyone's safety was more advantageous than disadvantageous. Only Zhenjin's arrows were still sharp. This was because he narrowed his eyes, and his left eye mutated into a lizard's eye. With the help of thermal vision, the thick smoke was almost non-existent. The bat monkeys did not dare to charge into the thick smoke, and could only become targets. My current bat monkey transformation can only transform into bronze bat monkeys. This is too weak. This time, I will kill a few black steel bats to strengthen this transformation. Zhenjin thought. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,